Not like we haven't.
I almost died in the middle of nowhere in Florida. So I drove 7 hours from Atlanta, and I was like, I can make it. It's fine. I was like, okay, I'm gonna wait till the gas is at like 2 bars, and I'm gonna go get gas. So I pulled over to get gas, and I discovered Florida gas stations close at night. So I drove around to like 3 towns. I just went way off the highway, searching for a fucking open gas station for like almost an hour, and I was like, I'm gonna run out of gas and die because it wasn't just.
Hi, morning.
Now we're single-handedly keeping the handheld camera business afloat.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes as a female, I forget to check the gas gauge because I don't do things like that. So, you know, sometimes you gotta Flintstone it down the highway.
I walked in, and I don't think I've ever seen this many blonde mullets before in my life, but I didn't care because they were open, and I got gas, and now I'm here. So
it worked out.
We have a camera at these things.
This is like the documentary. I don't know. This is just like
What are you documenting?
your face right now.
Oh, fuck.
Our fault.
It's going to be an Academy Award.
Don't do my pupils right now.
Our fault.
Okay, yeah.
There you go.
Like Shane and Narwhal and Cecil are like just hanging around in the hotel lobby and stuff.
Oh yeah, I was there.
And he, are you recording it?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm Alan. And yeah, just Shane drew on the guy's ass crack. It was
Here we got Kelsey Shannon doing upside down Conan. Majestic.
See, it came out so much better than the other one. Here, never mind that one.
It's magnifique. Yeah, that's amazing. Yes! The man of the hour. The legend. The absolute legend. The man who brings everyone together.
What's up, people?
Yes.
Outstanding!
What's up?
Good time.
Reminiscing of the good times.
Yeah.
Complete with elevator music.
I know, yeah. You can hear my weird music in the background too. What's up, guys? Hello.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. This is going to be a longer stream. It will be a creative block. We do have a PowerPoint, and I don't know when we'll do it. We might do it a little bit earlier. We're expecting. I've sent the link to Kelsey, Billy Basco. Is it Baxo or Basco?
Billy Baxo?
It's
Billy no
Basco.
Billy no backsies.
Billy Bob Baxo.
Billy Costco.
Let's go.
And Jared, my co-creator, will be coming in about an hour. So we got some guests. I'm going to send the link to Vaughn a little bit later for the second half or so. And Phil's here. How's it going, everyone?
Yo.
Phil, what's up?
Better late than never.
Yeah, you made it just in time.
You're one to
It's like
talk.
he was just running somewhere. Like he's like, what the? Oh
He's
yeah,
just
because of
sprinted.
yesterday.
So guess how late Jake was to my stream yesterday.
Like 2 hours. I saw a lot of that stream. Yeah.
Just about 2 hours.
Listen, if you don't actually remind me, I know you reminded me, but if you don't,
Why did it remind you?
I'm really forgetful. Like, yeah, like I'm always here on time because I know it's the same time every week. But yeah, I was asleep. I was literally asleep, and then woke up at like 4 a.m, and then saw a message like, "What did you say?" Like, "So you coming on the show? Like the promo show for the thing?" What did I say? What did you say?
I messaged you on
Yo, still good
platforms.
for the show today? And I just replied, all capitals, as soon as I woke up. Shit, with two capital I's. What time? 3 question marks. And then, oh god, I fucked up.
That's funny.
Got out of bed.
Check this. How's about this for a little dopamine? What's the opposite of Schadenfreude? You guys can all enjoy this with me, you know. Like, so look at those digits. It's 17978. Let's see how it goes.
Let's go. Oh yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Cracking 18,000. Thanks everyone.
Yo.
That's a good number. It's feeling good.
Nice.
You just gave many angels their wings. All the angels that were killed during the course of the refreshing of this campaign have now been brought back to life.
It's true. That was a mass exodus from hell of angels. We just pulled them all back up.
They were like, sorry, God. And he's like, that's all I needed to hear.
Yes. Yeah. So it's the last night for Hotel Story. Yeah, we'll be checking in here and there with it. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see. I don't know. There's a 20,000 stretch goal. The stretch goal is to is everyone gets the internet passcode to the hotel, which the manager, she made it up herself so she wouldn't forget it. So it's something that has to do with her character. It's a little detail.
That is a
Password
cool
is-
idea.
The password is kill all humans.
Well,
Oh, yeah,
it would be
no,
cool
seriously.
to make a fake website that uses the passcode or has like a passcode lock to it and has some.
Yeah, what do they call that? They call it it's like marketing game or something.
An ARG. Oh,
Yeah,
you didn't
ARG.
do ARG?
Yes.
Oh, that's cool. Yes, an ARG.
It would be fun to do a ARG with a Comicscape book for sure. That'd be
You
fun.
could you could almost do like a crossover ARG. We've been talking about doing crossover stuff as ways of promoting each other's books. You could do crossover ARG content online. That could be interesting. You can get clues from it in people's books.
Is
The password is password.
that would be funny.
Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is the password?
Yeah, it could be that too. Like it could be so many things.
It's like the password to the door in the TF2 Meet the Spy. It's like 111 1.
I'll tell you this too. It's a password I came across in my real life travels, which is funny too. So
It's like a secret knock on the door and say the password.
Yeah. It could be
Make
like
sure
that.
you're wearing the right robes.
But 33 people watching. No one will ever know unless we hit the magical number of 20,000. But who knows? Carl May Jed says pass Pat P455 word. That'd be a good one. No one would get that.
Password with a U.
Alex VRB asked, "What am I drinking?" Because I have my huge Christmas beer stein of red goop, and I'm actually drinking Demon Anime Girl Pussy Juice.
What? What?
Speaking of
Excuse
ARGs,
me?
That's not what it actually is. It's Iron Mouse Demon Plasma drink. It's like strawberry and lemon, but I call it Demon Girl Pussy Juice.
So it is
That
Demon
is-
Girl Pussy Juice.
Yes. Yeah.
Carnal bathwater, basically.
Oh my God! There has to be there's got to be a
I'm
drinking
telling you.
Carnal.
We got to step up our marketing, do bathwater for all of our
Yeah.
campaigns.
Speaking of ARGs, that could somehow play into it. But no, like an actual ARG would be super cool. I kind of want to dwell on that for just a second. I don't know if anything. Let's think of it right now. Everyone.
What's an ARG?
Yeah.
What are you guys talking about?
Augmented reality game.
It's
Basically, you can find clues in certain pieces of media, and they can lead you to places, kind of like a treasure hunt that can mix online and physical treasure hunting.
It's often used as a marketing strategy, like people who make up fake secret clubs and stuff, and you have to go on a treasure hunt or solve a bunch of clues online to get into a fake secret club, and then at the end it's just a marketing scheme, but you do something to get people really hooked in real life.
Yeah, they can be kind of creepy sometimes in a cool way, and yeah, it can pull in like an army of autists on 4chan to like try and solve it. They'll all work together.
Yeah.
It can
Those are always
involve like news reports that are fake but link in with the ARG and lead to something like Steam did
like a girl going missing or something like that. It's like a news story somehow.
Well, I think there was literally for BioShock 2, the whole story is about like girls being kidnapped and taken to the city under the sea, and there might have actually been actual news articles about people being kidnapped. I can't remember. They did a whole ARG for that.
The whole Blair Witch Project was kind of an ARG. They put out missing posters for all the people and stuff, and made people think it was real.
Yeah. I wonder
like
how you could do it.
In Team Fortress 2, they would make updates to the game that hinted towards the stories of future updates. So they would put new things in the maps. Then obviously the players that would usually play the game notice the difference, and then people start posting about it and start theory crafting around it. Valve went through a period of doing a lot of ARG stuff. It was really fun.
Yeah, it's almost like an ARG too. There's some movie with like Casey Affleck and Joaquin Phoenix where Joaquin Phoenix quits being an actor very publicly and has like a little bit of a mental breakdown, and they made a documentary of it. But then they kind of found out later it was 2 years of his life where he didn't do any acting, but they followed him around and he was being a weirdo kind of. I forget what the movie's called, but it's kind of cool.
Joaquin Phoenix thing to do.
Yeah, big time commit to the bit kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I think how you do some grand ARG with like comics is you'd have like a website that exists that has some clues that point you in certain directions, and then the answers to those clues were already in several books, and so people would go looking for them and then find them, and then they would point them in more directions, that kind of thing. But yeah,
a guy in his room says, "Hail Narwhal and all, let's go." When you guys see "go," I type this a lot too on Twitter. How do you hear it in your head? Do you? Because I always hear a guy like falling. I hear a guy falling slowly into a pit. Go.
Yeah, you have to hear it like that.
Yes. Let's go. Real quick too. The mini comic is always fun to share. We'll talk a little bit more about it when Jared gets here too. But every order gets a free mini comic.
What?
Which is super fun.
That's awesome.
It's a lot. This mini comic specifically turned out really good. It's a fun little short story that adds to the story.
That is a really cool idea. I love it.
Yeah, and they're fun. You just print them out on an 8.5 by 11 paper, and you make one snip to make it be able to fold into an 8-page comic, and that's good to go. We're just going to send the folded paper to everyone so they can make the snip and kind of assemble it themselves, because I think actually that's kind of part of the fun.
Oh,
but once it's all assembled, as you hold it in your hand, like I've definitely been carrying mine around with me everywhere I go the past few days. I just look at it because it's so cute too. That's the other thing. I'm just looking at it like, cute little comic. Let me just pet
my
you.
little buddy.
It just has like it only has like 2 panels a page. It's adorable.
Yeah, it's fun. I wrote for it. Jared had done many before, and he kind of showed me the ropes. But it's like, it's the script is almost like writing 8 splash pages, and you can kind of do inserts, but you don't really want to go like 3 panels max. If you're doing a 3-panel page, you can't really have wide shots. You'd probably do like medium or close-ups, so it's still readable.
It's a cool format.
Yeah. Cool. I could pull up the what's it called? I will. The formula, the PowerPoint. Yeah.
You should show off the art that was drawn of the creative block. Did you show that?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll share it. I've already got it pulled up.
Yeah, you share it and all.
So yesterday on the Rainiest promo stream that I was fucking late for by like an hour and a half, but hey, I brought the second half energy. I brought the pain.
You saved
but yeah,
it. Yes.
She was.
Look at that.
Look at that.
This is Michael Rushbrook. That's my artist on Fiendish 2.5, and he drew this just out of the blue. And look how awesome that is.
Look at the little hamster on your head. I never noticed that before.
Yeah, it's definitely a It's definitely a hamster, and not anything.
You know Jake so well. You know Jake so well.
You know me, man. I'm all about hamsters over here.
Honestly, that is the cutest fucking hedgehog ever. Oh my god, this whole thing is so cool.
Little known fact, that is the hamster, a 3D printed recreation of the hamster that crawled out of that one guy's butt. I forget his name.
Richard
Gere.
Oh my god.
And I think that was actually just like that never happened, and it was just like a let's get rid of this guy thing. We'll spread a rumor he had a hamster shoved up his ass. Didn't that guy get throat cancer for giving his wife head for like a long time?
No, that's not Kirk Douglas, Michael Douglas.
Michael Douglas, yeah, like
throat cancer. What the fuck?
Do you not know? Okay, here's the thing, guys. Beware. Look. Oral sex is fun and everything, but you got to be careful. If you're in a long-term relationship, if you're going to build up a habit of that thing, women's vaginas produce acid naturally. They're self-cleaning.
Well, that's not the reason. It's usually the HPV is what it is.
Oh, it's not guzzling all that acid?
Right.
No, everybody would have throat cancer. Half the male population would have throat cancer.
Well, it's HPV, and then you get those cells in your throat, and HPV is very, causes cancer. So
Yeah, that
it'll
might be
cause
the only thing that's like bad about it. It's like it gives you cancer.
well, that's the eight. Well, it's
God.
it causes cervical cancer, but then it'll cause throat cancer for guys.
What the hell is
Yeah.
HPV?
Herpes. It's
Human
herpes.
papillomavirus.
Everyone has it, or not everyone, but a lot of people.
A lot.
A lot of people
Herpes.
secretly have it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Hey,
get.
you don't. If you don't get checked, you don't have it.
That's not how it
Ignorance
works.
is bliss.
Jake, don't go around spreading.
Especially with
false
AIDS. That's
fake
especially true
news.
with AIDS.
That's not how
If
it
you don't
works.
look, it's not there. But
They passed a
Spreading
law
fake news
that
about oral sex.
in California they passed some law that like decriminalized passing on AIDS as a way to kill someone.
Oh, fuck that. California's
There's
something weird like that.
No, it's
lie
like
about it.
if you knowingly pass it on and don't tell them, apparently it's not. That's not a bad thing anymore.
Yeah,
Well, because you can, it won't kill you right away because you can maintain it. That's which is bullshit because it still fucks with you.
Yeah, it's no big deal nowadays, I guess.
No,
No, but the Richard Gere thing, there's an explanation of how that came about. Like, it was a news article about someone with the same name or a similar name, and then it was just, or it was like a news anchor or something.
No, you mean that was Richard Queer.
Richard Queer?
Right?
Yeah.
Same name?
Yeah.
I don't believe Jake on anything anymore.
Yeah, we got Adam Miller in the chat. What's up, Adam? Good to see
Hey,
you.
Adam. What's up? Yo.
On this art, I actually really like that font too. It's kind of
Did he draw or did he illustrate the lettering there too?
It looks
It
like
is
it. He's
physically
a
drawn.
graphic designer. He does.
Yeah, Rushbrook, you're in the
magazine
chat.
stuff.
Are you do you rollerblade?
Are you a
With
street
a spray paint
graffiti
can
artist?
sometimes?
Yeah,
do you
you
grind down rails and spray paint the police?
Are you a
department
graffiti
window?
artist?
Yeah.
Or is it
looks
just
dope.
a font? Is it just a font?
I know a graffiti artist.
Me too.
But I'm gonna totally color this. I mean, can you imagine this? Seeing this now, I'm like, that would make a great shirt on the chest area. All those four.
So cool.
Make
Oh
people
my
like cult
gosh.
members.
We have. This is like
wear
perfect
that.
for a show thumbnail too.
Yep.
We have to integrate this somehow.
That
Make a
is
shirt,
so-
wear it to cons.
Tattoo it to all our fans' heads. Call them the blockheads.
Yeah, they totally won't regret that.
Dude, it would be a great mouse pad too, like a rectangular mouse pad. I don't
Yeah,
know.
let's just slap this art, give us the rights for free. We'll slap it on everything: mugs, t-shirts, keychains.
We need to
Run a
make
campaign.
merch. Like, not even kidding. We need to have merch with all the art that Jake has done, and with this, we have like t-shirts, mouse pads. These will make bookmarks. Let's go.
Well, it's got to happen at some point. Like, I really want to make at least, what is it? Where is it? You see this like 3D printed wiggle toys. I at least want to make like a light blue narwhal wiggle toy like this.
That'd be awesome.
That could go on a campaign. But yeah, enamel pins. We got to do something. But yeah, let's make a lot of money off this art. Then give Michael Rushbrook none of it. I think it's the way forward. I think you'll be okay with it.
No, we'll definitely share. But thank you, Michael. This is fucking awesome. I love it.
I think Phil looks the coolest out of all
Of
this.
course. Was there ever any doubt? I mean,
What?
Phil
Narwhal
controls
looks
his
like
brand.
Yeah, like you can tell it's Phil with his big glasses. And I like how Narwhal's shivering, like the shivering lines. He's
I couldn't
wearing it.
tell what it was. I was like, is he shivering? Is he just bouncing
oh, he is
around? Like,
shivering. That's awesome. He's cold, but he's also stoic, and happy. Like he's content. Right?
he looks like Hayao Miyazaki's half Western son. It's like blonde Miyazaki, but a hobo.
Because he's squinting.
perfect.
That's racist.
Oh yeah, that's totally why. No, it's perfect. It all looks like us too. Oh, I'm so
He even got your nose right.
Yes. Behold.
Check this out real quick. A little mini segue. I just randomly saw this, but there's like the T.S. Eliot Poetry Award. We cover poetry here on the Creative Block. Sometimes Phil is an enthusiast.
We're
He's kind of the
allowed.
main representative. But it goes, here's an example of the poetry written by the guy who just won the T.S. Eliot Prize. the whole thing and the literary world in general is a joke, which not to like pre-temper expectations, but I'll read it real fast. So it says, a little poodle runs to show you love. You like the feel of the animal's body on your leg. It's something of an acceptance, so you smile and are not the least bothered. You even hope it'll jump, though the lady yells, no jumping, Sam, no jumping. And when she adds, he just loves everybody. Why should you suddenly feel tears coming? It's just that everybody. How do you explain this? There's nobody to explain it to. Why she needed to take away from you this one feeling of special.
That's award-winning poetry right there.
Yeah, and I think it kind of made me think: is the guy black? And it's about like the dog walking incident, like in New York, was like that happened, and there is like a thing with white ladies and dogs and black guys, and then but also I wondered what it meant, like the everybody. Is that him getting mad because he's like, I am not everybody. I am a black male, like bisexual. How dare you lump me in with everyone?
No projection in this analysis in the slightest. I don't know what.
I don't know. That's called like getting psychologically in the pocket or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it is about wait. There he is. That's why you thought that, because he's right there.
Yeah. Anyway.
Nice.
Phil needs that jacket.
Yeah. Yeah, I do prefer the one that Mr. Rushbrook drew me in.
With the little L's on it.
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Hotel Story. Cool. Formulas. Want to do the PowerPoint?
Yeah.
PowerPoint.
Go on.
Oh, it's PowerPoint time?
Yeah. Michael D. Shea. It's because he's black.
What do you want to talk about your week, Phil? Phil, how was your week?
Well, I saw someone retweeted a Narwhal tweet, which I thought was pretty cool.
Mark Miller, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up here.
Oh, nice.
Mark Miller loves you.
Yeah, what is this? Awesome. Is he like your secret uncle or something? Look at this.
Yeah. Well,
she's drinking already.
Watch me fuck up opening this.
Here we go. Mark Miller.
Why don't you push it all the way into the can?
Yeah.
He says, do I know how to do a Mark Miller accent?
He's Scottish.
He's Scottish.
Donkey! Scrolling through.
Not fucking
you gotta say donkey to get in the mood.
Jake, do your best Scottish accent for this.
Scrolling through some art where I had a morning cup of tea and stopped at this, wondering who it was. Of course, it's Narwhal, one of the modern greats. I cannot tell how much I love this guy's perspective choices.
There you go.
That's great.
Yeah.
Yes, finally someone I can do Scottish accents.
Phil, scroll down just a little bit to show the panel.
Oh yeah,
yeah, there you go. Because this is like a panel. I did post it because I almost said I just said a cool panel, but I did think like this is a panel that can only be done in comics, kind of like you actually couldn't do that in film or whatever. And it is kind of have like the passing of time. Your eye tracks down, and you see something's up beneath the table. So there's kind of a lot going on. So it is like a good panel, if I do say so myself.
If it was in a film, it'd be like a panning shot. You'd almost start with the guy, you'd pull out to the table, and then you'd pan down to the under the table, the great lifts, right? Like it would be a whole.
Yeah. Because even for spatially, we're actually like clipping through the table for this panel too. Like it's kind of right in the middle of the table.
I did it. I didn't fuck it up.
Hey,
nice. Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
The sticker.
Mark Miller, I got a good review from your boy Zach about Foreign Agent, and it was kind of glowing, that review. He said, he was like, this book feels like it actually happened. It doesn't feel written, something like that. I was like, damn, that's a good compliment. But wow. So then Mark Miller followed me the next day. I was like, did you follow me? Because I think I told your boy Zach first. I was like, I think you might have followed me because of your review. And I was like, I was thinking about saying hi. He's like, you should do it. Go for it. I was like, okay. So ran back to Mark Miller. I was like, "Did you follow me because of Zach's review?" He goes, "Absolutely. Been following your stuff for a while. I'm a huge fan." Something like that.
Oh,
so we've been pen pals ever since.
Cool.
And it's sweet. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, get it. Narwhal's gonna be famous. Don't forget us when you get famous, Narwhal.
No, yeah. We gotta in 2024. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. We're gonna open some doors. This is the plan.
Yes. Yes,
Open
we're
some
gonna
doors,
expand. We're gonna open
close some
doors.
windows.
Yeah.
I don't know how to continue that.
Time for PowerPoints.
Yeah.
PowerPoints. Now I do feel in the mood to go into PowerPoint. I'm in the mood. Are you guys in the mood? Everyone primed, pump primed? Are we ready?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're doing formulas.
Formulas are fun because they kind of suck, but they kind of are awesome. So this is what we will be looking into.
Well,
because I think go ahead. What are you gonna say?
I'm excited for this because, like, when I did that my episode that was like the next big thing, that was pretty much one formula, right? And then soon after, you're like, I want to explore formulas. So I'm hoping that we get like a download of like 7 different the next big things.
Yeah. There could be something like that. This one leaves a lot for us to potentially discuss. It might be a fast-ish presentation. It's 15 slides, but it might open up bigger discussions. We'll see.
Well,
this is the idea to start it. Is like formulaic is definitely. I feel like that's a derogatory term, but you can think of examples where formulas are cool. Specifically, Columbo, Scooby Doo. Those are the 2 I always think of.
Well, essentially, the genres are essentially formulas.
Yeah. That's one of the slides kind of gets into that a little bit too.
I think formulaic doesn't mean bad, and I'm looking forward to your interpretation because Narwhal always has really just wild new interpretations of words that we think we know. But just because something is following, say, the standard hero's journey or whatever, that doesn't mean bad if you commit and it still feels real and is really thorough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, one example comes up is like there's a formula for the James Bond movies, and they actually use that formula to make Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones is like better than any James Bond movie, pretty much. Partly because Steven Spielberg, it's like lightning in a bottle or whatever, but specifically Raiders of the Lost Ark is like so good. But all they did is like take a page out of, that was really like the pitch almost was, and that's part of it too, is like, it's like there's a lot of reverse engineering involved in formula, which that's something that Mark Miller in one of his newsletters was talking about a little bit. He mentioned he sometimes likes writing stories in reverse, where he knows the ending first and then builds back from there.
I think that's a really good idea.
Yeah, I think that's smart.
Yeah, and you can definitely see that play out with a lot of his stories. They have great endings, which is obviously cool. You know who doesn't do that, who we've talked about a little bit on this channel, is Stephen King.
Yeah,
notorious. Notorious for bad at endings, and he writes just from the beginning and just goes through.
I think knowing the ending first, it lets you be efficient and write more. Like, I haven't done that before. Okay, with the Drake Bristle story I did, and that meant that I got it done really freaking quickly, because I'm like, I want to get the characters to here. Well, how do I do that? Whereas the other way around is, I'm going to write some stuff that's cool, and then you're like, how do I end this? And you're like, this will be a cool ending. And then you have to backwards engineer, like, wait, how do I set up this ending? And you end up changing loads of stuff early on anyway, or adding stuff. And it just becomes like a big time sink. And you think you're there, like, molding it and chiseling away and like refining it. But if you'd just known the ending from the beginning, you probably wouldn't have had to have done all that, like, gerrymandering of the story retroactively.
Yeah, it's like more efficient. Yeah. Adam Miller says, like doing a maze starting at the end and getting to the start. Yeah, which would be seemingly easier. It actually would still be kind of hard.
That would be exactly as hard, right? That would be the same.
But it is. I mean, it's still hard. It is still hard to do it that way. But it is like
it would just be reverse. It's not equivalent.
It's interesting to see the different ways creators go about that. Like, I just had Odie on the channel and interviewed him about his manga he's doing at Tapas and Dark Horse. And there's a point in that book where it's like the main character meets two side characters. They explain the world to her because she's an amnesiac, right? And there's these giant aliens coming in, monsters. And then like a little more than halfway through the book, these monsters attack them, and the side characters you just met in this story vanish into like almost like they glitch out of reality. And then she like everything around her glitches out, and she starts right back at the beginning of where you found her. And it's like, what? It just like hits you in the face. Like, what just happened? Was everything we just saw a simulation or something? So, I mean, that question is open-ended at the end of that one. Then she meets another character and goes on. So I asked him about that. I'm like, what was that about? Is that going to be addressed later? And he's like, I've never said this anywhere, and I never told anybody this, but he's doing it as a webcomic for Tapas, right? It was first at Webtoons, then it went to Tapas. And so he's drawing like a chapter a week and putting it online because he's getting paid for Tapas. He's like, I never said this before. I just didn't like where the story was going, so I got rid of
That's fun.
That's kind of over, basically.
I wonder how many times that kind of things happened in manga because of the schedule. That just changed all of a sudden.
And he's still like every week he's pumping pages out and stuff. He says he's already up to because the first book just came out, the second in trade paperback, the second one's coming out in March, and he's already done enough chapters for 6 full books.
Wow.
Wow.
To think that's what Oda does with One Piece for his arcs. He just finishes an arc and he's like, I just want to do something completely random now because I'm bored.
Yeah.
I think so. I mean, Oda's also been wanting to do One Piece since he was, 10 years old or some shit? So he has just tons of story arcs figured out. It's like, he's that rare person that can do that.
So you're saying he was the original Von Coleman?
Yeah, but a little less, how do I say this nicely? Chaotic?
Proto Von.
That's true, Adam. I think it's got to be easier. Yeah, you can still sort of get lost. There's a rule in mazes. They call it the right wall rule. You guys ever heard that? If you're ever lost, you just follow the right wall no matter what. Eventually you'll get out. But you might like circumscribe the entire maze before you do it, so you might die. But,
that's interesting. With the intuition thing, that's something I have discovered. There is something unexplainable about writing that you just need to have good instincts as well. So it's both wisdom and intelligence. It's really there's an element to it that's hard to explain. So if you're gonna follow a formula, but if you just follow it without that instinct, I think it would feel boring.
Yeah. Alex BRB says, my DM scheduled for tonight. The struggle is real. Alex is rolling dice and stuff like that. That's
well,
cool, man.
looking forward to that meme, Alex. You're not getting out of it with $2.
You're not off duty, sir.
42 people watching. It's the last hours of Hotel Story, 130-page part 1 horror story. A cool debut for Jared, who will be on in a little bit, in I don't know, half hour or so. You can also get his solo side project, Black and White Horror Story, 48-page Perfect Bound, The Oboe, which is really great too. I really am a fan of this book. I had nothing to do with this one. I just really like it. But it goes well with Hotel Story because Jared drew them both. And then also The Making of, which is a big process of collaboration, and we have it all documented in email, so we share all the emails. It's pretty fun. Possibly useful for any students in the audience too, anything like that. Cool.
Let's try and get it as close as we can to 20,000 with the.
No, let's get it to 20,000. Come on, everybody!
Yeah.
It's under $2,000. We can do this tonight. Come on, let's go. What's that? 5 hours? You can do it. Come on, everybody. You want that.
And while you're at it, check out Lost Pages, Fiendish, and Carnal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, those links are in the description. So if anyone feels like backing 2 or 3 things, please do. We'll look at those too. That's okay.
Back hotel story.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know something. Because I'm kind of optimistic, and I feel like with comics, like sales were down a little bit in 2023, but it is some of it feels like mental because you're like it is like what do you call it? Inflation and groceries are getting expensive and stuff. But at the same time, if people are in the mood to buy a comic, nothing's going to stop them. They can budget, and I know that just myself. Like I can budget for it. It's easy enough. And if there's something I want, I will buy it. So it is almost like a mental kind of thing. And I think the mental thing is coming back in 2024. Like people feel like buying some comics and
Yeah.
I think it's oh, go ahead.
Go on. No, go on.
I was just gonna say, I think even though the economy is, well, everybody keeps saying the economy is weird and stuff, but entertainment doesn't tend to go down in economic hardship. So as long as you're delivering good product and people know you're a trusted creator and they like your book, then you can stay afloat. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this year brings.
Yeah, it's like the people that are buying it to be entertained, they probably wouldn't slow down. But if there were people just buying it just to collect, they would be like, well, I'll get it later when money's less tight. I have one theory about people's purchasing habits when it comes to budgeting, because now we live in a world where you have digital microtransactions in games. Everyone's going to get their V-Bucks. I think when people budget and they're like, shit, all my money is going, it's easier to cut out the physical objects, but then they end up spending more money on digital stuff like video game transactions. Because I know that I have personal information that like at least one stream of like video game revenue is like up for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
So I think if someone is sitting there budgeting, it's easier for them to cut out like going to the cinema or stuff, like all the physical trips, because they can visualize those more as being weighty important things to cut out. Right. But like then they'll spend like $100 on a mobile game and they won't even notice it.
Well, there's less chance of them bailing out on the purchase, because like if you go somewhere and then you look around, maybe you don't find anything, or you find something, you're like, I want this, but do I really need it? Then you got to take it up front and you got to pull your wallet out. This thing, you just literally see it and you push a button. Yeah, and it's so quick and almost as if it didn't happen. Like there's no
you don't even feel that you bought it.
Right.
Yeah, it's like more liquid. But Down Go Solo says, do you think the quality of entertainment changes with the economy? The only thing I can think about that is it might be best when it's like chicken or the egg, but really good entertainment would make a lot of money. And there are times you can remember in the 80s where it's like an embarrassment of riches for like movies. They're like, this weekend, these are the movies that premiered. And you're like, damn, like whatever, like Jurassic Park and Jaws came out in the same weekend. That's not what it was, but stuff like that,
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's quality, but the type of entertainment from, I've been watching a bunch of video essays, and I think it does change the type and genre, like the mood of entertainment with the times. For example, during the 30s, I was watching this like whole long essay about Disney and how Snow White actually was really appealing to people of the time. And it's very misunderstood because Snow White wasn't like kind of like brainwashing girls to be housewives or anything. It was kind of a reminder to people in the Depression of better times, of being able to be whimsical and like, staying at home and being provided for and all this stuff. So it was an escapism, and that kind of entertainment was very popular at that time. So I think the economy affects the substance in our movies.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. Like, if you look at the old black and white cartoons, like Felix the Cat type character, those characters are always like their motivation is trying to get food. Like they're always hungry and starving. It's because it was like the Great Depression stuff and stuff to bring levity to those situations,
like finding money in mattresses and stuff in those cartoons.
Oh yeah, that's cool. That happens to me sometimes, going to sleep with like a quarter in my pocket.
Whenever my granddad visits this place, he always just looks at the floor and starts picking up like pound coins and just collects money up. He's like, "Why do you leave this on the floor?" And I'm like, "I didn't even know it was there."
Yeah,
Your magical grandpa.
Yeah, actually, one funny, my grandma, who's passed away now, but she grew up in she would have been young in the 30s, but she was born in like the late 20s or whatever. And one time I was just hanging out with her, and for whatever reason, I had my sweatpants on, and my pockets were out of my sweatpants, like a bum in the 1930s would do.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Put your pockets back in. You're not a bum." She got kind of incensed, and I was like, "Oh, grandma."
Wow.
You gave her flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's like, "Have some pride." I'm like, "Oh, geez."
Yeah.
I didn't even know, Grandma.
Dude, people who grow up poor have like these things that'll make them snap. Like my mom grew up poor as shit in Taiwan in like 50s and 60s. So it's like, dude, like splashing water, leaving a tap on for any amount of time, throwing away plastic bags, like the most insane shit. But it's just what happens when you're poor.
Totally.
I had
hold on to every plastic bag. Must not waste.
That probably is a good point to it. Like there's a ensuite bathroom that I don't really use that often in here, and I would always hear like water running, and I'm like, why is water running? And then I eventually went in there and realized the hot water tap had been like on fully for like days. And I'm like, what the fuck? How much money has been wasted? I don't know.
Oh my god.
And, like it was boiling hot, and like the sink was like almost full of lime scale because of because limeys, because I live in England, there's like lime scale in the water.
Yeah.
So like the sink was full of like a trail of lime scale, and I was like, I'll just pretend this didn't happen so I don't worry about the electricity bill for heating all this water for days. So if only I'd listened to your grandma.
If only you had a formula you could follow that you'd always remember to shut off the water.
Hopefully we can learn about that formula as we get on to slide 2.
Yeah. Finally.
I'm trying to go for the record of time per slide.
Yeah, that's true.
We can do this. We can definitely waste time. We're good at it.
Yeah. So what I'm building towards is like spoilers, but it's like a cooking metaphor, which I've never used for storytelling before. I've been using, Jake knows, kind of the driving journey metaphor for storytelling works pretty well, but like destination and even like collision, that all works great for storytelling. But cooking is kind of fun, and cooking is definitely like more of a reverse engineered kind of thing, a formula kind of thing. There is a lot in common with formulas and cooking, but one of the things with a formula is you have your ingredients, and what they might be with story is like structure in the examples I can think of. That's the number one thing. Like for Columbo, the formula is the structure pretty much. Same with like Scooby-Doo, the formula is the structure. Some other things, like obviously the characters are recurring. Theme and motif could be the plot or the scenario. That could be a lot of times it's a murder mystery, so the scenario is always a murder mystery if it's a murder mystery show. Props, which are kind of fun to think of examples like that too, but that can come up. Any MacGuffin would be like that, although I don't know if it's recurring, if like what it might be for like a TV show, if there's ever a TV show about a prop. I'm not sure.
Well, just on props, and like going back to the one I did, the threshold crossing tool and or vehicle could be that, like the portal gun, the like maybe a watch that teleports you. Like there's this kid show in England called Bernard's Watch, and he has a watch that could freeze time. So like that's a whole.
What about Ben 10?
There you go. Power Rangers with the fucking buckle thing.
They definitely count. And they're later on that they talk about a thing that can repeat, like what the formula is going for is just the feeling that it makes the audience feel, and they want to feel the exact same thing over and over again, like weekly. Power Rangers is like that. Like you want to just feel like fuck yeah at the end, like get him, Megazord, let's go.
The Yu-Gi-Oh card holder thing on the arm, the Pokeball.
House every time is like mysterious illness and drama. You think it's one thing, but it's not. Surprise ending every time.
House's walk-in stick. The
Side note,
Kane from Citizen Kane.
Did I show you guys those dweebs on TikTok playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yes.
Okay, never mind.
Oh,
we
yeah.
didn't actually show it on this show, but we talked about it.
Let me read this real fast. Paul Bacheleda. Already back the hotel story combo, so I grabbed up some back issues from your eBay store. Keep up the
Nice.
hard work. We need more great writers in this space. Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Woo! Yeah.
I
Hell
tried to go
yeah.
through 3 different accents for that reading.
You did well. I was very confused.
I was waiting for you to go full Mario.
Yeah. So the last of the
Hotel
ingredient,
story.
yeah, could be the environment. So that's, can you guys name any examples of that? That's another one. Like, I guarantee there's got to be quite a few examples, but it's kind of hard to think of what they'd be.
Where
I mean,
the environment is important.
Titanic 1 and 2. The sequel, Titanic 2, is like even better than the first one.
What?
Jurassic
think
Park. The
Yeah,
fucking
there's probably a
islands you're
lot
on.
more
Yeah.
than you would think. I mean, with of course manga, blame is like primary to that. The whole anything science fiction probably plays into that because the environment is not real world and it all. It's like usually you're interfacing with technology.
Alita.
The big
Yeah.
war back on Titan, going into people's minds in the Persona, in like Persona 5, the upside down in Stranga things,
The
or
Matrix.
whatever.
Stranger. I think environment is very, very important and should not be neglected. Even if it is a story set in the real world and everyday life, just the way you design things, if you're very specific about it, it affects the reader's mood and understanding. The environment is a character in itself. So it's not like, well, only if it's fantasy or sci-fi, then environment matters. No, it always matters.
Yeah, the magic school bus, the human body, the environment of the human body.
Matrix
Yeah.
for sure. El Perro says.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, and Home Alone 2 is like the formula comes up a lot with franchises, sequels, and the ways that they like evolve it too is interesting. But and then like TV shows are like, but you can still use all the approaches for reverse engineering and cooking just for a one-off story. Like, but then you wouldn't necessarily take it anywhere for like a franchise or whatever.
Well, it's like
I just
all
thought,
these.
like... Oh, go ahead.
All these things feed into the promise of what to expect, like that Rainey covered in her presentation last week. People notice. There you go.
I was just thinking Die Hard is an environment thing because it's almost like a leveling up of using the environment, and you kind of have to plan all that out. Then you plan the story and the character development around the environment usage. And here's a tip that I heard for writing better fight scenes. Is fight scenes should tie into characters, but also if you use the environment actively, that makes them 10 times more interesting for the readers.
Cool.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, hotel stories like that too. It's kind of like Die Hard. Like it's all takes place in one hotel. So all the action is kind of like clever with the environment tied in.
Oh, this one's good. Iron Line says Captain Planet is all about the environment.
Oh
yeah, the ultimate example. Great.
I still have that song stuck in my head. After all,
How does it go? How does it go? I don't even remember. I didn't watch that as a kid.
He's the hero. He's gonna take thugs down to zero. Like that.
Oh no, we're gonna hear it all day.
A real masterpiece.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that they're in talks to make a film of the Max?
What the hell is the Max?
You know what the Max?
They made a cartoon of that in the 90s.
No.
They're doing another one, maybe.
No. Actual movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And Channing Tatum is like spearheading it, or he's
Charming Taint Man.
Yeah, he's gonna be the Max.
That could be cool.
Yeah. I hope they keep it in the 90s.
Makes me think that kids probably like formulaic stories more than not most cartoons are. Yeah, I think so. The kids, it's it plays into like an addictiveness kind of thing.
Yeah, and you get into your viewer or your reader gets into a groove, and I guess they come to expect things, and that you know, we talked about this probably, I mean, months ago on here, is a way to condition your audience. And then once they're conditioned, and then you could break that formula to then make to embellish your points and kind of reveals and twists, you know.
You know how you mentioned kids liking formulas? Like I kind of have an explanation for that. So if you're a kid, everything's fucking new. You're actually looking for patterns. You know, as part of your learning process of growing up, you're looking for things that are familiar. Like the feeling of familiarity probably is extra impactful because that's what your brain is probably trying to look for the most. And then, you know, as you get older in your 20s, then you're probably experimenting. Then in your 30s, you're regretting all the experimenting. But it's the same with why kids like candy. Look, besides the obvious reasons, but like prepackaged foods, they know what to expect. Like to have something as sweet as a grape, but you can, and then it's a candy in a packet. They look at that packet and they know that like if they're going to open that, they're getting the exact same experience every time. But if they were to eat some grapes, they could get a sour grape. So they're like finding things that they can have a reliable experience on. I think because for them, like everything is new all the time.
That makes sense. Yeah, kids do like structure in just real life. In having like a daily structure really benefits kids, and I think it's because they're born into chaos, so they're still building like their sense of reality. And it's not until, like you said, they're a teenager where we're like, let's break some shit and fuck our life up.
And like a lot of new things can just feel scary to a kid, just because it's new. Especially with food, they could like the food, but they won't touch it because it's like I haven't seen it looking quite like that yet. But it's like you still like pasta, but no, that's pasta with red sauce on it. Like, yeah, but you like red on other things.
Pasta.
Pasta.
What are you from Louisiana?
Pasta. You freaking eat pasta.
Heathen.
Pasta.
My father was a pasta.
Yeah, let's see.
Oh, nice. Yeah, kids, what? It's like, so it is like the reverse engineering. It always, if you're the second that you start to think of it as a formula, then you're reverse engineering. And it's like kind of the end with kids, probably the end point is how you make them feel is like what you're trying to do. If you're thinking of it even like, because there's the thing with formula too, is like it applies to like business and marketing also. But you can try and think of a marketing formula, and that could be like putting more of an emphasis on how you make people feel. And the storytelling, it is like, yeah, if it's like happy endings or if it's like triumphant endings, you want someone overcoming challenges. You want to see the same characters over and over again. There's one I remember I kind of liked as a kid called Recess. Do you guys remember that one?
I was thinking of Recess.
Recess is great.
Yeah, it's pretty good, and the main character in Recess is really cool, actually.
Yeah,
it's kind of like Captain Kirk.
TJ.
Yeah,
the girl with the hat is kind of like Irene.
Why? Because she's Asian.
Yeah,
yeah.
I did actually watch Recess. We had that in Taiwan. It was great.
Which Recess character are we all? Is Phil the head of the guys with the hockey sticks? Who is everyone?
I remember that.
Chad, put us in Recess.
I'm not Mikey.
The one with buck teeth and a lisp. That's me.
Randall? Wait,
no, the Asian character actually really fits.
Yeah. Is there a redhead? Maybe there is. It's like a bully or something. I don't know.
Redhead.
Randall's like the most Sislak of the show.
Yeah. Isn't there like a snitch?
Oh, you're Gus. Yeah, no, you're Gus, the guy with glasses and the short hair. Randall's the snitch. He's the yeah.
And he's drawn kind of like a rat almost. Yeah, that's funny.
Like Recess, Gargoyles, and Mummies Alive. Those are only American shows I watch. Oh, and like what is the Sabrina the Witch show that I don't expect any of you guys watch? But
yeah, well, which one? The animated one or the live action one?
The animated one.
Yeah,
I remember liking that as a kid.
I think I watched that one. No, maybe I'm thinking of Brace Face. Remember that?
No.
I don't think we had that over here, but I know of it.
I watched Brace Face.
So with formula, I was just thinking that adults like formula too. I don't think it's something that goes away. It's just adults are, because we have our own sense of reality. we're more willing to experiment with different types of formula, and we're more open to kind of having the formula of the story reveal itself to you, instead of like, our discomfort level is much lower because we're assured in our sense of self, so we can explore a story and kind of be surprised more. And I think with so most stories do follow a formula, but truly genre-defining stories, like, you know how H.P. Lovecraft basically invented the whole genre of cosmic horror, and writers like that, what they're doing is they invented their own formula. And I think you mentioned branding. When you successfully brand your comic, that is you creating your own formula for your project, and that carries over to like your campaign graphics, the art style, like the way you do your trailers. Everything should be part of this cohesive voice, right?
Campaign
Totally.
design.
And you know what else too? It's like it can be a little like esoteric, like you know it, but no one else knows it. I've noticed that even with like pitchings, if you ever like even pitching Batman or something, like I might think I know a good Batman story and say I get to pitch it to like some big Batman editor at DC, and they'll be like, Batman would never do that. And they'll like walk away, and I'll be like, shit, what do they know that I don't? Like they know the formula, whatever
Right.
it is, you know.
Or he's already did that in 1995. You know?
Right.
Yeah,
Who
something like
I
that.
already told this story, Narwhal.
Yeah.
Well, there is a theory with kids with how the high density of media nowadays, that like kids are basically burning through all these different structures and formulas and genres and themes and stuff, and like they're learning a lot of them really early, and as we get older, it's like the way to surprise but still make it feel familiar is just finding ways to combine all of these things to make them super dense. Like if you combine 3 genres, take all the plot points, all the elements from 3 different genres, and find a way to compose them together like perfectly. That's how you'll make like a story that's new but is like familiar at the same time. I think that is a good formula. Combining formulas is a good formula.
The formula of formulas. That is something you'd say. Guess who's here? Jared.
Hey.
Jared, what's up, man?
Hey, hello. Nice to meet
Hello.
you.
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going? Can you hear us all okay?
Yeah, I can hear it. Is my mic working all right, or is it like?
Yeah.
Fine.
Cool.
Yep, everything sounds good. Nice, it's working. Jared's the artist of Hotel Story. Everyone, let's throw this up. Jared, we were talking about formulas just a little bit. I asked you about the formula for Sonic the Hedgehog, and you're like, it's 30% blast physics and 70% autism, something like that.
Right. I actually have a revision to that formula now. I think it's closer to being 30% blast processing, 40% good music.
Oh yeah.
And then the 30% autism.
Yeah, you need
Makes sense.
some of the
That's
best
perfect.
music in there.
That's Sonic Adventure 2, right?
Yeah, and all Sonic a little bit, but maybe
Even Sonic and Knuckles was great.
Like a big part of Sonic, I think, that came in with like Sonic 3 is just interesting sequences that take place. Like, I mean, Sonic Adventure 2 opens with you escaping from a truck, like skating down San Francisco hillside, like road hills, right?
Yeah.
And then eventually there's like a killer whale or something. I don't know. Not really a big Sonic Adventure 2 guy, but a lot of autism.
I think the whale was from Adventure 1.
Oh, mixing them up.
Good job, Jake.
Check this out. Let's all watch the numbers go up. Opposite of Schadenfreude, we get to experience it together.
Oh,
Freud.
Yeah, it's ticking towards 19K. If it ever hits 19K, then it's only 1K to get to 20K.
Do you have any videos to play every time you get a backer?
Bonk. No, I can just say
You have to say that every time verbally.
Let's get it up there, people. Hotel Story. You like sexy witches, and you need to back this.
Yeah, back it now. So he says bonk again.
Yeah.
Alex VRB says blast processing is Genesis era. How dare you? I don't know what blast processing is. That went over my head. I pretended to know. Does anyone want to explain it?
Wait, so the opposite of the opposite Schadenfreude would be Freude. Happy,
Yeah,
happy.
Freude.
There you go. Continue.
Hey, Freud.
I think blast processing was literally just like a marketing thing for the Mega Drive, and it probably just evokes like, we can process tons of stuff at once, so now Sonic can run really fast, whereas Mario is just gonna like dawdle along.
Oh, gotcha. So it is like the technology or something.
Yeah.
And what it enables. But that could be tied. Yeah, they're like, hey, we got something here. It has to all match. It's like the thematics or whatever. Real quick too, because Jared's here, I want to share one more time. Share the mini comic. The mini comic turned out so good. Everyone who backs gets a mini comic, 8-page comic. A lot of fun. 8 pages is a fair amount. Like it's a nice little full short story that adds to the overall experience of the book in a fun way. Not exactly a deleted scene. It's kind of like lore expansion, I guess you could call it.
Well, that would have its own formula to it as well. Just something as short as that. I love doing short stories like that. It's so fun.
Yeah.
Such a different experience than doing something that's more than 20 pages.
Yeah, it's almost like a short story. Like this one, it implies a lot before and a lot after, but that's kind of fun to do too, to just try and structure it that way.
Ooh, the gaps. I love the gaps of information.
Yeah.
I'm
Matt's here. What's up, man?
I'm really excited to see what the mini comic the contents of it, because I remember in sequential art class, like the first exercise they have you do is draw the same story but in 3 panels like a comic strip, and then in 1 page, and then in 3 pages. So it teaches you to condense and expand story and add detail, and I can see how that would be really useful when writing short comics, especially a mini comic like that, where it's essentially a scene maybe, but it does have beginning, middle, and end, and I want to see how you tie it into the main book.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, it comes with all orders, and it prints on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper, which we just fold in half and slip into the comic. So it's like easy to ship, almost no overhead really, but then it's like extra cool kind of, and so
it's like underground. It's like zine stuff.
Yeah. Jared's the one who's kind of an expert at it. How many have you done so far, Jared?
I want to say I've done, or at least the ones that I've done that have been like art show specific have been about I think 5 or 6 different ones.
Yeah, that's cool.
I mean,
and you do them before a show, and you'll print them out and just have them for sale for like $1 or $2 or whatever, right?
Right.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, but it's the kind of thing, actually, as soon as I tweeted about it, your boy Zach emailed me. He's like, I love that. We got to start doing that for our stuff too. I was like,
yeah, that's cool.
Everyone's going to be doing mini comics. They're a lot of fun.
I'm feeling the shit out of this idea. It's great because people like comics, and it's like, why hasn't anyone thought of that? Because people have done ash cans. Like Roquefort does awesome, adorable little ash cans, but a mini comic like that is even easier to produce, and it's a challenge, I think, for creators. I want to how good can you make a story that's that small?
Yeah, it's so cute too. Just hold it in your hands. You want
to
Oh, I have a mini book like that. Reminds me of that. So you just folded it? It's not printed double-sided or anything?
No, it's printed single-sided. I'll show you. This will be a little demonstration. So this is the print file. So Jared provides this. And I make that one incision in the middle. So you fold it like this and cut right there. One cut, and then it snips. And then it just folds up like a fan from the top down. If you do that, then it's a fan. And then you're good to go. Then it's like, and then it's just the book.
It's badass.
Yeah.
Is there any way to make it smaller though?
There actually might be. You could do a 16-page, but it'd be even tiny. That'd be almost too tiny though.
Next year.
They're really tiny. Look up tiny prayer books and stuff on Pinterest. They're really pocket size or just thumb size mini books. They used to make that in medieval times. But this has nothing to do with comics, but look at this mini book I got in Iceland. It's so cute. It reminded me of that. And wouldn't it be
Oh,
funny
yeah.
if someone made a
What's
comic
in
and it's
it?
like it's pictures
Oh,
of like cool places in Iceland and it's so awesome and pretty. Oh my god, I miss it so much. Iceland is magical.
Just give
But
it to a
yeah.
baby.
It looks kind of
Yeah.
barren to me.
No, I mean it kind of is. 'Cause it's volcanoes and glaciers, but I swear when you're there, it feels magical. I don't know how to describe it. But
That's
it's
called
great.
perspective, Phil. When things get closer to the camera, they don't get bigger.
Cute books. I'm telling you, cute books do work their magic. That's how the Mormons get you. They give you really cute little books of Mormon. I'm like, oh, cute little book of Mormon.
Oh, that's how Mao did it. Made a little red book. We figured it out.
Yeah. They put it by your bedside. You're like, good night, cute little book.
Mm-hmm.
And then you wake up in the morning and
you.
you're a communist.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
That's how to convert them.
I hate when that happens.
Yes.
We do the next slide there, Noel?
Yeah, back to the slideshow.
Phil's tapping his watch. Come on, guys.
Feels like we presentation. Hello.
We're going for the record on each slide. We'll see. We got plenty of time. We're gonna try and go to midnight, so we'll see.
Wait, one more question before I can drag this out. Watch me. How can you guys think of anything else that can go into the ingredients of a formula that I'm missing
Character
here?
dynamics. That would be one thing.
it's
but that's
already
character.
So would you separate that from character, like individual character and character dynamics? Because it kind of is intertwined.
Yeah, it's probably intertwined, but I kind of would, because some people see their characters as like, this is Batman, he does this, and maybe it would. Like
No,
I
think maybe it's the same, but that's definitely something cool to focus on because that is kind of crazy. That was what I do. I have a little newsletter, and the newsletter today I think I wrote her yesterday, but it's about masculine, manly men and how nowadays they will still check that box and you'll have a character like that, but they don't usually have two characters like that these days. And it used to be there'd be two characters like that, or three or four. And it's a lot different if you have four manly men all in a room together. That's way different than having one in a room with the other tropes you might add in, or what character tropes kind of thing.
That's interesting.
Yeah, like you already have plot scenario, which is like the standard task, like delivering packages or solving a mystery.
I would add, this is probably a little esoteric, but I've been mentioning in my slides, and I think mood or style is another ingredient, because that's not
the ornateness. How ornate is it?
Yeah.
Oh, the ornate! Oh, it comes full circle.
Is that like everything being orange in Breaking Bad?
It's something like that. It's like your specific art style, right? Because you can design an environment, but different artists can draw that environment in different styles. It's that how that style makes people feel.
Yeah, I totally.
That's part of your brand.
I think mood.
You can picture a Breaking Bad producer. You pitch him, and he's like, "Not orange enough," and he throws it back.
Make it more orange.
Yeah, needs
Or
to burn.
Tone.
Yeah. No, that's totally a good one. Tone and mood.
Well,
so you can tell when you feel that with those stories.
And that's important. That's like the whole Marvel thing of you have a serious scene and then they start quipping, and that breaks the story because they're following a formula but without instinct, right? They just think, well, we have to like start quipping just like Spider-Man, except the scene should be somber. So that's a trap.
Where would you put boobs and explosions in this list?
Everywhere.
Because you could come to a piece of media and expect boobs or explosions.
Yeah.
That could be a part of the formula for sure. Yeah. Is that in? Oh, exploitation.
I think the boobs would go in like the tone category now.
I think that's style or tone as well,
Yeah,
because like, literally you can just have giant boobs everywhere, like Boob Dan style, or you can put boobs in the environment like I have done. My map has a giant boob mountain. You're welcome back, Fiendish. And it could be part of the story. It could be some quest to find somebody's lost boob job in I don't know. So it goes on.
I have a giant city that is built on top of a mountain, a hill that looks like a bent over woman with a tunnel that
Have you drawn?
Oh,
Same
nice.
Z's. No, I don't have a
Meet me at Blue Mountain.
Yeah.
We're men and women of class. Yeah, good job.
Hey, that's real. That's stolen straight from real life. There's plenty of caves and shit, and that looks like various orifices.
Is it called Mammary Mountain, Irene?
No, it's called Maiden's Breast.
Okay. That's
yeah. Classy. Classing it up over here.
Yeah, it's on the world map. You can go on the website and see. Giant tit.
Is it on the printed one?
Yes! It's on Discara. It's on the southern continent. You're welcome. Go gaze at the giant mountain-sized nipple.
Is that part of your fiendish formula? Got to have a boob mountain somewhere.
No, I just remember I don't know. I was like, I just think a lot of stuff now is so prudish. I'm like, I'm just gonna put tits everywhere. It's like I didn't go far enough, clearly, because then I meant boob down. But I'm like, I'm gonna make Ragna just super boobalicious, and I'm gonna have like a tit mountain and shit. Because I hate this idea that a character can't be sexy, and then a woman character can't be a real character if they have tits or some shit. I don't know. I think it's stupid. Tits are good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is. Maiden's Breast, right there.
Yes, there you go.
If Michael Dische with an excellent point. Grand Tetons. Named by lonely explorers.
Oh, there you go. That makes sense.
There's
a backstory there.
Yeah, totally. Cool.
So
there's a few things. Would I definitely add mood, and I would maybe add exploitation, character relations.
Exploitation, or that could tie into when is marketing part of the formula?
Yeah, that comes up on the next.
Yeah.
It's like this slide or whatever. So whatever.
Okay.
So this is a cookie metaphor. The next thing is the proportions of the ingredients. So the priorities, the goals and intentions that you have for it, like either with the audience in mind or for yourself, and the joy of cooking, because that's something that kind of plays into it too. Like people love cooking, which I don't fully relate to, but I can like understand. Like people love it, and
yeah, I like
what do they
cooking.
love about it? It's like it's the formula. It's like creating something, sharing it, seeing how it goes, whatever. The magic. It is fun to like find flavors that go together. Like I made a microwave quesadilla the other day. And I put some hummus on it. I was like, ooh, melted cheese and hummus. Tastes good together.
It's fun being responsible for things that go in other people's mouths.
Yeah, I like cooking.
Yeah.
Giggity.
Yeah.
Cooking that's an interesting metaphor, and it does apply to building a creative product. I was thinking comics kind of can be analogized to music in a lot of ways too, but cooking is also a great example. Because it's like you're creating something from set ingredients, but it all depends on how you combine it, and you need to present it for someone else's enjoyment.
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and like music can be combined in interesting ways too, like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jared, let me ask you, for like speaking of like some of this stuff and like reverse engineering the approach that you take into a story. Some of your solo work, you have your desert script that you're working on. Like, can you speak to any of that, of like to what degree you're reverse engineering it, of like, I want to do a story like this, like I want to check a few boxes, I want to hit these kind of things included in it, or is it more like front forward, just whatever your inspiration is?
Right. I guess like I've mentioned it to you before that that I kind of have the idea for it kind of came from a mix of the film Woman in the Dunes with a little bit of like if I were to pitch it, I would say it would be a mix of Woman in the Dunes meets The Mummy. Although I'm not even sure how much The Mummy really would even really come up. It's not as much of an adventure story more than it is just, I guess, like more of a character study. There's some environmental stuff I want to include. Like originally I wanted to do something with the Near East because there's going to be a lot of archaeological stuff that I wanted to try and include. But I'm also starting to gravitate more towards the Gobi Desert and like Dunhuang and some of the like some of the stuff that's kind of part of that area.
Yeah, you told me too. Like it's like sometimes it can start with like an image, and I wonder how that would play out with what we have here with the proportions in the formula. But I think you said like a motorcycle in the desert, basically. But it might have been a motorcycle with a sidecar. I can't remember. But do you remember anything like that? Yeah, that's like kind of interesting.
There's also like a more direct thing that I want to reference to specifically. There's an anecdote of, or there's a couple different anecdotes about Aleister Crowley that I kind of want to include in the story. Like mainly the one where he and one of his followers went out into the Algiers desert to try and try and practice this sort of this sort of demon summoning kind of thing, and it goes horribly wrong, and it's sort of I think of it as a sort of a bad acid trip that they're like heading they head back to, or they try and they regroup and they head back out of the desert, and and then essentially for Crowley, he's kind of there's no going back for him, and he becomes this this infamous. I mean, he was already really relatively infamous before that event too, but after this kind of sealed the deal for him. And then the other incident that I kind of wanted to reference was the Battle of Blythe Road, where it would take a little bit of explanation, but if you people can look up the Battle of Blythe Road. I find it humorous. It kind of plays out like a Monty Python sketch, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's like real life wizards kind of LARPing, but it was like Satanists and stuff, and they were like actually trying to fight each other with spells, but it was like real.
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, that's cool to collect like anecdotes, visions, imagery, and kind of the mood and like how that can kind of inspire and pull together. That's it's kind of like cooking. I don't know if there's a formula there per se. What were you gonna say?
No, that kind of is, because Jared, you just made me think. There can be a formula to just how you go about researching and creating the media in general. Like you could say, someone could be like, my formula is I just take a buttload of drugs and walk out to the desert. Like that's a mimetic version, but someone could go to pubs and listen to local rumors and stories, and they could build a story off that. That's their formula for seeking out the story. There's a formula to how they're making it rather than a formulaic structure to the piece of media itself.
Yeah, that brings up a memory when I was first starting to actually try to get better at writing comics structurally. I had heard some advice in a video on YouTube, and I think it was a exercise. I don't know if it was created by Matt Fraction, but his wife had mentioned it, and it was basically you read one of your favorite comics, or read any comic, and then as a writer try to transcribe it as if you were instructing the artist to draw that comic. And so you would pick up on key things and cut out the fat, and basically you would write out the script for the comic you just read. And I would go, I was dog sitting in the city for one of my buddies, and I would go to the sushi shop, and I had a keyboard extension for my phone, or a tablet, and I would just go and write what I was reading off of the Swamp Thing, Alan Moore Swamp Thing comics, and put it into the script format, which was taught me a lot, I think. And it just also gets you in the space of that structure and actually going through the motions of writing for an artist, So
yeah, to reverse engineer a script like that, that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick, Wolfer says, just back the book, Narwhal. Had a little bit disposable income, and if I can't go to support outside the box ideas, what good is money anyway? Thanks, Wolfer.
Hell yeah. Shout outs
Wolfer's
to
cool. He posts like super advanced math on Twitter and then ats us all.
And we all like quietly ignore him out of shame. Sorry, Wolfler.
I'm like, I can't. I don't know what this is.
Irene
We're artists
pretends
for a
not to
reason.
be able to do the math.
No, I didn't get that Asian gene.
Damn.
What? That's like the
math.
Say
You
the
got-
only useful one.
Yeah.
I know. I'm
You missed
useless
the best
now.
one. Yeah. Yeah. Can you guys see this drawing? Can you tell what this is?
Is a plate of eggs and bacon.
Hell yeah!
Yeah.
That's cartooning right there. That's scribbles.
No, that's
Amazing narwhal powers.
wait.
Master
Now that's art.
Yeah. Put that in a pipe and smoke it. That's
Yeah,
art.
smoke eggs and bacon, you bitch.
Yeah. Someone was talking about like art, and it was about AI. And there was a guy who died from AIDS who deliberately did an unfinished painting to represent his own death. It was like really kind of emotional. And then
So the
someone's like,
AI finished
yeah,
it.
they're like, with AI, now we can finally finish this painting. And they show
Oh my god, that is I have never heard a better metaphor for why
Yeah.
we're going to hell.
it made so many people so upset. It was so funny.
Oh.
But then
Okay,
people were like,
I would consider the whole story of that to be the true art, though.
yeah, I know. That's what people were then pointing out. They're like, no, this is like Duchamp all over again. This is like the ultimate, like, hilarious piece of performance art that
The
AI,
art of the folly of man.
yeah, and only AI could do it, because if a human did it, it's like, hey, I finished the painting, everyone would be like, what are you talking about? Like, that's dumb. But if you make AI do it, all of a sudden it's hilarious.
Have you guys heard of there was this lady who like uploaded all her chat, her friend died and she uploaded all her chats with this really close
to make
friend and got an AI, like to have an AI pretend to continue being her friend, and then it became this whole ass service that other people use, and then after a certain point I think she was like, this is not what I planned it to be, this is going way too far. Like it's kind of weird, isn't it? Because the person isn't there, and on the surface I think the machines can replay everything that we've done and like our patterns, but it can never grow like a human, I think.
Oh
And
yeah,
I think that's,
yeah.
That's some horror
really
movie stuff. Bringing the dead back to life with machine.
maybe that's the new genre after all the new horror genre after
Wait.
zombies and
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah,
get
you figured it out.
desensitized to that too.
No, the fear of the age. We've tried to approach this in like multiple
Exactly.
creative
It's
blogs.
AI, I'm telling you, it's AI.
A digital zombie. Digital
But
zombies.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, that would be like a thing everyone would relate to.
But
Like,
it has to
all
be. It's like
it's gonna
yeah.
recreate me and replace me.
Didn't they
Like-
do
like-
that?
yeah,
with,
like it-
Yeah.
the Keanu Reeves movie about that, where his wife
Keanu
died. and-
Reeves?
You could have a
replicants or something.
kid whose like entire family dies in a car crash, and then the government is like, "It's okay, we made you the digital. We brought them all back." And it's like, so he has like parents and like a sibling, but they never grow up, and he's growing up, and they're like not telling him any new learning lessons and stuff. Like they're all just snapshots of his parents, and it's like that because that he's having to deal with growing up and changing with like all of these family members that never change, kind of like Groundhog Day-ish, Truman Show-ish experience for him, but it's because of like digital zombie family. That could be
Literally,
I actually think it would be scarier if they do change and they do grow, because I think AI, really advanced AI in the future would try to emulate how humans develop, but it would be wrong. That would be scarier. Like it does develop but it develops in the wrong way and it's off-putting, because that's the horror element, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if you'd be like they become a parody of the normal human family, or if they become a family of a parody of the broken family, like the parents get divorced, like that his AI parents get divorced and have like a horrible divorce that's really painful because it's like this is what people do, right? And like his sibling could like run away or join the military, or like, you know what I mean? It could be a parody of.
Become a stripper.
They're like, statistically, 1 in 100 children are sexually abused. So we're gonna 1
Oh my god!
Oh my God.
It's like that Google AI that just became super racist once it got plugged into the internet. What if when AI tried to develop, it became like that because it just feeds off of like the fuckery of the internet, and
Yeah.
it has to be different than Terminator or all the other kind of stuff that's been done.
Maybe that story there would be an element where they don't know that their family has been replaced by a digital family, and that's part of like the reason they do it, because you can't tell them because then it won't work.
What if someone discovers they're the last person alive and everyone around them is AI, and it's like the Matrix, it's the real world. You're not even in the Matrix.
That's creepy. That is creepy. There's something like that called dead internet theory. I don't know if you've heard of that.
Yeah, 90% of all internet comments and stuff are just like made by bots regurgitating shit.
Yeah, so all your friends, like it says 32 people watching here, but really we're just performing a song and dance for nobody because of numbers on a screen or whatever.
Wait, Henry Bemis doesn't exist?
What does he say?
Henry Bemis doesn't exist, is what you're saying.
Oh, Henry Bemis, prove you're not a bot. I used to ask that people on my channel, say hi if you're not a bot, and everyone goes hi. I'm like, that's exactly what a bot would say.
We need photographs of your blood on Twitter right now to prove you're a human.
Yeah.
A little creepy.
No.
The robots will be able to trick that in a second, in just a few days too.
Nano machine blood.
Beat bot.
Yeah.
So if you're real, say beat bot.
Beep,
pretend to be a robot.
Bop. I love how on every week it's not a creative block unless Jake goes off on a tangent pitching an idea as he's thinking of it.
Sorry. Is that bad? It's a great. I actually really like the Irene's twist on it, where it's like in real life, and you could end up being the last actual person on Earth.
Yeah, I like it. It's that whole NPC idea. You know how when you're a kid, you get that weird feeling of is everything? Why am I here? Like, why am I experiencing life through my eyes? Almost like, is the world real, or am I just experiencing all this? This is all an illusion. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. But what if that feeling was real, and you can emulate that using an AI world?
You're like, we're screwed. Yeah. What about if the AI was like the most offended thing ever, just constantly offended? And
we're already there.
That kind of is what it might even be online. That kind of is what it already is. Like all of the people can just make botnets where they want to put a certain idea out there, and then those bots go off, they make their own email accounts, they generate it all themselves, and they just perpetuate an idea or an anti of an idea. So there genuinely is a possibility that like someone's just like, yeah, I hate this thing. I'll press the hate this thing button. And then all the bots will like go and brigade. And then some artist will kill themselves because of my botnet.
Yeah. The suicide wars of bots in the future. The last two real humans are trying to get each other to kill themselves.
That's fucking, the last two humans on Earth are trying to get each other to kill themselves.
It's like the end of the thing.
Yeah.
Fucking hell. It's spy versus spy.
Yeah, Kansas, that why am I me and not someone else thought from childhood. Yeah, I remember asking one of the Buddhist monks at my temple, like, does green look the same to you as it does to me? Like,
yeah.
And he was like mind blown, and it's like, this is one of those questions only kids would ask. I'm like, but I'm serious. Like, how do I know you're not viewing the world like some Matrix screen? And it's like, so you see, we will both identify something as green, but to me it looks something a different way than you. But we'll never know. And he's just like, I don't know how to answer this shit.
Yeah, they drag Rini out of the temple. She's like, answer me, monk.
I've had that same question when I was younger as well. Like, and my brother and I have talked about that in the past when we were kids. I remember that.
You're both like, why am I not you?
Yeah. No, did you see that? Did you see that dog that like had to be put on antidepressants because he was one of those dogs that with the buttons, he would like push the buttons and he would make sentences with the buttons and he would understand things.
They took away his buttons.
Well, they had to take away his buttons because they kept adding more and more buttons. and then he would go up to a mirror and ask, "Who is that?"
No. Whoa.
And they'd be like, "That's you." And he was confused of why he looked like that. Because he probably thought he was a human.
Oh my
weird.
fucking god.
That's kind of sad.
There's another
So
story idea. Mini
is that
comics
what-
incoming, guys.
Maybe so is that why dogs like humans so much? Because they're hanging out with them and like, oh cool, I'm one of these guys. I'm not just a dog. I'm like one of these.
Yeah, I don't know.
things.
But then I would think, like, for that specific dog to come to that conclusion, what does he think other dogs are? Like, if he interacts with other dogs, right?
That's why they bark at them and hate them and want to kill them, right?
No,
like what the fuck is that thing?
Like they would know their own species. That's weird. I wonder what that effect is.
What are they?
It's a little too human.
Yeah. What if dogs are reincarnated humans that are atoning for their human lives?
They're just trying to be a good boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
all
getting-
dogs go to heaven.
Tell me I'm a good boy, so I go to heaven.
I was told that dogs don't have
Goodest boy.
souls, though.
Well, whoever said that is full of bullshit.
Definitely some dogs think they're human, but I don't know if all of them do. But yeah, that's
Hashtag
Some,
not all
yeah.
dogs.
Some ones.
yeah.
True. Shouldn't anthropomorphize animals? It depends. Really high intelligence animals there. I mean, they're not human, but because at the end of the day, the way they interpret the world is always different. But really intelligent animals are just shockingly intelligent animals exist. It's like how
yeah.
orcas have their own languages and shit, and they'll like, and ravens and crows will remember the people in their neighborhood, and if you're nice to them, they'll be nice to you, and if you fuck with them, they'll fuck with you and teach their children to fuck with you. Like, I mean, you know, it's happening.
Dogs thinking they're human. Yet another problem. White women are waking worse.
Oh my god. Okay, let's move on. Next slide.
Just some examples.
It's got to be on the meme, Alex. Example.
Go, Alex. I believe in you. I pray for you.
You can't control him.
Yeah. You don't put Alex
Alex
in the corner.
BRB says cats think humans are cats. They might be right. See
Oh
that?
yeah, they bring you like dead rats and shit.
Man, I have cats. I hate cats.
That's
Cats
like
are great.
a cat. You know what one of the childhood
I'm on
thoughts
Team
is like?
Phil. Cats versus dogs.
The childhood thoughts when you're like, why am I not you or whatever? You and I don't know. You'd be like, I don't know. You
What if that's a leftover? You know,
put that in the meme, Alex. Put that in the meme.
I don't know. Pure silence. You know those stories of people dreaming of like before they were born, they had like they chose their family and shit, or like all these like weird memories, and so what if that's a leftover of I've heard I have heard those stories, and
Sure.
listen, I'm not saying it's true. I don't fucking know, and I don't care. But what if that's a leftover of that, and we're as children we're not used to our identity, so we're like, why wasn't I born in your body, your family? Like, why am I in this existence?
Yeah, what makes consciousness?
Oh yeah, let's go. Let's do a whole
You want to get
presentation
into
on
it?
that.
Let's get into that.
There we
Yeah.
go.
Let's not talk
Tackle that question.
Yeah, the cat explosion. And Angela Curry says there was a woman who lost her keys. She would feed the crows. One of the crows saw her keys and took them to her house, and the Ring camera caught it. Nice.
Oh, that's awesome.
No, they actually will. Crows and ravens will help you and like bring you shiny stuff, but if you're mean to them, they'll like shit on your house and stuff, and teach their kids to shit on your house, all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. So TV series.
Coleman Jed
MacGyver.
says we all know that that shocking intelligent animals exist. Jake is on the stream.
Nice.
Well, we're all animals.
They shaved a gorilla.
So, bump.
You guys remember
Is it
MacGyver?
shaved though?
Yeah, of course I remember MacGyver. Patty
feel like-
and Mama loved MacGyver.
MacGyver has a formula because every episode he has to like fashion some kind of interesting device out of like household appliances.
Wait, is MacGyver real?
That's a funny. It's a funny
Is
formula
McBain
to think
real?
of. Like, who's the
Mc-
producer who thought
no.
of that? He's like, I got an idea for a show, guys. A guy who fashions interesting devices out of regular household appliances to get out of tight situations. MacGyver. I would watch that show again.
Never
Jake,
watched it.
did you really not know it was real?
No, I didn't know it was real. I just thought it was a Simpsons thing.
No, that's an actual show. Yeah.
They make fun of it on Family Guy too. Ugh. Yeah, Columbo is the best example. It's so formulaic, but you can't get enough of it. Every episode's the same. Yet they're all different too, but they all have the identical structure. Where that one they show you who the murderer is, so it's dramatic irony instead of suspense. They show you who the murderer is, then you see Columbo, and the question is, at what point does he figure it out, and is he going to catch him in time, get the evidence, et cetera, et cetera. But you get to see them lying straight to his face, and you get to see him with the light behind his eyes, and you're like, he knows they're lying. Columbo, he's onto him. This is so great.
Columbo is just amazing. And it's
Wait, is
even like
Matlock-
it's obvious when you're watching it. It's like, I know what's going to happen. And everybody knows what's going to happen because you see the crime right at the start of the show.
Yeah. And you know he's going to catch him, but you don't know how. That's kind of one reason you got to keep watching.
Right.
And a big part of the ingredient of Columbo is Columbo. Because you know what's funny, though, because every episode, you don't see him for like a half hour, and then he's in the last hour. So the first hour is the setup, and then the murder. And then you cut to Columbo, and it's always like epic. You're like, yeah, Columbo enters the picture. He always enters in a goofy way, kind of to his cars, like putt-putting around. And people don't think he's a cop. They won't let him in. He's like, I'm a detective. And they're like, you're a what? He's like, putt.
You remember the one where he went to the like food shelter to get information, and the nun there thought he was a homeless man and like sat him down to give him some food?
Yeah, she wouldn't let him get a word in. He's like,
Yeah,
ma'am, excuse me. She's like, oh, I know you're hungry and cold. Just have some food.
Like, this jacket must be so old. Let's clean it for you. He takes his jacket from him.
Yeah, it's like the jacket he wears all the time.
Yeah, it's great.
So Matlock's real?
Yes.
That's not just a Simpsons thing?
Oh.
That's
Jake
hilarious.
lives in Simpsons world.
Yeah,
It's
Jake's
not-
dead internet only known through The Simpsons. You're a ghost.
Yes.
I learned most of my vocabulary from The Simpsons, to be honest.
I learned mine from Magic the Gathering.
Is that where you learn the word vexed? Is that like a status effect, vexed?
Yeah. Yes.
That would have to, if there was a trading card game, Noel would have to have the special ability of vexed.
Yeah. MacGruber, they made a full movie of it, and it was hilarious. It's so funny. Yeah. What about, so we got Scooby-Doo, obvious formula. We mentioned Power Rangers, Matlock. Seinfeld, I don't even know. That one's almost doesn't as much. They get pretty weird with every single episode. But, you know, one of their formulas is it all has to tie together at the end, which is kind of fun for sure. Like they have like
connectivity.
that moment at the end where everything ties together and you're like, nice.
Seinfeld.
Always Sunny stole that kind of deliberately, and that's part of their formula. It was just to do the Seinfeld formula but make it more cracked out.
And House and a lot of medical shows kind of do that. It's like, well, here's a problem, solve it. Problem, twist, solve it. That's pretty. Like a lot of episodic things are like that.
Check out this twist while the main characters solve it.
Is that a
Right.
song?
Yeah, check out this beat while the DJ revolves it.
Yeah.
That's the Ice Ice Baby.
Seinfeld's definitely a Simpsons thing.
Matlock always ends with a courtroom scene where he like reveals everything. That's like straight up the formula, because you watch, you're like, all right, I want to know, like Matlock knows. I want to know like just what the hell's going on. I gotta watch. That one's not like Columbo. They don't tell you who the killer is. I think I've seen less Matlock.
Yeah, I haven't seen Matlock.
A
Bond.
lot of
Griffith.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bond's pretty formulaic, but it works. James Bond.
Here is your
Yeah.
mission, Bond. I go on mission.
Yeah.
Star
Here's
Wars
the bad guy.
is very formulaic, but
Yeah.
I think Star Wars is one of those things where it's formulaic, but it was several different genres combine in a new way on top of a tried and proven formula. That's why it worked. It's like westerns and also samurai Ronin Kurosawa stuff, but dressed onto a standard hero's journey, which the story is a fantasy hero's journey. It's not really science fiction. It's just the dressing is like a combination of genres. But it worked.
I think we talked about this last week. Maybe it was on a different stream, but the ways you could formulate openings to your books, or we talked about that last week.
The portal.
Yeah, like different openings to how you start your story. You see them reoccur over and over in different stories. But that's the awesome thing about comics is you could do it different ways. When you see like formulas of some creators like Jack Kirby always opening up on splashes, or and then utilizing those techniques to kind of create your own formula for either one of your IPs or just throughout your whole career. I like switching it up. I think it's kind of sticking with some formulaic kind of tropey things for the genre. We definitely did that with Magic Cop. We played it off like a police show from the 80s where it's a scene. And even you see that with James Bond where it opens with a scene. We talked about that last week where it's wrapping up a mission from before or a previous case, and then it goes into the main case that they're doing in that book.
Yeah, that's cool. I love when people just straight up kind of use the tropes, make them their own or whatever. I kind of do that too. With the movies too, it's some of these franchises are like kind of fun because whether or not you love them or hate them, these are movies that came out of nowhere and then became a franchise. So some of the newer ones like Fast and the Furious, which at this point isn't super new, and Saw specifically, those are the two I could think of The Conjuring, where that was just like a regular old movie that they got a sequel and then they just keep making money. And so they got kind of the formula thing down, however they did it. But, and it still happened at a certain point, you're like, oh, it's all sequels these days. But there are examples of things that will be original, but then they'll become annoying all sequels. But at one point they were like just a regular old movie. And that movie might have held within it kind of a good formula. Like, oh, it turns out this can be like repeated over and over again in a pretty fun way. And
sure. And all these formulas too, they're building blocks and structures and foundations of past iconography. They give you a feeling that reminds you of a mood or vibe, and that enhances your storytelling too. So really choosing the way you go for structuring things and everything you do with storytelling can give the reader a sense of something they've seen before, and it might enhance that.
Yep. Yeah. And even like I mentioned, but Indiana Jones just being the James Bond formula, stuff like that is kind of fun. The Friday 13th formula is kind of like pretty regular, pretty like simple. And it can kind of be reutilized. I think Scream is a slasher, and it's a little bit different than Friday the 13th because they made it more like Scooby-Doo, kind of like it's like a mystery of who done it.
Yeah.
And it's pretty fun. Like the Scream movies are actually legit fun. And that's another one that kind of started a franchise. When you watch the first one, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like really original, and then it becomes a franchise later.
Right. And it's interesting too, because because it's definitely a slasher franchise, but there's nothing like supernatural about it, at least in the first one. And so it's more like a serial killer thing based around, school. And, I think it's, and I get the vibe where you're talking about like the Scooby-Doo thing where it's also a mystery and they have to find out things. So that one's kind of like unique, definitely different than something like Friday the 13th.
Yeah. Real quick, we need some Freuden, I think. or is it Schaden? I forget. Oh, there
it is. Freude.
Freudenschade.
Happy time.
Freude. Yeah,
Oh,
we're ticking towards 19K. 19K doesn't get the mystery of the hotel password though, so no one will know it. It'll go to the grave. Only me and Jared will know it. And
I
actually,
don't even
maybe
know
it
it.
comes up in the making of book. So I don't know. We talk about these things.
Yeah, when you do the artist edition in 10 years, then you can release it.
Yeah, people have their chance to know what was making that hotel manager tick when she had to think of a password.
I love stuff like that ties in character stuff from the story. Like I think add-ons and stuff. I love when creators are creative about the extra items and stuff where it's like, well, it's not just a bookmark or sticker, not that there's anything wrong with that, but if it actually matters to a character, it's almost like you're telling part of the story with the extra merch, you know.
Yeah,
it's
go ahead.
Imagine you with the campaign you had like a hotel key card that came with it, but then like you wrote on the back of every key card in pen what the password was, as if it's like the character's reminder of what the password is. That's ARG level.
Yeah. And actually a hotel key card, if those aren't too expensive, that would be really fun. On maybe part 2 we might offer something like that, but
you should be able to get trading cards printed on plastic and just style it to look like a key card.
Yeah, and then you could do like a Willy Wonka golden ticket thing where one of them has a QR code on the back where it's a calendar set date and address to a hotel that you'll be at for one night, and that will open up the door.
Now that's ARG.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you get to it's a night with narwhal is what it is.
They open and I'm in like a robe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smoking jacket.
Yeah.
No, that's cool. We need to start off doing ARGs and stuff. That's the next step.
Make it happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to start arranging illicit hotel meetups with the audience.
Not to say illicit now. Listen. Just probably very questionable, not illicit. There's a difference.
Downgraded to questionable.
Yeah, I think everybody likes that idea.
Yep.
Henry Bemis is refunding. No, don't refund. You know you want that secret hotel meetup. Marnie's
So speaking of formulas, I'm not sure. Yeah, but as far as like the reverse engineering, definitely the single location is a part of the story. And what we talk about it in the campaign, the gag story aspect. So like kind of having the action have these like storyboarding beats where they're sort of like jokes or clever ways that the gore and action and horror aspects can play out. We kind of knew that going in that we're going to try and pack as many of those as possible. So, and then the last thing that definitely like applies to it is the fact it's an ensemble story. So there's like multiple characters that you follow, and it's not clear who exactly is the main character. You're kind of following everyone, all throughout the hotel. And
that's hard to do.
Yeah, I'm curious about reader feedback with that of like who people like, who people don't like, who they end up rooting for. With part 1 and part 2, 2 different things will like come to fruition, and we have some fun like arcs for the characters and everything. But in part 1, it's kind of just like, letting you know who they are, giving them all as many moments as possible, little development moments. But if you got characters like kind of trying to survive, and they kind of have like, they're making plans and executing plans, and they're like trying their hardest, and they're like not stupid, kind of, that automatically makes them kind of likable. So we have a lot of characters kind of just doing that, just kind of like doing whatever they can to survive.
So I'm curious with this collaboration between you and Jared, and your styles mesh together so well. It's kind of uncanny. But how did you guys come to this kind of symbiosis? What's the story behind it?
Yeah, Jared, do you have any insight on that?
It's hard to say. I think because I think I did a few character passes for like a project or two beforehand where I tried to, I don't know, I guess I tried doing something, I guess a little bit, not necessarily more rendered, but I guess like more, I guess like a bit more closer to, yeah, I guess like just like more realistic in general. And then I think Narwhal at one point had just kind of reinforced that I should go in a more cartoony style. Especially like I know he mentioned that a lot of the thumbnails that I would send him, that a lot of the thumbnails were like really clear and had a lot of the energy that he wanted in the comics. So he encouraged me more to go in that direction.
Yeah, I know. I remember I have a term where I call it his iconic style, and it's kind of these like circular heads, pointy nose, big eyes, and they have lots of appeal, I think, while still looking kind of funny, and so I was definitely kind of pushing for that from the beginning, and Jared it was always his style, but I don't know, it kind of just the workflow overlaps with mine of like kind of digital, just the 2D lines, almost like animation cells, pretty flat colors with the characters. We're using the low poly 3D backgrounds with the cinematic camera angles. All that stuff overlaps a ton with like my stuff. That's maybe a little more my influence. Originally, actually, Jared was submitting, some like just straight up 2D. And if you want to see his 2D style without the low poly 3D backgrounds that we built the environments for, the Obel is like that, and it looks great too.
Yeah, very graphic backgrounds. That's cool. Yeah, it's just uncanny how your styles mesh together. When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh, Narwhal changed his style," but no, this is Jared's interiors, and Narwhal's style is like Jared's drawings, but with longer heads.
That's crazy.
Kind of.
Where did you guys
so
meet?
cool.
How do you guys know each other?
In Iowa years ago, I was there helping another buddy with a movie, and I was going to campus on some clubs, just kind of like meeting people. And there was a video game making club that Jared was part of, and through that, he was organizing several weekend comic jams, and I participated in those. And it was a lot of fun. I think we actually lived on campus for like 3 or 4 days. We had snacks. We were just sleeping amongst all these awesome computers with a really high ceiling, and like that was a fun experience. We all did a little comic, and I remember seeing Jared's comic, be like, "Oh, his is the best, pretty much of all the people." So
yeah,
we kind of met through that, basically.
Cool.
Who let Vaughn in?
What's up,
Narwhal?
Vaughn?
Who's that? We don't know him.
What's he doing here?
How's that?
Resident Young Gun. Vaughn's sign up is up to 400, which is pretty badass. It's gone up 150.
I was pissed. They woke up at 398, and I was like, should I let it just like wait for it to happen? I was like, no, I gotta force it. And then I did. I'm at 403 right now, so that's good.
Yay!
Oh, nice. Yeah, I think I'm contractually obligated to not be on streams with Vaughn. So.
Oh yeah,
I can understand that.
That's true. That's unfortunate.
For brand, and I'm branded now. So
your brand will suffer if you're streaming with Vaughn.
Guys, we can't let Vaughn beat me in signups. We're almost at 200, which is less than half of Vaughn's.
Wait, really? How did Vaughn just blaze past you?
Yeah,
I don't fucking know.
He's tweeting. He tweets like a fucking maniac. That's why.
I need to stir some shit. That's what, Jake. You need to stir some shit quick.
Well, he's whiter than you too, Jake.
I need to become persona non grata for about a week or two. Then I'm sure.
Yeah. Vaughn paid for those signups with mental health that he'll never recover from.
I would rather have the mental health than the signups, but you can still sign up.
Well, you already sacrificed your mental health, so you can just like let that go.
Long ago, and it wasn't even me that sacrificed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's go for
I
it.
didn't really do anything. I mean, honestly, I just kind of sat back and I was like, wow, that's a lot of
I
people.
didn't do anything, guys. I didn't do anything.
Well, I'm not
It was
saying
easy,
that.
actually. Sorry that's hard for you. It was
No.
easy
It's
for
just
me.
my natural charm. Oh.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say it isn't.
I'm innocent, I
It's
swear.
It's not. I
It's just
assure you.
bots. They're all
But
bots.
someone's gonna get a very big head if we kept
They're
letting.
not bots, Phil Diaz.
It's already pretty
Let me
big.
go ahead and prove it by doxing. No, I'm kidding.
They're bots.
Hey Vaughn, I didn't participate in the fake naming on Twitter because I didn't want to add to the dog pile, but I thought of one. It would be Pheromone Nova. Pheromone Nova.
Oh, that I thought you were talking about like
Vaughn Nominova.
oh, Pheromonova.
Yeah, Vaughn, you should have just did a poll, like a straw poll, and everybody on Twitter would vote for their favorite.
Yeah, you need to put Phenomeneva in there.
Phenomenon.
Some of the thing, yeah, literally two people posted the exact same GIF and made the same exact joke.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
more
and
than
you're like, oh, so funny, guys, so original.
Well,
Only
it was,
about
it
100
was
times.
kind of
If
funny.
you want to do a cookbook spin-off, it's really easy. You just go phenomenon nom 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 nom.
Oh
That's a bad joke. Sorry.
No, it's phenomenons.
Yeah, the phenomenons.
Yeah, you didn't even get like your own joke right.
Phenoms
I
with
got it right,
areolas.
bitch. Should shake the side interpretation. Shut up.
What?
The
All great men. The ideas of all great men are obviously built on the subpar precursor ideas of women. Apparently,
Obviously, that's how modern scholars interpret history.
Yeah.
How
Yeah,
dare
there's that old saying they say behind every great man is a great woman. I'm like, that's kind of condescending.
Yeah, usually they're in front.
Yeah, I was thinking this.
Yeah.
Or underneath, at least.
Yeah.
Like
that
what is
was
the
like
greatest...
when they give scraps. It's like not really feminist, but feminists were into it for a while. But they'd be like, "Yep, behind every great man is a great woman." You're like, they're just throwing you scraps.
I don't know. I feel like that kind of is true, though. I don't care if it's like, is it condescending or is it true? Because I don't know. I probably shouldn't get into this whole sociology thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably should.
No, please,
people
let's
can
stretch
take-
this out for another 5 hours.
Yeah, how many
People
more?
can take it as insulting, but we can save this discussion for later.
Okay, after the cat explosion, we can talk about
Yes.
whether or not great women are standing behind great men.
And watching curiously, trying to learn.
Yeah.
Trying really hard, but
That's not what it
Yep.
means.
So a lot of
Watching
mystery.
judgmentally.
Mystery works really well for formulas, and horror seems to work well. Just random. I'm sure plenty of things work, but those two work really well.
I would say with the other way around. Horror works well with formulas. Oh wait, is that what you said?
I kind of said they both work. Is all I was saying.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, nice. Alex BRB says horror. Behind every great man is a horror.
No,
Oh
no.
my god.
No, underneath every great man is a horror.
What is a horror? Horror is a pimp,
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guess so in a way.
a distributor of horrors, a horror.
Oh, horror.
So about this next slide.
I got it. Yeah, what's the next slide?
We're not breaking
Wow,
records anymore.
We made it to slide 5. Good job, guys.
Yeah. So this one, above the line, below the line, this we kind of touched on it, so we don't have to dwell, but it's that the formula can apply to your marketing, your approach, who you hire, who you want to work with, your workflow, the tools you use, anything like that.
The meta
And-
formula.
Yeah, and then the above the line is more like the actual what we've been talking about, like story and characters and everything. But the formula about formulas, that's what one thing Jake was talking about is like, yeah, you could be like, I like to make a story where I pick 2 formulas and mash them together. Or there was something that came up earlier too, is there actually is a subgenre called ripped from the headlines is the subgenre, but it means it has to be based off of a headline from a newspaper that was a real thing, and then that inspires like the fake story. A lot of Hitchcock movies are like that. And a lot of times he would always read the papers, cut out the headline, he like send it to his scenario writer, and they would start writing stories based on that. And that would be like a meta formula. Like the formula is we read the papers until something strikes us. And that overlaps a little bit with what Jared was talking about, like collecting anecdotes that you want to kind of work in and play off of, and that might be real or whatever, and then including those as inspiration kind of thing.
Yeah, like going out and meeting weird random people and turning them into characters, just like meeting people and thinking, what if these people were hanging out in a murder mystery?
Yeah, that'd be cool. Like I'm gonna go to a coffee shop, find
Is
two
that a
people,
threat, Jake?
put them in the story.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. It could be. We could turn it into a threat.
We could turn it into a murder mystery real quick.
Or just it's not threatening. Or we could, when you put people you know, like characters you've met, into your stories, and you have characters that are inspired by real
Like
life
yourself.
people that you, that I guess that includes self inserts, but that's another thing.
Yeah. Speaking of Vaughn's formula, 90% self-insert, 90% self-insert, 10%. What's the type of electricity when you rub a balloon on it? Static electricity.
Static electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or more realistically, Vaughn, I know one of them is reverse engineering, or like trying to reverse the approach to heroism or whatever, right? To deconstruct the deconstruction.
No, reconstruction is.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, it was more. That's kind of what I remember. Jake was like, "That's a good tagline. You should use it more." And I was like, "Okay." And then I used it, I think, twice.
Yeah, they stopped using it.
I try and come up with more creative stuff. I will say, Comet Jet is great. In the chat, he'll be like, "Yeah, Vaughn, this pitch today," like he'll like rate my pitches. Be like, "Yeah, this one." No one really cares that it was your child.
What was it? The reconstruction?
Reconstructing the superhero genre. It's the only thing he's ever said about his project that made me interested in reading it.
Well, that's
Really?
he got that from like Peregrine. Remember Peregrine?
The fuck is Peregrine?
Peregrine.
I don't. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to be mean. I didn't know who that was.
Yeah, Peregrine. Peregrine. That's how you say that word, right? It's a bird.
Peregrine, yes.
Peregrine was
Penguin.
Fucking.
He's trying to say penguin.
Everybody in the chat remembers Peregrine. Their like universe was called the Reconstruction verse, right? Someone correct me. And it was this female superhero chick, and Sir Optimus something wrote it, and Piper also kind of wrote it. And I don't know if it came out, but I think it came out. Preston Osvader did cover. It was badass. See, Dale A remembers.
Oh, Peregrine. Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah.
I was like, the bird, but it was a superhero book, correct?
Yeah, it was this chick, and they were trying to do their reconstruct. That because when you said that, I'm like, oh, that reminds me of Peregrine, because that was like their thing.
All right, I'll have to say more stuff to get you interested. I don't know. I don't know how to market to the Jakes in the audience.
Well, but no, it's not just the Jakes in the audience. I think this is a pretty universal thing, because even whether it's me when I think I was never really interested in superhero books, because I came into superhero books at the time when everything was being deconstructed. So I'm like, this is shit and depressing. But both people like me and people that grew up with good superhero comics, they're looking for a reconstruction. They're looking to a return to form. So that's what you should sell. And that's one of the first things you told me about the book. So when you pitch it, just go with that.
Yeah, I think I told you that when we were drinking lots of alcohol in Tampa.
Which time?
At the pool, specifically.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of those like we were just like, all right, like getting down on meat and potatoes, like why we all created.
That was
You guys
great.
were eating meat and potatoes in the pool?
Yeah. You should have been there.
Phil, you left early. We had a great after-con party. We're all loitering at a pool, spilling beer into the water.
I didn't
spill beer.
I did.
I didn't leave early. I was there for like 5 days.
Yeah,
You
well,
just
wait,
stayed
5?
Yeah.
I got there Thursday.
A day after.
Thursday, Friday.
I left Monday.
Saturday.
We got it. Next time we got to stay like days before and after and just hang out.
Yeah, that sounds good.
That's what I actually did this time.
Yeah.
Just a heads up, I probably am going to be heading out in the.
No problem.
Right.
Oh, I didn't even get.
Cool. I like. It's
hang
great
on.
having you here, Jared, and we'll continue
Jared,
to
okay.
stream a little bit. Yeah, I'm glad everyone kind of gets to meet Jared, know who he is, be introduced to his work through this. He'll be around. You know, he's got his own projects. We're making part 2. We're writing a new script right now that we're both very excited about. And we're trying to work on some animation together. Jared's kind of my main man, so we got like a kind of an artistic partnership almost, and it's very fruitful. Hotel Story, very proud of it. Extremely happy with how it's turned out. Can't wait to share it. Yeah, and Jared, thanks for being here.
Yep.
Yeah,
but let's do fraud and fraud.
Jared.
Right,
Before you go, Jared.
And
Jared, wait, don't go.
yeah, I'm still here.
Fraud and fraud, and before
It's fraud.
I'm happy, so you guys be happy.
Not fraud.
Hey,
Hey.
More
look at that, fraud and fraud.
Oh, let's
It's
good
not
shit,
fraud,
man.
fraud.
Nice,
Awesome.
almost 19K.
All right.
Jared, do you want to say anything before you go? Do you want to give a big speech?
I don't have too much to say. I've said it. I've said it before. I'm glad people, are interested in checking this comic out, and I'm glad that I'm glad the Narwhal says talks so highly of it and like some of the stuff that I've done, and I'm I hope people get a chance to read it, and yeah.
Cool.
Hell yeah!
Excellent.
Thanks for coming
Yeah,
on.
awesome.
Yep. Thank you.
Nice
Yeah,
to meet
and the
you.
Opal's great too. But yeah, good
work,
seeing you,
amazing
Jared.
work.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good to meet you all.
Oh, can
meet
we
you too.
follow you anywhere? Are you on
Yeah.
Twitter and stuff?
Yeah, I do have my Twitter is Housatosis. It should be just the username I have on here, HOUZATOSIS.
Okay. I shall follow.
Would it be?
Yay.
I'm already following.
Nice.
Good job, Jake.
Good job.
All right. See ya.
Cool.
See ya.
See ya.
Nice. Yeah, I'm glad to bring him more and more into the fold. Glad you got to hang out. Here's the
He's a
mini
good
comic too. It's real fast.
Yeah, Vaughn, have you seen this mini comic?
I haven't yet.
Check this out. This comes free with every order. Gets the mini comic. 8
That's
pages.
such a great idea. I would love to see people do that more and experiment with different ways of making mini comics, and I don't know. That's just really cool.
It's so just put it in your
It's
pocket.
adorable.
Take it with you.
Yeah.
Stop a bullet or two.
It is inspiring too, because I'm like, oh, mini comics, they're so cool. I want to do like a mini comic. You could do all sorts of mini comics to like I don't know. You could like try and do a political pamphlet. It'd be a mini comic or a religious pamphlet, like in the back in the days,
Yeah,
like
I've seen those.
the printing press. Who's the guy who started translating the Bible into German, and the Roman Church was super mad about it? You guys know what I'm talking about?
No.
Hans Bible.
The main guy, whatever his name is.
The main guy?
It's Luther. Martin Luther did it. And Chat will know. So he was translating because of the printing press. He could mass produce for the first time translations of the Bible, which previously the church had a monopoly on. So they would kill anyone they found with his pamphlets, and all his pamphlets were translations. But one of the things he did, there were offshoots of his deal. I don't know if it was Calvinism. No, I forget who the other ones. But they were getting more and more. They're getting a little bit more. They were getting a little bit more commie. He wasn't necessarily, but that was what the church didn't like. They're like, oh, Jesus said we're supposed to all split the winnings, and they're like, no, that's not what he said. And they're like, oh yeah, this pamphlet says that, and so
the Germans, socialists from the start.
Yeah.
Chat saying Gutenberg. Okay.
You can't trust him with anything.
Nope.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not Calvin. It's
Oh,
something
Calvinism. I thought you were talking about
Yeah.
Galvanism. Never mind.
else. No.
Rejection
Calvinism
of
is rejection of Puritanism. Interesting.
I don't know this history, dude. I don't know.
Anyway, that's what we're doing now. We're like that, but we're making.
Dude, I got so lost.
Don't worry, you'll be even more lost when we reveal the next slide of the presentation.
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
You're
yeah.
not done with your slideshow yet?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Like
I don't know why he
slide
brought you
dude.
in. We're not even done yet.
We're not even close.
I just
Formulas
did
relation
it,
to
no.
rules. This reminds me of like a producer. If you pitch to a producer and they're like, "No, it's not good enough, kid. You didn't even check the boxes." But it's like
Or hit the
delivering.
beat.
The goods.
Yeah,
Or
this is
stay
sort of like a
true.
simplification. But it's like delivering the goods, checking the boxes, hit the beats. Like, if it's in Indiana Jones, you got to have like some kind of like cool treasure or whatever. If that's not in the story, the producer would reject the pitch.
He's got to
That's
find
because
some snakes.
yeah, there's all sorts of stuff it's got to kind of hit. And then a good one that is stay true, which is kind of part of a formula. A lot of times you got to stay true to it. And this is like sort of what happened with Marvel and DC. They quit doing that, and it becomes a big problem.
I find that interesting though. So the stay true part, because what's the difference between staying true to a formula and then just simply regurgitating what's been done before? Because they're staying true as in what season 1 of Mandalorian did to Star Wars versus the staying true of the Star Wars sequels, which basically just copied the story, but it didn't feel like Star Wars. The Mandalorian was an original story, but it felt like Star Wars. So what part are we staying true and what is innovation? Because
Yeah.
you can't completely just do the same thing. You know what I mean? What do you guys
Yeah,
say?
and both those, they might not have stayed true enough even to begin with, because they start.
Mhm.
But it's like what staying true with Star Wars. A big part of it is like the Skywalkers and Luke Skywalker and everything, and they kind of got off base. But with the Mandalorian, it's like an evolution, and within what it's doing, it might kind of be staying true a little bit. Like it has its own formula. They got like the cute, the cute baby Yoda and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean that was part of it, but at least like just season 1 of Mandalorian, not the stuff after. At least that felt more like Star Wars. I think it wasn't like mind blowing, but it was so much better than everything else. Everybody was like, "Oh."
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
Yeah, so stay true could be tempered with evolving the formula. Like sequels do have to change. That's might be the next thing, the evolution. So like
I
the
think
Alien franchise is like that's like the formula almost is like everyone has to be different. Like the first one you could say it's a formula, but they never repeated that formula until way later. Aliens was completely different.
Right.
And that
I
was
mean,
kind of part of the approach.
I think even like and again, I was just pulling from some of my comics inspiration, like with Phenomenova. My plan is eventually like I want to take it in so many. I wanted to establish my core in issue 1 and my main character, and then there's so many different directions I want to take it. But it's like as long as you don't lose sight of that core, things can change. You could totally revamp like lineups of characters as long as you kind of have that core, I think, is one of the most important things. I think the problem is sometimes when we flip it and we keep the superficial elements and we lose the core.
Yeah, and that like even that is like a lot of times it could be the characters or just be part of the core of that show. For movies, it's maybe a little different. Movies, they do try and evolve. They go bigger, better is like a classic thing that what sequels will try and do, like the same but bigger, better. And it's not always bigger and better. It's sometimes worse. But I put a star at the bottom one because that one seems to be a great way that works really well. And like I think a lot of manga might do that, where instead of so you got to make more stories and you got your like core. So where do you go with future stories if you're trying to make like a franchise to do long multiple stories? It's like, well, you just continue exploring the universe of your story. So like even in One Piece, they're like going to different islands, meeting different people that you haven't revealed. If they reference like they could reference like even in my comic Earthbound, they reference a school where clandestine captured children are like raised to be like killers, basically. That just gets kind of brought up, kind of just whatever. It's like brought up in passing. But I'm like, oh, well, that exists in the universe now. A future story, which I'm sort of planning, is gonna center on that school.
Oh yeah, I love dropping those little hints of things to come. But I think the thing is, and this is I think a problem with a lot of modern stuff, is they kind of they started being more obsessed with setups than actually doing something with it. Like and I think even comics, even some of the better comics have done this to a fault. Is like oh my god, we have to set up 50 subplots instead of. It's like, dude, tell the one story. Like, this is Phenomenova is the name of the superhero team, but I was like, I wanted to focus on the one thing. I think the lack of focus is a problem oftentimes, but as long as you stay within true to your main goal, I think you've got something good.
Yeah. Paul Bachletta has an interesting point about Mandalorian. It's like Star Wars was influenced by Hidden Fortress, which is a Kurosawa movie, and this season 1 of Mandalorian was also influenced by Shogun Assassin. So that is an interesting part of that under the line formula. You could say is like taking a little inspiration from samurai cinema gets you some Star Wars stuff. That's kind of cool. That's legit, actually. That would be if I ever got hired to write Star Wars. I would try and keep that in mind. I'd try and like think of a samurai style story and tell it in Star Wars world.
Samurai or Western would both, like Mandalorian was more Western.
Yeah, and those like overlap big time for sure. Yeah, because even like Seven Samurai got remade as the Magnificent Seven. There's like lots of examples of that where the stories totally translate and work in both regards.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and Bemis says season 1 was done by Jon Favreau. He does seem to be a hit maker. He is a little more legit. He did the Iron Man 1 also. He also did the Lion King remake, which made like $1 trillion, but it's kind of lame, maybe. But yeah, the Universal Sandbox, that comes up with a lot of examples. X-Men is kind of the best example because like you could just think of like a bunch of things off the top of your head and you're like, I want to go there. I want to go there. You can think of characters. I want to see them. I want to see them. Like you want to see so much. And so the story, they can take their time and just show you everything. Like, okay, you want to see the Savage Land? Let's go there.
Mm-hmm.
You want to see like even the school for gifted mutants is like really interesting. Like,
well, it's such a great, universal blanket idea where it's like, oh, there's these mutations that some people have, and they give you powers, and it's like, oh, what kind of powers? Any kind of powers you could think of. There's someone that's in this world that may have those powers because of this mutation. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think there's that. I think one of the things, like even Gnarl was saying with the Savage Land, or I think one of the parts I read recently, where I'm actually at, like in Claremont's Run towards the end, is where they're separated all over the world. Like they keep getting more experimental, but it's like as long as you stick to the main core of just it's people with special powers trying to do the right thing, it stays true. And as long as you keep that, even the team dynamic, they shift up a million times. I think it's there's so many different ways to reinvent it. Like there's one part where the whole world thinks they're dead and they're in Australia. They're in the outback. That was like one of the most beloved parts. And it's such a weird experimental team that shouldn't work. And it does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can, even with the Marvel Cinematic Universe, they would hit different like genres for different like movies that they would make. But they're keeping certain, it's still like the core, like you're saying, or whatever. But I know a lot of people really liked Winter Soldier because it's like a spy subgenre style movie.
It's also just really damn good. Just another thing.
Yeah.
Well, like, you going back to the X-Men thing, you like just the different books that they had and teams on them. You could just do any type of genre in that world. Like look at the Demon Bear.
New Mutants,
New Mutants.
Yeah,
that's like straight up a horror book, and like
and then you had
really cool stuff.
Days of Future Past, which is dystopian, and then you had like the Savage Land stuff, which I'm not even that, and this might be blasphemy. I'm not that crazy about the Savage Land stuff. Depends. Then there'll be like, and that's another thing too. People are always like, oh, it was always just about like mutant oppression. It's like, no, it wasn't. They were fighting demons in hell. Like I was watching this one review of like Inferno, and they were describing how it's not a real X-Men story because it wasn't about social justice. And I was like, what? But it's literally like, if you look up top 10 X-Men stories, it's always on there. So
and like
Dark
the
Phoenix
shoe,
wasn't about that either.
The outer space stuff with the Starjammers and the
Shi'ar Empire,
Like
what have you been reading it, Phil? Claremont's X-Men?
No, I just I know things.
Yeah. It's there. I mean, there's a lot, there's like the Reavers, like there's so many different directions to go. Even like stuff like to cater to the Reenies in the audience, Battle Angel, Alita goes from like cyberpunk to like a Western for a little while, and then they go up to space, but it's like it still stays true to the core. Even though or like it goes into like there's that whole racing arc, like they switch genres.
Yeah.
They're able to do it in a way where it stays true. I think you can absolutely do that.
So real quick with the other examples, some of these are like, pretty interesting. Like Underworld, just another one that was pretty good, and it launched a franchise. Like if you feel it didn't have to, like it just made as a kind of cool story with a fair amount of thought put into the reverse engineering of like the cooking, kind of the recipe style stuff. They make something and it, sure enough, it does like totally launch a franchise. But Knives Out's a funny one because I know people don't like Roundhead Ryan Johnson, right? That's his name. But that's an original script he wrote, and it's honestly pretty fun. And but that one cool thing about it is that wasn't a franchise, but it was meant to be, and now it is because now he's made two. But Benoit Blanc is like the main character. He's like the world famous detective, and so he designed the whole story to like feel like it existed as a franchise, even though it wasn't a franchise. That's like awesome. Like that's kind of hard to do. If you can pull it off, it's like super badass. And it's like if you imagine like Sherlock Holmes is just so awesome. I don't know if you guys love him as much as me, but he's so great. And if you can imagine if you're in a parallel dimension where you saw your first Sherlock Holmes story and he didn't exist as a franchise, and you just see this one Sherlock Holmes story, it would still hit you. It would still hit you like, damn, this guy is iconic. And there could be a million stories of this guy. How come there aren't? I got to find more. That kind of thing. And so that approach, I think, can be, it's not like you always want to do that, but that can definitely be like something you can kind of go for. That's like, Carnal's potentially a little bit like that. Like he's designed to be iconic.
There's like a really simple structure to anything Carnal. Like you can have layers to the structure, right? Obviously, the most basic form, have a structured situation, have this ball of chaos come in and smash it like a wrecking ball, and then have other people try and put the pieces back together after it's been smashed. Like that's almost the formula there. But then there's the like meta, the actually formula to conveying the story, which is like start with a random, not random, start with like a self-contained bubble cold opener setup that gives you an example of what the rest of the story is going to be, then make an extrapolated version of what they witnessed in the beginning. So it's like they get this tiny version, the long version.
You know, a way you could put this is like picture a pilot. So at some point there was like one episode of Futurama, and that one episode, it has like, it's kind of like the extra care put into the team because they know, like, all right, this episode isn't even about these people, but we're going to get into them, and they need to be like pretty, there's a lot there for the picking or whatever. And there's tons of pilots they'll make where that doesn't get turned into a show, but every pilot will kind of have that approach where you're making it with the future in mind, that it can support further stories.
Right.
Dude, the pilot just starting stuff off, whether it's even like, is such a pain in the, it's so deceptively simple.
Yeah.
And that, like, I've spent more time on the first 20 pages of my issue 1 than probably everything, like every other issue. Or
It's like you're, because the thing I relate to is I'm like, why can't I just skip to the future where everyone knows my characters like I do and we just all are having fun?
Oh my gosh.
I've read comics where they've done that shit, and then I'm like, what the fuck is happening? What? But the thing is, to be fair, you can obviously. I firmly believe no story starts at the beginning, and what I mean by that is, like there has to have been a world that existed, or characters, main character's parents or something. There's a reason you have to, and this is one of the things, like my introduction, so many times I went to so many different places. I'm like, why am I starting the story here? Is one of the main things. And I switched that so many times.
Yeah.
Even down to like the last rewrite, I switched it.
Yeah, Carnal, there's an original script, which like, I'm very grateful to Narwhal for helping with Carnal, because he was the only person I was really talking to about comics, and like he read the script. And then I remember what he said. He like, it's pretty good. It doesn't seem like you got any blind spots. I'm like, that's a good thing. But like, nice. It's Connell started off like the last scene in the book is actually where it used to start, and then I had to go back and set a bunch of stuff up because it was originally supposed to be just 60 pages, and then it just kept on getting expanded because it's like I want to take like more time and explore all these little areas of the world more. So yeah, it was supposed to start with like a big wrecking ball scene. Like there was a woman tied to a post, and then he just like they hear a rumbling, and he used to come in like being chased by a giant crab through the trees. Yeah, all of the versions have just started with a crazy action scene, kind of like the James Bond thing, where he's like wrapping up an old mission before going on to the new one. I didn't realize that's what James Bond did, but that's like really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got to you want to give them an entrance if you want them to be like iconic. You know, another thing that they do, it's like I feel like these are like literal tricks, so they're like pros and cons to that, and they're potentially simple. But you have other characters talk about them before you meet them. Then you get to meet him, and everyone's been talking about him, and then the audience is like, "Ooh, who's this?" Yeah. They do that in Moby Dick with Captain Ahab. Everyone freaking talks about him for like 100 pages. Then you finally meet him, and you're like, "Oh, this motherfucker's been built up quite a bit."
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's how it is.
That's a really good antagonist introduction technique.
Oh yeah,
to build it up a lot. Yeah,
they do that in Trigun too. Like the first 5 minutes is everybody talking about this guy, Vash, who's this chaotic outlaw, the human typhoon. He's got this giant bounty on his head. And then even when you meet him, you're not even sure if that's him, because he's just like so not that guy. He's so goofy and stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, is that him? But yeah.
That's cool.
Cool build up.
Real quick, some more shot in. We're still getting backers coming in here.
We reversed it.
Freud and Schaden.
Freud and Freuden. No, that's you're sad because of someone's happiness. It's okay. It doesn't matter. Schaden. Let's go.
That describes a lot of people potentially sad just because someone else is happy.
Yeah, that sure is. But we're not. We're happy. Let's tell a story. How many? It's funny. Like 2 hours left, dude.
Yeah, we're getting there. Thanks for being here, everyone. We should do, because we do have time. So let's talk about your guys' projects next too. But and we'll kind of end.
Thank you so
end
much.
my presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
We don't have to talk about Jake's.
18404. Look at that.
404.
Look at those numbers.
Still have time to get to 19. Come on, 19K, let's go.
19, let's do it.
Yeah.
If you do put your backer number in the chat and we'll shout it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bancroft style.
And don't forget, everybody gets a free, adorable, tiny mini comic. The first one of its, well, not the first one of its camp, but the first one that I've seen, so I think it's really cool. Back it. Yeah, that was a terrible pitch.
Yeah, there'll be more mini comics floating around, I think. I think Jared can help anyone, if anyone's interested in doing that for their campaign. Jared's open to, you could commission him or whatever too, is a possibility probably.
Oh, every campaign comes with a Jared mini comic. That'd be fun.
Yeah, I mean that could be cool. His style's perfect for it.
I would love to see him drawing Carnal because
could.
of how his style would translate it. That would be awesome.
This is the thing. Having an iconic style is fun because everyone has that thought. They're like, I want to see him draw.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
I think in general we need to start doing more crossovers, and I have thoughts, but we'll talk about it. We'll talk.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I would love to do something like that.
Yeah.
You know what? I had a thought, Rini, today. It was like, I forget why I thought this, but it was something did one sci-fi story and one fantasy story. Oh, it was FromSoft. So they do, they do what, like Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and then they did what's their mech one called? Armored Core. Then they did Armored Core. And Armored Core opens it up to an entire new audience for the magic of FromSoft, and the two come together to like make this just like, it just feels super power move. And so it made me think again about your cyberpunk story. I'm like, you got to do fantasy, cyberpunk, power move, double sandwich at people's face.
Yeah, new audience.
Yeah, but in the same world and everything. Yeah, definitely. No, I'm definitely psyched of the whole sci-fi thing now.
Yep. Freuden, Schaden.
More sci-fi art. More sci-fi art, Irene. Draw more sci-fi babes.
I appreciate the encouragement.
Yeah, I
will.
want. Can you release your
attachments.
50-page comic that you never like and just get the free money and give us the
I
book?
don't know if I can because it was for a competition in Japan.
Who cares? There's no way. There's no way that they would hold a whole comic.
I respect
yes, there is. Yes, there definitely is. Yes, but
it could be a giant faux pas if I ever want to publish in Japan. I need to check and make sure they're okay with that. But
yeah, well, how are you gonna check?
Brian?
I guess it was like 10
Probably
years
not.
ago. Hey, Ram Blue Thunder. So you're doing Starfinder-ish now. Fun fact: I already have characters in Pathfinder that are Starfinder-ish, but just nobody knows because it's a secret.
What the hell is a Starfinder?
Yeah, I wasn't doing that. I just assumed everyone else knew, so I didn't say anything.
Space Pathfinder?
Yes, it actually is. It's the same rules. It's also published by Paizo, but it's the sci-fi version of Pathfinder.
Oh, I want to play that. I want to play a giant boob snake alien woman.
You can. You have aliens and stuff instead of elves, and the magic is replaced. It's the same magic rules, but the effects are all like nanotechnology. It's great.
Nano machines.
Nano machines.
Nano machines.
Nano machines getting up in here.
It shall happen. More sci-fi.
1 second while I'm going to post to Twitter one more time the link for Hotel Story.
The link to the stream on Twitter.
No.
Yeah, you should just let.
No, yeah, let's. To the room, just open invite to everybody. No, but I think Vonnie, you were talking about openings and getting to know your characters, and I didn't get a chance to comment on that. I think that part of the success of manga is that manga takes a lot of time to let you know the characters, and it's not that American comics don't, but it tends to be faster. So at the beginning, it's like, well, quick backstory, and then it jumps into, well, they're already at full power, they're already a superhero, and that's interesting in its own way. But I personally appreciate that. Well, with manga, there's often a lot of build-up, and actually, we're talking about starting at the end and working backwards. A lot of shonen does that because both Naruto and My Hero Academia, it opens with the characters, the main characters narrating, I'm already the Hokage, I'm already like the number one superhero, here's my story of how I got there. So that absolutely can't work.
Even Berserk, the first arc is like how he is now, then it goes back in time of how he became.
Yes. Yeah.
That was cool.
Spending that time, it's worth it.
Their origin is not like one issue, it's like an entire arc or more.
I feel like I would have to do a Carnal 3-book arc that's just a parody of Guts' rise to power.
That's kind of the thing with like a lot of my characters in Fiendish, where they eventually build up to be kind of like almost superhero-y. Like a couple of the characters get to be pretty powerful, but I'm building up to it because I want characters that start out as normal human beings. Like that was a huge sticking point for me, and it's like they become iconic, and it's been a struggle to kind of maintain audience interest. At least in my mind, I'm like terrified people won't be like people really like the story so far, but I'm afraid that because they're not like already badass. What if people think they're lame? But that's not. A character isn't defined by their superpowers. A character is their personality and their struggles, and there's so much more than just how hard they can punch, right?
I felt the same thing. I'm afraid that like people will get bored with the hero's journey if I don't take it far enough right away.
How would they get bored of the hero's journey though? Because
well,
it's such a
it's
basic
hard because
structure.
like, all right, well, more so like, okay, so Rini's read my script. A lot of it is like him building up to getting his powers and then learning his powers. And then even by the end of the first issue, he doesn't have his costume, right, on the cover. He's not going to have it for a while is because I decided as I was writing it that logically I didn't think he deserved it yet. But I'm afraid that by going against those conventions that I'm not delivering the goods is my fear.
Yeah, I don't think you should worry too much because it's just you're deviating from some conventions, but it has been broken. Like My Hero Academia breaks it, and I think it's because manga is totally not afraid to spend a lot of time building up a character's introduction.
Yeah.
That's scary because on one hand it's like I love things about My Hero Academia, but I also can't I have to take breaks. Rini and I remember arguing on the way to the comic book store about My Hero Academia because I was arguing that it's too fucking slow, and she was like, "No, it's not," and I was like, "Did you care about Gentle Criminal?"
Manga, no, and manga is very decompressed. And I agree with that point where sometimes manga is too decompressed, and sometimes a lot of manga have filler arcs, and that's fucking annoying, and anime does as well. But at the same time, it's like this balance where I think American comics can conversely condense too much, and when you need to spend time to kind of relax, what do you call it? Not wallow, but stay in the details.
Simmer in the hot
Simmer.
pot.
There you go. That's such a more graceful word. You don't do it, and so there's a happy middle ground.
Yeah, definitely. I would agree.
Nice. Just banging these slides out here. Formula usually applied to episodic series and sequels franchises, but can also be applied to one singular story. We kind of talked about that. Formulas can be adapted and utilized in new ways. Indiana Jones is the James Bond formula. That one, yeah, definitely. And that goes with the genre tropes that it comes with. Like formulas, they're usually tied to genre and subgenre tropes, often will be kind of included. And those are fun to always kind of tap into. And this is what you were talking about a little bit, Jake. Like what was you said your formula, what did you call it? Like a new way or something? Or
a new way? What?
What was your presentation called? Like a special?
Oh, the next big thing. Yeah.
The next big thing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like so Home Invasion, like that has that feeling where like it writes itself a little bit. Like everything that kind of happens in a Home Invasion story. They're fun to write. There's plenty there are beats that you hit. Like for example, one thing of the Home Invasion story is there's always a secret in the home that after the people kind of get trapped there or stuck there under siege or whatever, then they discover the secret of the home. So they're dealing with two problems instead of one. A great like classic Home Invasion story actually is Night of the Living Dead.
Oh yeah.
Because they break into the home to
Die Hard
safe
in a way.
But then they find out that there is a zombie in the basement, or there's people in the basement that are already there, and blah blah blah.
Panic Room. You ever see Panic Room?
Yeah. That stuff is very inspiring and fun to watch and see how they all hit these beats. But they're all different. And you could be like, yeah, like if you say with Carnal, if Jake has done 2 or 3 Carnal arcs, and he wants to do another one, he could be like, all right, Carnal Home Invasion, let's do it. He goes to a castle, gets stuck there, finds out there's an ogre, something hid.
Yeah, no, it's very. Yeah, Carnal is very specifically designed to do that. Like you can, with that simple structure of structured situation, then Ball of Chaos throws in, then the pieces get put back together. Like it's there's like 8 planned arcs, and that's only to just put it was originally meant to be like a sitcom style situation where Carnal had this harem and he had to manage them and always put up with them whilst doing his job. But then I was like, oh, I should actually introduce these characters slowly. And I was like, the way to do that was to expand it into this really long 8 arc thing. But yeah, you can. It's like you make an arc. Okay, it's Carnal the bounty hunter. So Carnal wants to become like a typical bounty hunter, but he's gonna do it in his own retarded way.
Yeah, bounty hunting would definitely be on this list. It has all these tropes that come with it that you could hit.
Yeah, definitely.
Another good one is the Curse Ghost Story one that has like a million tropes that come with it that are very tried and true. But like The Ring is like a classic Curse Ghost Story where it's actually like a detective story. Yeah, you're kind of trying to find out what happened in the past to create this kind of bad juju, and then if you can, you try and set it right somehow. You know, that's kind of the story.
Yeah,
so they're very close to detective stories.
Ryan in the chat actually pointed out that this first example, it actually reads homo invasion.
No, that's the real Carnal story.
Yeah, you got to worry about that also.
Yeah,
it's a little E.
The last
uppercase E.
The last arc of Carnal is called No Homo.
Oh yeah, that's funny. You know, speaking of home invasion, I did notice when I was going on my rabbit hole of reading a ton of fairy tales, is that Jack the Giant Slayer, there's actually there's 20 of those or something where they're all similar. They all involve a guy named Jack killing a giant and blah blah blah.
Oh yeah.
And then one of them is Jack and the Beanstalk, where he crawls the beanstalk and fights in the clouds or whatever. And but those are like the original home invasion. They hit all the home invasion beats. Like, it's kind of cool. He sneaks into the castle. He finds there's a princess there a lot of times, and she's like, yeah, the ogre lives here. He's going to be here any second. You need to hide right now. And so he hides. Then the ogre comes home, which that's one of the cool possible home invasion tropes of one of the best examples of that is in the movie Blue Velvet, where he sneaks into a woman's house. She comes back while he's in there. He has to hide in the closet. And she has just the most freaking crazy, weird situation with this murderer comes in and I don't know. And he has to watch the whole thing through the closet. It's so intense. And so that's good, good stuff basically.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a parallel for these formulas. I'm imagining you can translate them to a visceral physical experience in real life, like a slingshot. Imagine someone had the fun of owning a slingshot. You have your slingshot, which is the part of the story that would propel the hero, the quest giver, someone they work for, and then the hero is the pellet to put in it, which it could be a stink pellet, it could be explosive pellet. And then the thing that you're aiming it at is the story that you're going to throw that character into, that you can have a physical translation of what the formula is. Sorry. Does that make any sense?
Dude, I lost track. What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know why we were talking about slingshots, but you're talking about
lots of metaphors.
Yeah,
right?
Never mind.
Essentially, you're talking about let me try to parse that. Are you talking about the throwing more and more effective and higher risk ammunition, and you're using that as a metaphor for increasing stakes and increasing commitment in your story?
Yeah, kinda. It's just an making a metaphor for think of a real life experience, and then you can extrapolate that into a formula. I apologize. I should have thought that through more before saying it.
I don't think I've ever owned a slingshot.
You guys know there's a YouTube channel called, what is it, Archaic Arms or something, and they teach you how to make Balearic slings. I think that's what it's called, and it's this woven slings, and they're lethal weapons. It's really interesting. You can practice with it, and I don't know, it's cool. I'm thinking of including it in Fiendish. There's a whole technique to it. They used to use them in war, even in Roman times. Anyways, history nerding. Ignore me.
The ones that you spin, right?
Yeah, but there's like it's like
Oh,
they
one of
make it
those.
with a pocket, and there's a they're really easy to make. There's a finger loop. It's like this woven string and finger loop, but then a little pouch for the pellet, and there you make it a certain length, but it's all about like skill. So you kind of rev it up behind you, and then you like sling it, and they can be lethal because humans are built for that motion, right? That's why the what do you call it? That spear throwers, that was a huge power multiplier.
The
for
atlatl?
humans. Yeah, atlatl, that thing.
Yeah.
I think I have formulated what I mean. What I'm saying is there are experiences in real life that are viscerally fun, okay? Like firing a slingshot at like just having a slingshot. I can fire it at a glass window. I can fire it at like an old lady in the street through the window.
What?
And you can translate that to a formula. That's the feeling that someone is getting from that experience. And the formula could come from that. What are the important elements there? The slingshot, the ammo, the thing that it's being fired at. And so like the slingshot can be the quest giver. The ammo could be the hero, and the thing that you're firing at is like the crazy situation that they're going to get thrown in. That's kind of like a carnal situation.
Oh, all right, yeah, I get it now.
And then say you have another experience like going down a river on a rubber tube. What's the experience there? Like
what's the experience like?
What about
river stories are almost subgenres. River stories. There is like a river.
That should be
like,
Normal. You should do hotel story. Then you should do river story. You should just do
yeah, I will.
I like
motel story. Like a shittier. You have to make it on shittier paper.
Dude, 100%. I will.
But you can take the experience of getting what the process of getting in the river, the tool that you're on, which is like the threshold vehicle, and then like the experience you would have whilst going down a river, and translate that into a formula. It works in my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Real quick, Mr. Burger, love, peace, and chicken grease to everyone on this show. I wanted to publicly say all of you weirdos are all right, and Mr. Burger supports you.
Hey,
Thank you, Mr. Burger.
Thanks, Mr. Burger.
Thank
You're
you,
a good man.
Senor Burger.
Gracias.
Heartwarming. Cool. And so the formula paradox is kind of like before, like it feels like formulaic can be a negative thing. But it implies when they use it negatively, they're implying the massive predictableness and formulaic, derogatory. Why do we love the purveyors of these formulas? Columbo is really predictable in a lot of ways. You know what you're going to get every single time. But that's what's weird is like it's kind of a paradox because you actually like that in the case of Columbo. So I think the feeling of predicting right, it actually feels pretty great. People go, I knew it. I can think of that with like Hank Hill. People are like, Hank's not going to like this. They mess with his lawn. He loves his lawn. It's not really a twist. It's just like you're just waiting for the shoe to drop.
You're creating anticipation.
Yeah. You're like, knew it next. I'm a great predictor. People like that. The formulas, and then how this all applies to addiction. I'm a little bit curious about storytelling related to addiction. It like with TV shows where there's kind of two kinds. There's the page turner where one story grips you and you read the whole book in one sitting, or they can be a series where you finish it and you go to bed, but then the next night you're like, you know what? I really want to read the next issue of that to see what happens next. But you might even wrap up the whole story. You just want to see another adventure with that person. Like, what's he going to get up to this time?
Yeah.
Got to keep watching or whatever. But it's like if you love the character, want to spend more time with them in various scenarios. If you love the feeling and don't care if it's the same, but just want to feel it again, which that's like Power Rangers or plenty of things, I'm sure. But if you got to see and take pleasure in the subtle variations within the formula, there's a little bit of that in Columbo because every time it's in a different awesome location, but it's a murder, and you see the murder and you see if Columbo solves it or not. He's always there, but it'll be like the murder is different. The person got killed is different. The story's different. The location is different. You're like, I want to see this one. Like, what's this one going to be? Columbo's going to catch him in the end, but you kind of wonder how still is like why you want to know, why you keep watching. And the strong sense of trust. If you're going to throw Columbo on, you're going to know what you're going to get. You know what you're in store for. Speaking of that promise, it's like the promise comes before you even start watching it, you know what you're in for, and people do enjoy. That's like why we're saying kids like it a little bit too. They like to just know what they're in store for and be able to enjoy it.
It's like if you see that N logo in the top corner of the graphic, you know it's going to be terrible.
Yeah.
For Netflix.
So more of this. Sorry, I feel like it applies more to episodic storytelling, like TV shows, rather than movies. As far as the addiction for the repeat stories to keep pulling you back, formula is a little bit more like that. But then if we keep going, yeah, some of these conclusions is like formula is great to study. Genre tropes are useful to use or play against. Cooking metaphor works nicely. It can be applied to business/producer side as well. And then the reverse engineering can be useful. This is kind of the main thing that came out of it, I think, is like the reverse engineering is pretty fascinating to almost it does make you like put on your producer hat, like if you're an executive at Netflix, but we're just independents who can do anything we want. But if we actually tried to think like a producer at Netflix, you're kind of like, you know, on one hand, maybe you're like, oh, is it soulless? Not exactly. Like it's kind of fun to be thinking about like, oh, let's reverse engineer like a really fun story, hitting all the beats, you know, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think it's almost like you start from a more formulaic base. Like what I found is useful is, so I'm trying to explore different side stories to add to Fiendish right now. Like I want to write more 0.5 chapters, and the basis I'm starting from isn't just, well, first find something cool, and because there's all kinds of stuff I daydream about and there's stuff I can write, but the ones that I think would work best are side stories and interesting things in the world that thematically tie into the main story. So it doesn't have actually have something to do with the main plot, but the themes should be the same. So using that math and starting out with the basis, and then the starting out more logically, and then the details are more emotional. I think it's like the switch where you start out with a formula, and then the details you start experimenting, and it's warmer, so to say, and that adds the surprise element where it doesn't feel like it's just repeating. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think, you know, even with the side elements and stuff, the more I think about it, I think it's true with all things. I think we all get frustrated with how long it takes to create, right? But I think that, like, when it comes to certain things, after you're writing your story for so long, you're doing a side story, I don't know if you even need to think about themes, because I think they'll just be in you, in the stuff when you write. I think after a certain point, you can refine it. But I think often what we're doing is we're kind of, I would liken it to like Michelangelo would always say he'd see the sculpture already in the stone and he just had to bring it out. I think it's the same thing when it comes to writing often. It's like it's all there.
Yeah, it gets easier, but I think the challenge after exploring a theme for a while is, well, how do you explore from a new angle that's not repetitive? So, for example, if my story is about vengeance, let's explore vengeance from like a million different angles. So each of the core characters should ideally view vengeance, have different take on vengeance, and their journey towards their view on vengeance are all different. But then the side stories also thematically tie into that, and it all has to be different. But like the core argument is the main story. It's almost like a tree with all these sub branches, if that makes sense. So it's sort of trying to put yourself in different shoes of different people, but attack the same theme from a million different points of views. That's it gets easier. It gets easier with time, but still, it's like a challenge.
If it's a tree, though, it all comes from the same roots and the same seed.
Yeah, it's one theme. I think, at least I think the stories that I like tend to work like that. I really enjoy.
I think it depends. I don't think it ever has to be just one. Like for example, you say vengeance, but I saw so many other things in Fiendish. Honestly, vengeance wasn't the first one that came to mind because you don't even really spend that much time with the threat.
I'm just using an example. It really isn't vengeance. Yeah.
Like I think there's a million different. I think even within my comic, there's multiple themes, and I would go even when I was coming up with a new name. I'm like, all right, what is it like? And I would just write down things that meant something to me, and I realized how many. Sometimes you realize it's simultaneously right here and everywhere, and it's sometimes you have to trust the process, and it's tough. It's a weird thing, but I think that's why we have formulas to guide us. Sometimes there's something human.
Yeah, I think formulas are a good thing to start with. Yeah.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel that negative at all when you kind of look into it. It feels pretty positive. Yeah. And then the last slide says bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's the end.
Bye-bye!
That's the best slide of all of them.
It was my favorite.
Damn. Jake's like, that was insufferable. We almost did 3 hours. Good job, guys.
Yep.
Yeah. I
Great.
think stretching out the presentation kind of like I lost the thread at some point.
Well,
you went mad.
It's on the thread is on your fez.
Yeah.
That's
there you go.
I'm gonna grab a slice of pizza. I'll be right back.
Wait, second half. Have you got the second half video?
I don't, but we should just make that be it. If you picture done it,
I'll sing it. We're gonna lose an audience.
You're breaking your mic.
Yeah, it's like peaking the audio levels.
Okay. All right. Let's second. Let's go. Oh no. Breaking shit.
I lost the freaking arm to something I 3D printed. Like, check out this booty. I don't think I've shown this on stream. I know I can't go big, so that's fine. But look, check out this freaking booty. Look at this freaking booty, man. It's huge. It's like two sizes of a head. Like, it's like two of a heads. But yeah, I've lost one of the arms, which is what I was looking for. I can't wait to paint these. But yeah, 3D printing has been going great. Freaking, I ran out of resin, so I haven't been. My printer has been not doing anything for 24 hours. That thing should be non-stop, but no.
Printing out all the booty. It's okay. It'll be back to work for you soon.
What is it going to end up being?
Hot glued.
No, but I mean like who is the woman in question?
Oh, this is like actually a Chinese thing. Apparently, this is like a Chinese zombie. So. What is the word for it? It's like
it's just a jiangsi. It's just a cool character design, like a figurine with a big old booty. It's like a sexy Chinese zombie, so Chinese zombies are like, they're undead, kind of technically, but they're really weird in Chinese mythology. Zombies are mythology time. Chinese zombies. The myth comes from this idea where doctors would have to transport corpses back to their hometown, because there's this whole idea, well, you don't want to bury corpses away from their hometown because they have family graves, and like family is important in Chinese tradition, blah, blah, blah. So there's like this myth that certain doctors enchant dead bodies to just hop and follow them. And I don't know. Chinese be
and apparently,
weird.
Apparently they hold their hands out like
this.
They
hold their
straight.
Hands out. So the enchantment is like this paper strip on their forehead, and they wear this like weird Chinese hat. And the myth is that they just hop and they have their arms out. So they're these pale dead things that go boing, boing, boing. So Chinese zombies are these hopping things in the wild.
But I wonder how that cross-pollinated with like all Western zombies, because that's the thing they do, and that's like a similar thing, right? Holding their hands out in front like this, or that could just be a general ghoul thing.
Yeah, they're just like Western zombies do that because they're looking for brains. I don't think it's really cross-pollination. It's just one of those coincidences where a lot of cultures have vampires and zombies and nightmare creatures.
So your vampire, your zombies are they. Because I'm trying to think, because our zombies...
gigantic-assed bunny girls.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what...
That's
what she said.
Mythologically accurate.
I zoned out. I didn't zone out. I actually just thought of an idea and I had to write it down, so I missed that.
I zone out when Irene speaks too. So
I don't. Well, I usually don't.
I know it happens a lot.
I don't never
Well, I
zone
do.
out. I love you.
Well, actually, that's not true. I
No,
do.
you
When
don't.
she starts getting super into the Chinese culture stuff,
It's almost like she's Chinese.
I don't that
well,
often.
no, it's
but I get
because she's
into
Rini.
mythology.
That's you know what I mean. That's
I
what
get
it is.
into mythology. Did you know I like mythology? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's okay.
No.
She also likes
I
true
will.
crime.
Yes.
That's
I
all
do.
women.
I
That's
know,
the
my
formula.
mom watches true crime
wait,
now.
True crime podcasts are like the ultimate formula for women.
I still don't know what it is.
I can
it's
fix
so
it.
entertaining.
He's
No,
like,
there's gotta be a formula to
That
it.
is, that is not my thought process at
That is
all.
not my thought. I would never think that.
Okay.
I think
No,
it's because it's like
exposed.
they're highly capable men.
Yeah, exactly. They're
Who are,
capable
like-
of a lot
No,
of,
it's
a
not-
lot
no,
of
no, you're-
damage. They're
you're-
dangerous.
You're thinking of it like an attraction. I think that's not it at all. What I find interesting is I like
Straight to
understanding
explosives.
how people think and understanding. It's almost like a threat assessment. Like I'm trying to understand threats to me and threats in the world, and I find that interesting.
I heard
So
another girl
really
say
after
that
all-
said that to me. Same, yeah. That,
Oh,
that
so
could
it's
be.
like they're kind of like the same. In other words.
They're studying for when they can like run.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah. So,
basically.
really, after all of this time watching true crime, what is your approach to dealing with these guys?
Stream
Stay at
with
home
them.
and draw comics all day and don't go out. It's worked great.
Dealing with who?
I'm still alive.
Murder, psychopaths and murderers.
Yeah.
Her method
All right,
is
say they
streaming-
break into
streaming
your
with them.
house. What you gonna do?
Shoot them?
With your little baby ass gun?
I don't fucking care. It's a gun. It'll work.
You got a crossbow.
Yeah, I do also have a crossbow.
God.
It's weird. They don't shoot crosses. They shoot arrows. That's a weird thing about crossbows.
Okay.
That'd be awesome. A crossbow that shoots crosses.
I think I need a
Into
beer.
vampires.
It's awesome.
True
trauma
crime is a
jets.
hybrid of horror and drama. That's interesting though. It is a drama thing. I think women do have a predilection for liking drama because it's like a whole ass emotional journey. I think women are more predilected to latch on to that. But also it's like understanding people and it's like, ooh, what if I face this challenge? How do I learn to avoid this kind of psychopath? Okay, I'm gonna get a beer.
I asked Angela how is being single going. She didn't answer me. She said, "Jake, did that date go badly?" It was very boring.
You
It
had a
was
new
very
date?
boring. I had
How was
another one. Yeah, I'm having they're going quite well lately, but yeah, it kind of seems like you can't just make a situation fun. You do have to find the right person. You can't just force something to be fun. But yeah, very. She'll never see this. Sorry, but yeah, very boring date.
Yeah, it was,
Good God.
Well, maybe you ever think that maybe you're just fucking boring, Jake?
I'm not boring. I was putting no effort in because I was bored.
It's a cycle, a death spiral of boredom.
I don't know, man. I just I get bored even on I get bored on fucking dating apps. Like I can't do it.
Hey,
Because
have you heard the saying "hurt people hurt people"? You heard
Yeah,
that?
bored people bore people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, dude. It's
No,
so-
that is a true thing about the apps. Like, there's so many women just all look the freaking same. They like blur together, and you're like, just give me something unique looking.
Dude, they're like, oh my god, the bios too. I can't.
They're all. Oh God. They're all wearing a fucking dress holding a glass of wine or something. And it's like, you do not look like this every day. Like, you dressed up for your friend's fucking 7th wedding is not how you look on the daily. I mean, why am I going to swipe on this? Look normal. Look how you would normally look.
Dude, I know because you ever
something.
see? I even just saw it today. The meme where it's like supermodels and it's like the fucking cashier at McDonald's and she's like
Yeah.
much hotter.
Did you see that photo of the before and after? I think it was the V that posted it or something, and it's like this is of before and after of getting like face fillers, and she's like, "Look at my glow up," and she looked amazing before, and then afterwards
dude.
she looked like a fucking car crash with like a big bobbly face. Like, oh God,
Dude.
don't ladies stay
That could
away
be
from the
that could be
fillers.
something that's happening weird to humans.
I like
is like
more natural looks. You know, I don't.
They're
I
becoming
like,
cartoonified narwhal. Like they're getting the big cartoon asses, they're getting the big fucking bobbly faces. It makes them look like
Yeah,
it's
but
like
isn't that what we want?
No, we don't want
Well,
cartoon
it depends.
Angelina Jolie face.
Well,
Like,
hang on. No, hang on. That's I'm
You're
not
three.
opposed
You're
to.
3D
I'm not opposed
printing.
to.
You're 3D printing women with gigantic thighs
Okay,
and asses.
no.
Hey,
But
what's wrong
Phil,
with big cartoony asses?
Hold
Excuse me.
on. This looks like an actual proportioned ass that isn't just like a skinny person's ass with a couple of balloons shoved under the skin. Like this is there's actual huge pelvis in here. There's like a skeleton structure that's dictating the volumetritude of this ass. It's not just like let's take a couple of the volumetritude.
I'm learning a new word.
Doing some Dr. Seuss shit, right? Go back to the nonsense episode. But yeah, that's not just like a normal skinny bitch with like a couple of fucking water balloons shoved under their nipples and
Jake,
their
use the word voluminous.
Did I ever tell you about the guys? I'll tell a story. One time I was on a date, and this one girl.
You went on a date?
Spawn.
Right.
Stop
Wow,
lying.
Great story.
I know this is the called creative block, but you don't have to be this creative.
Oh my fucking god!
Continue, Vaughn. Continue. Oh.
Oh no! Well,
Pickle's good, guys. You like big cans, Skip? What do you remember?
He gave up on his own story.
Why are you laughing?
Yo,
I don't know why that was so funny to me.
I have
a joke.
Since Narwhal has my website up.
Oh, I guess it is.
We sold some stuff from the website this weekend.
Okay, I guess.
And I just
You can tell it in a bit.
I just put the order in for the Lost Pages 3 tome. These bad boys are on their way. They're gonna get printed like I don't know, next week or something. So what day is it? Thursday?
Did you improve the spine? How does the spine look?
I approve. Oh yeah, I have improved the spine for sure. Actually, I put up an image here. Share my screen here, and we made the spine look cooler. We put a barcode on it too.
Holy shit!
So we're
amazing.
You've got the mark of the beast on your back of your book.
Share my screen, Narwhal.
Do you like buy? I need to do that. I need to buy a bunch of ISBN.
I thought that was gonna happen.
Wait, hold on.
It's still called Tome. This is not called Tome, Phil. It's called
the Lost Pages Tome 1.
It just makes it look like the book is called Tome.
There's the Lost Pages
Nothing
logo
wrong
right
with
here.
that.
Yeah, which one's more readable?
It's you ever read a book that has a spine?
No.
Look at this.
I've never read a book.
Never read a book with a spine. I rip out the pages.
What about this DC spine? Can you read that?
I mean, that's a thinner spine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What is-
the spine, you just gotta have it. You don't need, it doesn't need to be anything.
Dude, look at these. Look at these. Oh, I'm using the wrong camera. Or anyway.
So I put the I put
Look at
this
these
up.
spines. See, they're all legible, Phil Diaz.
No, they're not.
They
Look
are.
at that higgledy
Yeah, those
piggledy
look good.
mess.
Anyways, I ordered
What
them.
did you say?
They're on its way.
You know, you
Yeah.
can get a bookend and use it within a bookshelf to just push the books
You're a
against
bell
the-
end. How about that?
Sorry, Phil.
And I made this shirt today. Look at this. Here's my TikTok. Look at me.
Oh, that
making
looks cool.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I remember that design.
Here are the screens. So, now it's a beautiful design by Alan Alonso, aka the Howl.
Yeah, I got to get back to using that commie app.
Transfers on the
It's actually very good for getting a
uses
follow.
heat press that we set to 375
Hail
degrees.
China.
And here we are taking the moisture out of the shirt. and filtering the shirt.
Dude, I got like
To the screen, laying it down.
I remember I would put effort into some of them, and then the ones that would blow up would be these low effort.
This is the crazy part. It takes
That's welcome to life,
36
friend.
seconds for that ink to transfer.
You got to put a
off
little
the
effort into
screen
things, you know.
onto the
Just
Watch
a little
everybody
effort.
else's
Peel it
low
back
effort
and
shit
watch
soar
these
past you, and you're
colors.
just here.
Well, no,
pouring
like
your heart out.
the thing is, my most viewed one was like it was like me just shaking my head because this girl was being like a bitch to guys who were playing Yu-Gi-Oh, and I just said,
Oh,
this
yeah.
bitch.
Did you have the girl's video in your video?
Yeah, I just do edit it.
Well, then
and I
that's
got, like,
why.
25
That's why. I don't think it was your nutting. That
And then
really...
there are people like defending, like, you asshole, she was just right. Or, I
That's
don't
not
know.
creating content.
No,
That's
I agree. I made that video in 3 seconds.
vampire content.
I'm not
There's,
disagreeing
like-
with you in the slightest.
Non-tent.
It's like the same shit with art, though. Sometimes you just spend a shit ton of time on something, and then you post like this dog shit sketch, and people are like, "Oh my god, I love seeing the process." And you're like,
Speaking of posting a dog shit sketch and people saying, "Oh my god, I love the process," Fiendish.
"Thank you, Jake. Oh my god, you're such a good friend. Thanks for introducing my book that way." So, Fiendish is my comic, everybody. This is my comic website that's super awesome. I spent a ton of time on fiendishcomic.com. Everybody, please go check it out. The current campaign that we have up is Fiendish Chapter 2.5 that you can access via the first tab on the left. That's actually a mirror of the Fund My Comic campaign. It's hosted on Fund My Comic, but you can back on the Fund My Comic site or on the website here. It's all the same. 2.5 is the first standalone one-shot to the Fiendish series. We explore Casimir, my main character's backstory, after he survived the destruction of his hometown, and we find out more about how he lived after that and meet some of the other characters in the main book. So that's going to be a really quick turnaround. Jake here is actually coloring it. It's being drawn by Michael Rushbrook. I wrote it. It's awesome. We're going to be fulfilling it by April, so take a look at it. And if you missed out on 1 and 2, not only can you pre-order on the store, we'll be doing a print run starting next month that will be fulfilling all those pre-orders, but also you can read a free preview. So go to read the comic at the top, like right smack dab in the middle. There's if you don't mind clicking on that, so there's a shop obviously where you can order stuff, but on Read the Comic, see, I'm really proud of this. I have both chapter 1, like a whole 20 pages of chapter 1, because I'm like, it's the first chapter. I want people to really get a feel for it, but the chapter 2 preview is also up. So I have 5 pages from chapter 2 that I think is like a really nice snippet. I'm very proud of like this just one scene. So all the previews going forward will be a little smaller, like 5 or 6 pages or so. But there you go. You can take a look at the vibe and the tone and see a short summary of where the story is going, and explore the websites, look at the character profiles and all kinds of other world building shit. It's awesome. Take a look. I hope you guys like it, and thank you very much.
Yeah, if anyone is feeling super frisky, back Hotel Story and Fiendish, and pick up some Zaid shirts and Lost Pages 3, and sign up for Carnal, and sign up for Phenomenova.
Yeah,
I think I got the name right.
Yes, speaking of signing up for Phenomenova, Carnal the Barbarian is my comedic fantasy, and if Normal scrolls out, you'll see the full image if he hits Control and then scroll.
If you don't laugh, Jake will actually refund your book.
If you don't laugh, I'll fucking kill myself. But yeah,
if you don't
Carnal,
laugh or get an erection, he will personally give you a kiss.
Yeah, sign up to my campaign. I'll get an erection, I guess. According to... Anyway,
really
this is my
it.
comedic fantasy starring follows the adventures.
Real
of the
funny stuff shouldn't have to say it's funny.
Yeah. Wait, what does it say? Is a comedic fantasy filled with boobs, gore, and hopefully an engaging story. Our story follows the titular hero Carnal in his efforts to save his reputation and avoid embarrassment in the only way he knows how, by hijacking someone else's quest. That's like the meta story. It's not really the story of the first book. The first book story is you discover what his magical, amazing power is that no one knows what it is. Will he succeed? Will he completely screw up and fail? Find out in the first story, A Bad Case of Crabs, which will be split into 3 parts. Sign up now to receive updates on the book and receive a super special, amazing trading card featuring art from the one and only Irene Strakowski.
Now, Jake, did you say that this is 3 parts? No. This is Bad Case of Crabs Part 1, and it's split into 3 books.
Yeah.
And did you say that there's 8 parts in the story? So therefore 24 books for the story?
Yes. Kind of.
Okay.
Wow.
But
and the last book will be called AIDS 2, right? No, what's it called?
Yes, the last one is called Carnal AIDS 2, a painful boogaloo. But no, yeah, I
it's called No Homo.
Yeah, the last arc is called No Homo. I think it's so. Yeah, each story is split into 3. It's like there's a Bad Case of Crabs, Where's the second one? Oh, Carnal Goes to Hell. Operation Princess. Then the next one is Carnal the Bounty Hunter. Then it's the Daddy Dimension, and then the last one is No Homo. So, but they're all designed. There's like an overarching story, but they're all designed to just be self-contained as well. So if I die, you'll be fine. But yeah, so
drew this. The Daddy Dimension.
Earlier on, we showed artwork from the amazing Michael Rush the book, who did this.
Yes.
He, you know, at this point, I think Michael's drawn more of Carnal art than me. He's done, he said that he told me he hadn't sent the drawings he already did to me, including this, and then 2 other Carnal pieces. So he said he felt bad, so he drew another Carnal piece.
Wow, that's amazing.
This is freaking awesome.
So he just drew this, and like I've gotta, you know, I gotta really put this guy to work somehow. I need to write a whole side story and force him to draw it. Actually, he has already said he might be up for drawing a Carnal thing.
Yeah.
So that might happen. But look, he's even included like a look above his head, Irene. He has Casimir's dagger from 2.5 in there.
What? Why is that there? That was so funny.
Wait, no. Look at wait, Casimir's in this. That's what he's fucking done. Look at the feet. Look at the knife is pointing to a foot, and it's totally Casimir.
Is he just in the background, just dying? Oh, that's great.
I love these pig people.
Oh,
well, they're the blocks, but they don't look like pigs. So like, here's the thing. He's basically. Where's my book of all the training cards? I did a bunch of designs for all the male blocks. Let me have a look. Let's see. Oh, there's a.
I also love that he doesn't have a nose.
Yeah, it's like I can draw the book a lot quicker by just making sure the character doesn't have a nose. But like here are all the male blocks that you'll see die horrendously across the series, and like you can tell they're male blocks because they have like their ears are down like pigs, but the normal ones have normal noses, but then like the head block has the actual pig nose.
Oh yeah.
So like they have like across their species, they have like different phenotypes. Is that what you would call it?
Who's that ghost guy?
That you will discover who that is in the second.
The
book
Grand
of
Wizard.
Krebs. Yeah,
Is that a hood or is that skin?
It's something skin, right? If it's a fantasy setting and it was taken off an animal, and you know they look different to the female blocks. Oh, they have upwards pointing ears.
Hey now,
and you know, I like the juxtaposition that some people on Twitter hate, but I fucking love it. Of like just more realistic, pretty female characters, and then like the males are just cartoony. Like these are the males.
Yeah,
and they have to.
I've seen people on Twitter. They're like, "How come all the men get the great designs and women all have to look the same?"
But it's like these in the second arc, Carnal Goes to Hell. These are all the fuckubuses.
Yeah, that was like with Overwatch.
these are the 6 reject fuckubuses that are left in hell, and while all the others are like out doing like their work, they're very ineffectual and they're all still stuck in hell. But yeah, sign up. You get some cool. I might even sell some of these trading cards on the campaign. Like here you go. Those are the three main Carnal babes, like his harem. And across the series, you'll get introduced to these. That's like this Bad Case of Krebs will have Meat, who's like a female bloke, and then you have Princess Halloween, who's a fuckubus, and then you have Princess Fagel, who's like princess of the Zelfs, which is very different to elves. And then when I get around to doing the Drake Bristol series, these are his harem of monster babes, and they get to be like less human. So you have like a genie called Jenny, I think her name is, and then like Squid Girl. Like imagine it's gonna get stuck to your face.
Oh my
and then,
god!
Like, classic boob snake. So yeah, totally not furry. So sign up. It's gonna be amazing. It's gonna have so much exploitation in it. You won't believe the amount of exploitation.
I'm excited.
Refreshing.
Yeah,
Fits, fuckubuses, and butt plugs. Let's go.
Carnal the Barbarian, refreshingly exploitative. And yeah, it's so inspiring. I heard a bunch of fan art actually. I know if you guys are out there who've drawn stuff before, I remember who you are, and I appreciate it a lot. And especially Michael with his making every block look like the head block.
That's so
although he does have a scar over one of their eyes. But yeah,
I'm very excited if you do work with Michael for something. I can attest, he's awesome.
Michael seems
Michael's
cool.
so good.
He's my 2.5 artist, by the way. So there you go.
And there we go. Phenomenova right here.
Witness the birth of a new phenomenon.
Yeah. I should probably shrink that image down, shouldn't I? It's always depending on, like, if I'm on a mobile device, I'm like, oh, it's fine. And then when it's, oh, right, you could do that.
Fixed.
There you go.
Yeah.
So Phenomenova is my, this is like my kind of a dream project since I was in second grade. It's about this teenage boy who is the son of a World War III veteran who is struck by lightning while holding this mysterious crystal. And he finds himself awakening with these powers of, he has electricity and super speed. And he decides he wants to be like the heroes that came out before him. And he's always this adventurous kid. And it's like he just wants to, hey, I'm going to finally do something that's amazing. And suddenly he's able to have all the powers to live his dreams. But he finds himself in way over his head when he just immediately after getting his powers realizes, oh, there's a heist going on in a nuclear reactor. Yeah, I'm going to intervene in that. And so basically, I wanted to really dig down to the core of what it means to be a superhero in terms of nobility and, you know, the power fantasy, like all the fun elements are there, the adventure and everything, but I also wanted to give the more serious core. And I feel that, you know, I think I deliver on that. I wanted to pull from my own life, obviously, you know, I'm not shy about that. I was debating on how far I want to go into the self-insert, and I said, well, if I'm going to already have people tell me that, let me put my heart and soul into this book.
Yeah, that's kind of cool. Tarantino does that, you know. He's like one of the best. So.
Yeah, he always has the foot fetish thing.
Well, yeah, there's nothing like that.
It's the best part. You should put more foot fetish stuff in Phenomenova.
But I don't have a foot fetish, so why would
you should have a supervillain called the Foot. And he has...
There already are for Ninja Turtles.
The Latex
the
Foot is the character's name, to be exact. And yeah, I think you're missing out on an untapped market.
Dude, all right. Well, listen, I'm not the guy to write that because I don't understand how people could like feet. Hey, why are
never
we talking
say
about...
never? Embrace your inner foot fetishes.
Yeah, and you're a good writer.
There.
You're saying you can't write
well,
foot
I
fetish
could,
content?
but I'd probably, if I were to do that, I'd have to probably write the character as... Maybe I should do that. I just write the character as like depraved, and I'm like only someone like this.
Oh. Now that's the foot fetish version.
Dude, it just I look so like because you look at my character and he's like, oh, this is awesome, and then you
It
look
looks
at
the
this
same.
version.
How does it look so similar?
This version looks pissed off. What do you mean? He looks so disappointed. Look at him. He's like so happy. He's like, look at this, my dream's coming true. And then you look at
this is like the Tom Cruise like 1,000-yard stare. And then...
Oh shit! Now I can't unsee that.
Yeah, I've been digging the sequential stuff you've been showing.
Dude, yeah, I finally because someone had reached out and was like, dude, do you just have splash page? And I do have a splash and 2 double-page spreads to start the book. I'll spoil that. There is a reason for that. And I'm normally a guy who likes to put a lot of panels on pages. And I was finally like, you know what? Yeah, I can put a sequential. And it wasn't I was like, well, will people not like it if it's not an action scene? Turns out people really liked it. So
you start on a spread.
I think it's because it's so different.
I start on a splash and then go to 2. Okay. Because what I wanted to do was I wanted to have World War III condensed into like 3 images. And I'm like, this is just a taste of the world that was before for honing in and building back up to the superhero stuff again. So it's almost like, I almost imagine it's like, you know how we almost have these like war stories like that we would grew up with? Like, you know what, how people almost have like fantasize about the way that our ancestors fought in wars. I almost wanted to capture that feeling of like that what men are like looking for their next fight.
Mad Max Road Warrior does that with like a 30-second intro about war before it gets into it's post-apocalyptic, which I don't know if your story is probably not.
No,
I think
it's
that's kind
not.
of interesting that
The
yours isn't.
apocalypse
That's
was
kinda
kind of
cool.
it was how heroes kind of prevented it.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's cool.
they both accelerated basically what I without going to. I do want to do World War III prequel series because as I was planning out the world, I was like, holy shit, this is a good prequel idea. I'm practically writing it all, so I am gonna do that. But it was like they're basically superhumans accelerated global conflicts, and people would use powers to overthrow the government. Like someone in China got fire powers, and he overthrew the government with them, and then that's what jump started all these global conflicts. There's a whole lot
Yeah.
to it than that.
This photo, once you put your face on it, he becomes a super villain instead of a superhero.
Oh my god.
Dude, I should have. Dude, what if I have like a reverse version of Galvanite? Is my main hero.
You should. It should
And
be
he's
self-insert
just, but he
versus
should like
self-insert.
Yeah,
self-insert, but
Coleman.
like a photorealistic version of my face versus the cartoonish one.
He's
Yeah,
like from
Coleman.
Very
Canada.
terrifying.
Coleman or Cool V as
I
which
think
is
the
my
biggest
brother's
difference would probably be
suggestion.
the lips between these two variations of the character. Honestly.
Probably want to scale
Yeah.
the nose down as well to make it more appealing.
Oh,
Yeah, one represents Vaughn. One represents like all your base instincts, all your.
Well, what would the villain? What do you think is my evil? Actually, maybe this is a bad question. I'll ask you.
Don't tell me! Don't tell me! I don't want to know.
Well, you'd have to know. You'd have to know your character and know his shadow.
Well, what would
right?
you think that
Yeah.
the evil version of me would do, Phil?
You would think you're right about something.
Like,
but
what's
you're
this guy
wrong.
saying or thinking? I feel like he's saying like, couldn't help but notice you asked for help, so I just had to come and watch you burn.
Do you think I would do that?
Yeah, no, this guy.
Dude, I just look disappointed. I don't know where Alex gets these, but he always gets the worst faces.
That's the point.
He just takes screenshots of streams and finds it. He probably takes a million screenshots and finds the most unappealing one.
Yeah, Alex, why didn't you make him look good? Oh, because it's funny.
No, I know.
Oh no,
It's just,
no,
it's
this is
impressive.
perfect. Never change it.
I hate this fucking picture. I love that he also he redid the entire font just to do that. Like,
Oh my god, Alex is amazing at this.
no, she, yeah. Oh god.
But no, like really, as someone who has read the script, I would suggest everyone sign up. It's a refreshing return to form for superheroes.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I was nervous. I wanted to get people who like will be brutally honest with me to read it, because if it was just a self-insert and just me jerking myself off, that was going to be a problem. So I wanted to make sure that people were like, "No, it's actually good," or "It's bad."
No,
and they can fix it.
You beat the shit out of your self-insert character multiple times, so it's pretty enjoyable.
Oh.
Yeah, like you're,
Yeah,
you're
that's
getting
why I
all
like
this, you're getting all the self-insert hate, but the true self-insert all along is just carnal.
Yeah, I believe that.
We've
No
noticed,
hesitation.
yeah. It's a lot of psychology there.
Yeah.
Shall we get into that sometime?
I'm super buff, right?
Dude,
The
hang on.
long flowing hair, but the weird transformation thing is
Yeah,
all-
well, I cut my hair to avoid the self-insert accusations. Now you can't
It's
even
not
accuse me anymore.
it doesn't help, but it's still you, bro.
What if I just change the character's hair color? Would that make it not
It
as
might
if-
have helped.
Hey Vaughn, what
I'm
if,
not
like,
doing that because I'm too much of a narcissist.
Change your hair color. Go
Fuck
ginger.
that. Fuck that.
Vaughn, what if you cut your hair? You cut your hair because you don't want it to be a self-insert, but then you look at the print files the next morning and all the hair has been
They
shortened
just fuck
on
with
all
me?
the art.
Whoa.
You're like, what?
That would be
No,
like
don't
a
change the
Twilight Zone.
character's hair color. I
Yeah.
want us to, because at a convention, it's like my character, your book, and then if Jake is there, it would be even funnier. We'll have like a whole row of banners. It'll be the Return of the Blonde Men or the Revenge of the Blonde Men. And it'll be hilarious.
Yes.
Yeah. Look at this
Yeah.
from
And Juju's
Call Me
character, too.
Jed says Book about Vaughn getting beat to shit several times. Now there's a tagline that will
There you
sell
go.
100,000.
Oh yeah,
When it-
yeah, that's your
Yeah.
next promo tweet. Watch me get the shit beaten out of me. Back my book.
Yeah.
So
A
is this
self-insert it may be, but I get beat to shit multiple
All
times.
right, hang on. You know what? I
Oh,
might
yeah.
have a panel I could show you guys.
is this
of that.
pathetic? Is Vaughn gonna get in a car accident and have his arm ripped off, and then the only available transplant for an arm is like a black kid's arm?
Oh yeah.
What?
That's what the story's
And he
about.
becomes-
He gets the black arm. He's the
Yeah,
kid
the
with
first
black arm.
transracial superhero.
Oh my god.
You should check that box, Vaughn. That would be very. What do they call that? Forward thinking.
Yeah, like when you could have really balanced, informed writing by like both hands typing at the same time, or if you're doing it with a pen, like sometimes you can switch the pen between the hands, so you get different perspectives whilst you're writing.
Yeah. That'd be really, really riveting stuff to read in a fucking superhero comic.
No, you, not the character.
Oh.
Real
Coach,
quick while
you
Vaughn
have
pulls
your-
up his art. I'm waiting for your art, Vaughn, but little fraud in here. Let's see what it. Is it fraud? Oh yeah, look at that. It went up quite a bit. I swear,
Nice.
19K striking distance. We might hit it. Who knows?
Well, come on, man. Let's get this man his money. There we go.
Yeah.
Boom. See a little bit
Nice.
of both.
This kid knows how to throw a punch.
Ah,
There you go. And then
I can hear that. That guy has a very punchable face. That other guy.
Yeah, he did a good job with that. I changed the bully's name multiple times because he was like, I came up with it when I was young, and it was too goofy.
No, as Vaughn's real life antagonist changed. He just changed it to their name.
Oh yeah, no, I should admit, yeah. I was like, you fucking no. I had to. Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna do that. I was like, do I know a dick with this name? Oh, I do. All right, can't use that one. But no, I mean, people do that. Like Freddy Krueger was apparently the name of the director's bully, childhood bully, was just Fred Krueger. And then he was like, "Fuck you, I'm doing that." I wonder if anyone's gotten in touch with the real Fred Krueger. I don't know.
That must
Yeah,
suck.
he's owed a lot of royalties.
This is a lesson in not to not bully. Look at your name.
Is his bully's name Jed? No, I should have done that. But that way I wrote this, believe it or not, call me Jed. I came up with this before. I'll tell you his last name that I thought was too goofy, and you guys certainly would have made fun of me, was Willie. And I was like, you can't take the bully seriously.
Get your hands off Willie.
Yeah, Willie was the name of the bully.
Yes,
For-
Willie.
like,
Oh God,
literally-
Willie. I hate that guy.
Yeah, literally until like a couple revisions ago, he was Willie, and I was like,
Willie
I
is not a bad guy name.
That's
Willie's
not-
your
That's what I
bad name.
mean.
Yeah, what is his name now?
Clayton.
Yep,
Clayton
that's
Barton?
classic.
No.
You should call him
Clayton
Jed,
Barton?
and his catchphrase should be "Better Jed than dead," and then he punches someone else. Like he's killing him.
Jed and
But-
Jed?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Shut down.
So this bully's first name is Clayton.
Willie. Dude, I kind of like a bully named Willie.
Yeah, but I decided to go with Clayton for this guy.
So can I bet you $1?
Yeah.
Do you have a last name for him?
Yeah.
That his last name starts with a C.
Clayton Combs.
All right. Does anyone want to bet against Phil? Or wait, $1 is your bet?
$1.
I must abstain.
No, it's
Anyone else
against
wanna
you,
bet?
Ron.
Wait, hang on. What, against
Clayton
me?
Cawthorn.
Yeah.
Actually, it starts with a K. You fucking idiot.
Yep,
You
it's
owe me
a C sound.
No, it doesn't matter. You said C.
owe me
You
$1.
owe me $1. You owe me $1.
So
dude.
predictable,
Clayton
Ron.
Cracker.
So predictable.
No, it's not. It's Clayton
Clayton
Kilborn.
Kramer.
Clayton Kilborn.
Oh,
He's born to kill.
he's burned to
Yeah.
kill, dude. Better Jed than dead.
You're trying to make it stick.
Yeah.
Write your own better Jed than dead
And
story.
even who's to say this bully might come back in a bigger way later on in the series. We'll see.
He gets the powers from the Dark Stone, and then
No,
he
the-
becomes.
The
There's a Dark Stone?
No, I mean maybe eventually I'll come up with a story with the Dark Stone, but not for this
He
character.
gets the powers?
My name is Lord Darkstone. You punched me in high school, and now I'm here to rip off your dick.
Angela Curry says, call him ass man.
Oh, yeah. Ant-Man. So I had a
Assman?
character whose
Richard
name
Assman?
was who's actually coming back, but he has a different name now. His name was Ashman, and he had a flamethrower, and he would get mad because everyone would make fun of his name, call him Assman, and so he changed his name now. Yeah, he's in people.
That's pretty good.
You should have a character named Grassman in the last pages, Phil.
No, I don't smoke weed.
No,
okay?
not weed, like just grass.
Oh no, there was a Hollow Fister in Hollow Fist called High Five, and he was just like a guy who was super high, but he had like a hood that was like a giant hand giving a high five. And he would headbutt people.
You like
Hollow
slap
Fist
you?
is really stupid.
I'm lettering, guys.
Peak humor.
Nice.
I'm polishing my thumbnail, so sorry if I'm quiet. I'm working.
Oh yeah, I might start working a little bit too.
Wait, so what the fuck? So I have to hold up.
Everyone,
the show?
stop paying attention to the stream and work.
This is now a work stream.
I replaced my gay keyboard, by the way, for you hardcore Hyper Wizard fans. Look, I now have
With a gayer keyboard.
With a NES themed giant homunculus keyboard that takes
cool.
like 10 years to type anything because I have to move
And you know
my
something
fingers
about
across.
that I like though, Jake. It might be worth it for the way nostalgia hits. It like makes you feel good when you look at it. You're like, oh yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I like this keyboard, and it comes with 2 giant idiot buttons.
Oh nice.
More
$2.
added color to this.
2 buttons.
Added some color.
Nice. That looks good. Phil, you got to draw your own book.
No,
Yes.
maybe eventually.
You know, once I wanted to draw, so I wanted to do a book where the characters got sent to a different universe, and then I would draw the book, but then I'd make my mom trace what I drew.
I added these veins myself to the arm. The veins weren't there. I added them.
Nice.
Nice.
Look at the
Yeah, they
veins.
look good.
Jake. And then I did this world.
Here,
blowing-
check out. I showed this to Jake behind the scenes already, but here's the banana page now. I think I showed you guys the.
I get all the secret.
It's a big banana, you said?
Oh, it does
Yeah.
look like. Oh, it is a huge banana. Okay, it looks slightly less phallic than before, but still a little bit mildly phallic.
Yeah, it's Grand Prix is going to be the first book comic because comics is a young art form and we're still pushing the boundaries. It's the first comic ever to have a giant banana. Maybe.
That's the first one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows? But that's what I'm claiming for the clout or whatever. The representation, representing, pushing boundaries. Narwhal comics.
Nobody Google giant banana comic. No one do it right now.
Yeah,
cool.
No, see, actually though, I have ranted randomly about in video games they have something called achievement hunting or achievements. So and they'll be random. I think you can like crowdfund it kind of or like crowdsource it. Like people just write things that you can do and then you check off these achievements. And there can be thousands in a game that you're trying to do like random little things. I think there should be that for comics, and you can think of funny achievements that you might hit. Like, what does my book do that no book in history has ever done? And I'm like, mine has a giant banana in it. So achievement unlocked for Narwhal. There might be other ones too, but
You're really weird, Narwhal.
You may have a giant banana, but does your hero have sex with an entire town? The
yeah,
town
see, that's
itself.
achievement unlocked. Seriously, that might be the first time that's ever happened.
Someone goes and motorboats Memory Mountain in Fiendish land, like
achievement unlocked.
That would be amazing. I now have to invent some kind of gigantism magic, and someone's like, "What am I gonna do with this? Am I gonna save the world? Stop this tsunami? No, I'm motorboating the mountain. Let's go."
Rini, that could be 3.5, or that could be your mini comic.
Yeah.
It calls to me.
Turn into Carnal.
Yeah, the overlaps, whatever.
No, that's what happens when Carnal crosses over into Fiendish land.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I've heard, pray tell, a rumor. I don't know what Carnal's voice is, by the way. I wanted to do an animated trailer for the for the launch of the book, which I think is going to be in October this year.
Damn, that'd be perfect, bro.
I'm gonna make October the month of Carnal. But yeah, I don't know what his voice would be. I thought it'd be kind of funny if it was just like, my voice. What?
British?
Hello. But like I have a different voice that it would fit, which is like the yo, what up guys? It's me, Carnal the Barbarian. But then I just use that for Drake Bristle, the little hedgehog guy who's like in real life who's like a drug addict pimp.
That's more of a Drake voice. I imagine Carnal's voice to be a little more dopey.
Well, go on. What do you think his voice is? So I can...
What's up, guys?
Hello, it's me, Carnal the Barbarian, and I'm here to ruin everything. Have you seen my penis lately?
You know who that sounds like? That sounds like MacGruber, kind of. You did your MacGruber there.
MacGruber?
Yeah. MacGruber's funny. You guys remember that movie? That was funny.
I've never seen it.
Do you mean MacGyver? The Simpsons?
No,
thing?
SNL did a full movie parody of MacGyver called MacGruber, and it's pretty hilarious.
I should get Phil to voice Carnal.
All right.
I've been thinking of the same thing, not getting one. Maybe, or if Phil is offering voice acting gigs, but I wanted to do an animation, and I was like, well, what would my character sound like? And I don't think I'll do it for chapter 3 now, but maybe the next book. And I'm like, that would be so cool to have.
Right, all of us right now audition for Casimir. We gotta all do our best Casimir audition. Rainey, what does he gotta say? What is the scene?
I don't want to talk about it. Gosh. That's him.
Fun. I don't know, something along those lines. Fuck off.
Why do you all suck? I wish I had a better party that could actually do stuff. Like, you guys are fucking suck.
He's not that animated. He has his line in chapter 3 that's like, "Can you aim, bitch?" You can say that.
What would his voice actually be like?
Can you aim, bitch?
Would it be grumbling? Would it be like Solid Snake or something?
Can you aim, bitch?
Can you aim, bitch? Listen, we got a big adventure to go on, and I need.
Oh, let me grab my.
That's too try hard and edgy. No,
you can. Yeah,
it's not bad though. It's not bad.
He's not like.
Ragnar, I know we've had our differences across the years, but I was thinking maybe you and me, after all this is over, we can find a nice piece of land, and you could teach me how to do all that amazing magic you do.
What if we didn't have to kill?
I'm not teaching you anything, you twat.
No, you should voice Ragnar. Perfect. All right, Jake is gonna voice.
Hello,
Ragnar.
my name is Ragnar von Magic, and I do silly little spells.
That's
Look,
exactly her name.
I can make fire come out of my hands.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter.
Have Angela Cree says, have you seen the San Onofre nuclear plant in San Diego? I haven't. Is there something within the news or something? She goes, congrats. Thanks, Angela. But I don't know if anyone knows about that. Haven't seen
What's going on?
Angela.
Too quiet. Too quiet.
Jake, why don't you stream anymore
say?
during the day? And why don't you have Angela on your streams?
I was getting too real, Phil.
Oh, boobs.
All right, here we go. Here's some Casimir lines.
Oh,
Trying to kill us, Easkell, and I'm not hauling him back to Allstat.
Oh, you got the book out.
Yeah.
Too lazy to get mine.
Have a book that you guys can reference.
What'd you
for this
say?
Very important audition.
Nina, stop. Say that again.
I think you've got the acting down. I think that's
But
pretty
his voice
good.
is wrong.
I imagine his voice is a little deeper, but you have the acting down. So.
Yeah, maybe in
deeper,
another
okay.
5 years, Vaughn.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Shut the fuck up.
Or at least just get some advanced TRT. Where's the line that he's saying? So you're saying deeper.
Say that again.
Where's the freaking line?
Here's the San Orfiva nuclear plant.
Now that's my kind of nuclear power plant.
Oh, the titty plant. Yeah.
Oh.
Woo!
You know, I haven't designed the nuclear power plant for a Phenomenon Nova yet. Maybe I'll have to.
Is there supposed to be one?
There you go. Here's your chance.
I described it earlier, Phil.
So you want a deeper, Irene? It's not all that unfair, is it?
Oh.
2 old men and 2 idiots against a Frostfang? Looks like you're already battered up too. I have a better idea. Go rub someone else and I'll let you live. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
So
B
not
for
that deep?
effort.
Not that
No,
deep?
you're being too dramatic.
Okay, fine. You look like wait. You look like my next trophy skull.
See, that's not so bad.
Yeah, that's a little better, but you're being too dramatic. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I
That one
can't.
from the monsters.
I gotta camp it. I can't not camp things up.
So critical.
I know,
on
it's
my
too
blood.
campy. I'm going for realistic.
Rob someone else, and I'll let you live.
That's pretty good.
Wait,
I
who
think
said
Vaughn's
that?
winning.
That was Vaughn.
Yeah.
Vaughn, you're such a good actor.
You did study theater.
Well, I didn't. I
Well
actually
done.
never really.
I think the role's going to Vaughn currently.
All
so
right,
sorry,
let's
you
go.
guys.
God damn it. Okay, how do I take
I was
all
bored.
of the emotion of
Jake,
all
you
out of my
can
voice?
you
Look at
can
him.
be one of the bandits or something.
One of
Or
the-
Jake
you know
can
the
play like
characters,
every
the
other role.
I need to write like a very campy villain just for Jake.
Hello, I'm the supervillain in the Fiendish series. Casimir, you've fallen into my trap, my boy.
My boy.
My boy.
My boy.
Jake, you know
I
that's
was
from, right?
Huh?
My boy.
Yeah, Hank Hill.
The Zelda CDI games.
What?
It's
haven't seen
yours,
this?
my friend.
My boy. Hang on, let me. All right, I'm
My
gonna find
boy.
Damn it, Bobby.
it.
You may notice something different about your girlfriend Ragnar. Her eyes are glowing because she's under my spell. That's right, she's my girlfriend now, Casimir.
You
Sorry.
sound like the Crypt Keeper.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah, that was good.
yeah.
That was good.
Happy birthday, Allie.
Can you do
So
the
if
laugh?
you're
What? How does his laugh go?
It's really tight.
Oh,
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
I never
that
watched
nice,
that.
yeah. Now
Speaking
we
of
know
formula-
the type of characters you can play.
The Crypt Keeper, his thing, all he does is say a really bad pun and then laugh way too much at his own joke.
Yeah. Guys, I got these Taiwanese snacks that I haven't eaten. I'm gonna finally break them out.
We're still auditioning for characters. You need to do your best Ragnar now, Vaughn. Do your Ragnar.
All right, here we go.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, my breasts are so heavy. Please help me carry them.
This is exactly what she would
Alright.
say. I was actually thinking,
What is the?
Ali could
paper
probably be Yomi, but I could probably do Easkell because I could pass for a 13-year-old boy.
That is how they do it in animation.
They
Yeah, that's the
do. They
one
get
tradition.
women. So
Hold on.
I think that's what
I
I'll
like
go with.
how happy JD Kirby is with my Crypt Keeper voice that I didn't know that's what it was.
He loved it. That was good. That was
Here we
really
go.
good voice.
It's my crypt now, bitch.
Yeah.
Can anyone do
that's very-
Can anyone else do Skeletor?
No, what is he saying?
Take that, He-Man.
I can
That's
only
good.
do the Mad Hatter.
Go
What's
on, then.
that?
The Mad Hatter?
I
from,
him.
I'm a
All right,
stupid
Ragnar. All right,
retard.
Reed, you have to
Oh my
direct, you have to
goodness.
direct me with Ragnar.
Oh my goodness.
I'm not
don't
letting you bring
know.
your
Why
fuck
are
toy
you
in the house.
writing like a writing desk?
You got the tone
that
down.
is really
but
good.
yeah,
tone.
you don't.
Letting you bring your fuck toy into the house.
Okay. No. So here's
That's
the
olive oil.
role playing tip. You don't for when men want to voice out women. Don't do the. Just speak a little softer like this.
No, you've got it.
It's
You've
about how
got to
you
sound like
enunciate.
this.
And for
You just gotta
women,
make-
if like when I'm role playing guys, because I play a lot of guys in D&D, it's more about being. It's more about your tone and speak from the chest. And when I'm talking, I'll say like, "Stop that." Or bye. Don't say bye. Like be more assertive in your
I'm not
tone.
letting
So
you
that's
bring
how you
your
kind of
fuck-
genderize
Vaughn,
your
if
voice.
you want to do a feminine voice, you've
Yeah,
just
you
got to
just-
make
you
it
just
really
gotta say-
breathy.
You
And you've
know,
got to
I
put
just-
emphasis on the end
Yeah,
of the
you gotta
word.
just.
It's just,
All
I
right,
had such
ready?
a stressful day.
No, Vaughn.
I just
I've
Vaughn,
never
just-
heard a more unattractive thing in my life.
Vaughn, just use the
What the
voice.
fuck?
Vaughn, use the voice you use on Omegle when you talk to those guys.
You know, I got.
What's your
upset.
credit
I
card
used to
number,
make
big boy?
Videos, messing with people on Omegle, but I you know, But I had like I lost footage of it because my Mac was gay. But I used to like doing that, and then I'd have to edit back the footage, and there'd always be like all the you don't know Omegle?
Was that a gay?
They shut it down, didn't they?
Well,
It's
I mean,
kinda-
not
it's probably pretty
intentionally.
gay. There's a lot of
It got really
penises.
gay.
Chat roulette.
Like,
You know chat roulette?
it was basically it was like a site where like you would randomly match up with someone. Now
It was
there
all
a
dicks.
high
It was
percentage.
all
It was a
penises.
very high percentage of the people did have their dicks out.
We got it. Vaughn, we got it. We got a now edition for Eastcall.
Well, hold on. I didn't get to do. Hang on. I'm still trying with.
You're still
Ragnar.
ruminating.
You're not gonna get Ragnar.
I'm not
you don't
letting you
quite
bring
sound
your fuck
womanly.
toy into the house. All right,
Hello.
Eastcall. All right, here we go. Kaz, he has a family.
You know, speaking of what Rainey was saying about
party school.
about guys doing girls and girls doing guys,
Nobody ever wanted.
you know, a good example of that is in Fury Road. I forget the actress, but what's her name with the grease on her face?
Furioso.
Yeah, she did a
Charlize
good job
Theron?
because she a lot of times girls in action movies, if they're holding guns, they like start talking kind of like this. It gets really fake. It's dumb, but she like kept talking just like a girl kind of, but it's actually like pretty badass to like.
I like
be
that.
badass.
That was done really well. I like that. I think that's the one time where, like in recent history, the last probably badass female action character that was done well because she didn't try to act like a man.
Yeah.
She was kind of masculine, but she was still clearly a woman and everything. And yeah, it was. It
Yeah.
was fun.
All
I
right.
like that.
Nobody
So we're
ever
gonna-
wanted me except Casimir.
I was gonna read the same thing. You fucker.
I was just a cousin who he never met, and Ma
Wait.
refused to take him in after Dorvo.
Hold on, I'm gonna get my Fiendish because I want to read.
When
some
Ma
lines.
left,
Yeah,
he helped me.
baby.
No questions
Let's
asked.
go. Yes, bring it on. Yes, everybody. That's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, don't let him hear.
I don't-
Yeah, don't let him
It's
hear
hard.
you say that. I messed
It's
it
a
up.
little hard because like he's 13, but he
Okay.
got the tone pretty down.
I
He has
wanna
a
do-
softer tone.
All right.
I want to do my Eastcall.
Oh God.
Nobody ever wanted me except Casimir. I was just a cousin who we never met. Ma even refused to take me in after Dorvo. But when Ma left, he helped me. No questions asked. Then Oh wait, laddie! How kind of him!
Oh yeah.
You
Oh, kind of him.
Jake,
yeah.
you're gonna be Hellbrand if we ever do an animated series, and that's gonna be your role. And
Who's Hellbrand? Oh,
the
the
guy who died in chapter 1. It's already.
Wow, you're supposed to hire someone with red skin to play that character.
Well, you see, I've got this theatre troupe, and I've collected a bunch of weirdo slave divs, and I thought, you know what? Why not put them to work prattling around for people's entertainment? That's all they're good for. Is that what he would say?
That's great. No, I remember you did the accent, and I mean, I didn't know what other accent to do in tech, so I gave him like I guess a Scots accent. Yeah.
I'm totally
There you
not going to going to die in a few moments when a giant demon jumps out of the woods and burns me alive with its acid sputum.
If I do a 0.5 story of Halbrand's point of view being narrated after post-death, I'll hire you to do the trailer. So, this is how I died.
This is how he fucking bought the bullet.
Not all men truly live.
JD could be his Scrooge McDuck. I don't know what Scrooge McDuck's voice is. It's like a more aggressive. Give me my money back. I need all my pennies.
Oh yeah, it's more scratchy. Aye.
Hey,
It's a sad state.
I'm a dear
Sad
old
state of affairs, lads, to get the money that we need.
Scrooge McDuck. Put Rouge McDuck. That's like Rouge the Bat mixed with Scrooge McDuck.
No, my dad.
Kudos to Jake for using sputum in a sentence. Congrats. Ninja Dad? What's Ninja Dad? What are we even talking about?
What is
I'm
happening?
glad we've established. I'm just reading chat. I'm glad we've established a casting for the Fiendish animated series.
Yeah.
This is. I'll keep all of you in mind going forward. I'm very proud
Yeah.
of this arrangement.
Good job.
My name's
Well
Casimir, and I'm here
There
to
you go.
spread fear.
So
Outside of cities and towns, there are no rules, no laws. If you
Yeah,
spare
perfect.
someone,
That's
they
what I'm
won't in
gonna go.
turn spare you.
What if I gave everyone in Arvos a Texas accent and just like really fuck with all people that are like, that's the fantasy voices? I've gotten a lot of comments to that effect, which I get it. People are used to like fantasy talk, but I don't want to do that. So, I do what I want.
What?
I do what I
Choose
want.
ill and stop spreading your filth. I'll be that guy.
Nice.
Cursed prick. Learn to
Yomi.
control your fucking stunty.
Oh, Yomi, where did you get that stuff? Oh, I snuck onto a caravan and took it. I wasn't guarded at all, and I figured Sandal wouldn't mind anyway.
Wait, Alex VRB says he's tapping out. Do we have a meme?
It was Vaughn's face.
What? No, that was he just did that.
Oh, yeah,
was
it's
forever
here.
ago.
It's here. It's square. It doesn't want
Yes!
any more beer.
Yeah. Oh my god, this is a lot.
Here we go. Oh no.
Whoa, nice.
So, how do we break this down? Look, there's actual panels in this one.
I
Oh my god, I'm
Amazing.
fucking. It's Cypher. Me and Cypher.
Look
like
at
a
Jared.
comic.
That's awesome.
You gotta do it. You gotta do Jared, since you know his voice so well. You gotta do an impression of him normal.
He goes, if I were to sum it all up, I'd have to say blast processing.
So they're defending with. Oh, so it's like we're indoors whilst it's being like attacked by zombies from the outside, and we have the
Yeah, it's a home invasion.
Beautiful hentai
Home invasion.
zombies.
He actually found sexy Chinese zombies to clip
Sexy
in.
Chinese zombies.
There's
Go on, Vaughn, you got the yobit.
Cypher. Look at Cypher.
Vaughn, you gotta voice yourself.
Whoa.
These zombies are really cramping my style. Also, I can totally speak zombie, and they want to eat our brains or whatever. Whoa, those Chinese zombies are kind of hot.
Yeah, he has some weird, sick Chinese fetish.
What?
I think it's a zombie fetish, more like.
You know,
I think the zombie part was the disturbing part.
There's something kind of oddly attractive about you Chinese zombies. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Yellow
My
fever
name-
to the next level.
My name's Vaughn Colvin, by the way. Have I ever told you about my comic Von Omanova?
My comic
Your
book?
comment? Hey,
I'm
the
re-
bananas
Say,
is in
say
there.
golly gee.
Golly gee, I'm reconstructing the superhero genre.
That's great.
There's the banana. There's the
Look
banana.
at my banana. Historic banana.
Nice.
Yes, making
Jeez.
history.
Is that a Magic the Gathering card?
Achievement unlocked.
It does kind of look like there's a miniature
There we go.
ball at the bottom.
It is yours. It's you as the card, the Vexed, like the Vexed special ability. I'm so
Oh my
vexed
God.
right now, you guys.
There's the the breakfast.
Oh, we need to like. Oh, I just had a wild idea. You know how I've been saying we should do crossovers and stuff, and we need to do merch for the creative blog. What if we took all these memes and just made like mini prints of them? Or some
Me, Alex's
shit?
meme prints.
Yeah, I don't even know. I mean,
No, you just-
I don't
you
know
just-
how that would fly, but
You piecemeal one creative block merch item on each campaign.
I know. I mean, nobody would get it though because you have to watch the shows. But no, these are
Okay,
fantastic.
so we're all in the lab. Achievement unlocked Motor Mountain.
Damn, look at my hair.
You're up, Phil.
Beautiful hair.
Great Depression era characters were always motivated by finding food. That's true. You're really weird, Narwhal. Yeah, that was very recent as well.
Behold, I perfected the reverse zombification Deus Ex Machina formula. Nobody cares. The child, the childhood thoughts. We were like, "Why am I not you?" or whatever. You'd be like, "I don't know."
What?
That's embarrassing.
Oh my god! Look, I'm glad that I'm a goth lolly. Thank you very much.
I like giant fucking shoes. This makes you look really syndrome-y.
Hold on. I literally had those boots in high school.
Oh my
you don't understand the
Why
level
your
of
legs? Why your legs two different colors?
I don't.
One's
it's
in shadow, Phil.
Yeah, shadow. They're not yellow enough though.
No, maybe she has the black leg like Vaughn's black arm.
That's actually
No,
what
no.
it is. Yeah. Also, I'm not that petite, but still, I appreciate the goth.
You mean Miles Hanksley's black arm, the character who has
Yeah,
no.
Rini,
no
if she's in
relation-
height,
Oh, yeah.
if she's in proper scale, her head would be cut off at the top of the panel.
Yeah, I'm 7 feet tall. What should I do? I think it would be scary if they could grow and change because they would develop, but in the wrong way, and that's the horror element. Ancient Oda was kind of like Vaughn, only less chaotic neutral.
That AI story idea was actually really good because it's like we even mentioned Invasion of the Body
That's a good idea.
Snatchers as a possible. There we go.
We should do it.
Dogs thinking they're human. Yet another problem white women are making worse. I guess that's the only interesting thing I said.
I know. I like how Alex captures all the interesting moments. We can tell how much we contributed each meme.
If this were a movie, like which one of us would die first? Like maybe Jake, because he's the comedic kind of thing.
Vaughn.
Well, I'm thinking of just the bottom of the screen, even.
Oh yeah, you mean just the actual cast?
Phil's trying to steal my hair.
The actual creative blockheads.
And then I think I might die because I'm like, usually it is the scientist guy who dies.
No, no. The scientist stays alive till last with another person, and then it's revealed he was the evil mastermind all along. And then you, to get the most juxtaposition, you need to have her be a woman. Like, so it would be you. It would be you and Irene, dead last. I would die first.
Yay!
Phil would die heroically.
Yeah,
In
Phil
the
kind of looks
midpoint.
like the main character a little bit of all these.
Yeah,
He
makes
does.
sense.
Very iconic posy. I like.
What are you
I have
holding?
those boot. Oh, the Tony snacks! Oh my god, I love. Oh, you got everything in there. That's great. Yay! These are my little snacks. They're dried plums. They're really good. Nom nom.
Plum tum tug.
Alex VRB says he's fucking with you, Jake.
In what way?
He says was punishing Jake because he likes to give people a hard time about not having as good of a quote loadout.
Very good.
That's awesome. Thank you, Alex. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I've got to paint this Chinese zombie figure to have like nice blue skin. We really wish we could like stop making up new races in real life, like blue skin, purple skin. Like we could make up. You look so cool.
We are. We're doing it right now.
Huh?
Oh, you mean in real life? Okay.
I mean in real.
I'm on her.
Keep experimenting, Jake.
Can't tell the difference.
Just have sex with more aliens. Harry B. Mrs. Jake would die in a comedic way.
I laugh no matter how it happened.
And that's kind of the thing. I have.
So would everyone else.
Like in the world of Fiendish, you know how humans have a very narrow genetic bottleneck. We're not very genetically varied compared to other animals. And I was thinking, well, in a fantasy world, what if humans are more varied? So Ispoliad are a subspecies of humans, and they're super different, and they have like the red skin and green hair, but they are humans. And I'm like, well, animals, they have like huge variation, huge size variations, and like different subspecies. Some are spotted, so I want to have like spotted humans, because I think that's something that fantasy doesn't really explore, because if you think of it scientifically, that's just a natural thing to do. You can have human characters because you want your readers to identify with them. You don't want it to be too crazy. I mean, you can do something like Dark Crystal, but that's a bit of a risk, I think. But you can still have humans, but make it really something that feels like fantasy in a different world. I don't think that's done enough.
Speaking of new, completely made up fantasy races that aren't like anything that's ever been put in stuff before, you know how I have the blorks that are blue orcs? Then I was like,
Yes.
oh, you have different colored ones. You could have like rorks for red orcs, gorks for green orcs. So I was like, then no, look, that's funny enough, but it's not really funny enough. So I invented a whole new race because I'm like, okay, there's no goblins. And like the typical fantasy like hentai thing is like the goblins capture the elf princess. So I'm like, I need some goblins. So I made red goblins called roblins, and they're just like thieves that wait on the roads for like a carriage passing by, and they rob it. And they're called roblins, and they're red goblins.
I like it.
Nice.
There's a formula there. Tying it back.
That carries over from your video
Brilliant.
game. The naming conventions.
There's already a roblin?
No, just I'm saying your formula for how to come up with that.
Take 2 word. Fuse 2 word.
Yeah, it's like language Frankensteinism.
No, what time
That
is your? I'm only wondering because I got work. What time is your campaign?
See you, Vaughn.
We're just going to midnight, I think. So there's a half
Midnight.
hour
Oh,
left.
your time.
Yeah, we don't need
Oh,
to.
I-
We don't need to, but we
Dude,
can,
it's your
you know?
campaign.
Yeah.
I'll stick it. No, I'll stick it out.
No,
Yeah.
we're sticking it out. We
Haven't
got,
haven't got a
40
backer
minutes.
in a while. Wah, wah.
No man, come on, back this man.
That's how you inspire people to back. Oh,
No, you had to kind of pump it up. Like I know you're all of your fingers are hovering over that back button, so get it right now because there's only 40 minutes left. You're gonna miss out on this, and then it'll totally disappear, and you're gonna have deep, dark regrets, and you're gonna cry yourself to sleep every night if you don't back Hotel Story tonight. So do it now, everybody in chat, and tell your friends, wake your roommates up, terrorize them into getting this book. Thank you.
What Rini said.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, live a life free from regret.
Yeah, back Hotel Story. Don't regret your entire life.
Yeah.
Calm Jazz says 21:30. It's kind of annoying that Indiegogo is based on the West Coast. It's like East Wester, but so it's like 3 a.m. Eastern time. It's it's always the middle of the night.
Oh shit! It's 7:30 in the morning.
Yes, Jake.
Holy crap!
That's the
I'm a-
worldwide audience. Everyone at a
Is
different time.
Is the sunlight out, Jake?
Is the sunlight out?
No,
No,
Calm
the
Jet
sun-
is a West Coaster.
The sun is peeping over the
he's not West
horizon.
Coaster. Where the fuck is he?
Genuine, what's up?
Genuine Comics is the man.
Yep.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, I'm excited for his book. I'm excited to get Shant's book too, and Nosferatu.
Oh yeah,
Shit,
it's
nice.
beautiful. Good night, Alex. Alex is going to bed.
Great
Thank you for the
meme,
meme
brother.
again.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
Alex.
meme.
Cheers.
Thanks for
Have a
hanging.
good one.
Yo,
Let's go
SDA in
back
the
to-
chat. What's up, SDA?
Thank you,
Hello.
Mid Journey, for all the work you put into Alex's meme this week.
Alex's idea generator. How do I draw this fucking demon fight? Oh, my
Alex
fucking-
draws that all like painstakingly. In a short
Yeah.
amount.
Do you know who I am? I'm a prompter.
We're all trying to hold back on AI rants.
Are we?
No, not really. I don't really care.
I actually get entertained with artists that spurg out about AI.
Right.
Mhm.
I try to not say it because a lot of my artists are like super offended by AI, and I'm just not. I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm like, I can still draw. It's not gonna stop me from drawing. I don't know.
Mhm.
It's not a problem. Whatever.
Like the value
just
of
don't.
the value
just
of art
don't-
is kind of the person who created it. Like it's
Yeah. As long as it's what only annoys me is the user of AI. If they're like, yes, I'm just as much of I'm a real artist. I'm like, shut the fuck up. You're not. Like objectively, you're not. But I don't know. People can go have fun. It's not a problem.
like I think the only exciting aspect of say AI generated stuff is the experience of the user themselves typing things in and then something happening. Like if you have some hyper advanced AI VR experience in the future where like you put the headset on and just start thinking stuff and the world's generated from that, like that's the advanced version of the experience of people typing a couple of things like big booty mama into Stable Diffusion and going, wow, that's one big booty mama. Now what do? I'm bored of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big booty mama dressed as Mrs. Claus. And he's like, wow, that really took it to a new place. I didn't expect it to look like that.
Like AI has this really interesting quality. It almost feels like, so I listen to a lot of story channels, like story reading channels on YouTube, and a lot of them have started using AI illustrations and animations as backgrounds. So they just plug in like a character or the location, and it's like this kind of morphing dreamlike image of the locations in the story, and it's like real trippy. AI art is very dreamlike, isn't it? It's almost like the collective consciousness of all the art and images that humanity has on the internet, and it's like a machine dream of it, which is fascinating. It's different than like what we do when we draw, but it's something separate but really still fascinating to me. Fever dream.
Who else can we audition for? What if you had to audition for Crimstone, Vaughn, what voice would you do?
Oh boy. All right, Crimson. Let me get my lost pages somewhere. Hold on. Oh. All right, I gotta find my copy of Lost Pages.
I think you'd sound like, hello, my name's Crimstone, and I'm in your head. I might come out, be careful. That's what he says, right? That's his speech pattern.
Yes, he sounds like a Tim Burton character.
Welcome to my chocolate factory of the mind.
He's like a genie in the lamp, but the lamp's the girl's head.
Let me show you guys one kind of funny thing. Hold on. Okay, so this page here, what did he say? He goes, can't get through on the emergency phone. Any ideas, anyone? This has never happened before. Hey, let's all stay calm. I can get us out of this. Creaks open the door, sees the kid, asks him for help. The kid gives him a creepy look. One of the notes is later on this big guy, his hands become important as disembodied items, or like kind of characters. And there's kind of there's another character with hands chopped off too that are important. And so someone was saying I couldn't tell which hand was which, and we're like, that's actually kind of a problem. So like, okay, how do we solve this problem?
Race
like,
swap.
okay, I mean that was something. We were like jewelry, skin tone. We can make his hands even bigger, and we're like, finally, what we settled on was giving him tattoos on his knuckles that say Jack and Jill. And so we're like, okay, we'll change the dialogue then. So where's that? Yeah. So then here's the new page. So he goes, the phone, I can't get through. The line goes to him, and he goes, don't worry, folks. Nothing old Jack and Jill can't handle. And he looks at his hands. Then he gives his hands a smooch.
I love it. I love seeing problem solving like that.
That's cool.
That's what comics are all about.
Yeah, and then it works because it's interesting because this scene is kind of it's its own thing, but this saves the other scene that you can't see yet, basically.
Cool.
Yeah.
So Crimstone.
Wait, Cold Mad Jet says, I bet I can guess which hand he uses to jack with.
Crimstone. Here we go, Phil. You ready for this, man? You excited?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember me, Jazz?
Was that the line? You got your book out for that?
That one line?
Like, can't you do a little more than that?
Yeah, I could. All right, let's see.
Hold on. Hold on. It wasn't no peach pie living up in your noodle the last 12 years.
Oh, does he have that type of voice?
I'm figuring it out. I figure it out. Give me some direction, Phil. If you
keep going. Get those narrations.
That's the direction.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Where are you? I fought every day to keep us both alive. I wasn't alone. You got some real barf bags up there.
All right, get the
was
barf
gonna
bag.
beat so much till one day I beat back.
Good. Did
Yeah.
you write that on? That's pretty
Yeah,
good.
this is my lost pages. I gotta do this.
I thought they were getting weaker, but I think we were getting stronger. It was gas giving them what they owed.
Your characters have a lot of you've infused a lot of personality into this stuff, which is good.
Yeah, he's all personality.
After years of being the little guy up there, I'm not scared of nothing no more. So the good old days back on the playground cutting loose.
There you go. There you go.
Good job. Good job, Vaughn.
Thank you, man.
Nice.
Not
The
horrible.
only
Wow, that's
compliment you'll get from Phil ever. Now you're done for the rest of the year.
Yeah, stick to voice.
He just wants you to stop trying.
all right. There you go. Well, Phil, if you need a voice actor, you know.
Very nice. I like that voice too. The acting training shows through.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I don't like. I did a little bit, but I mostly. Well, that's all right. I did a few classes. I never pursued it.
I may have taken a few drama classes here and there.
Yeah, I should go back. It just it sucks. It's like all the stuff I want to do is like. I mean, obviously, you guys know the stability as a creative, man. It's just there's no acting. One of the things, like, I'd love to act in stuff that I hate, you know what I mean? But it's like the auditions. Like, if I meet a connection that they want to hire me, that's fine. But like, I thought about it and like pursuing it like that much. I don't want to say no, but it's not where I'm at right now. You know, if it happens, it happens. But I did, there was a point where I considered it.
And Crimson's not even in this book. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, he's at the beginning. I don't think he has a lot of lines in that one.
What part of imaginary friend don't you get?
Oh my god! All right, sorry, Phil. The duality of man. Pick your point.
I saw you.
Sorry, what?
You make everything just goofy or like ultra dramatic. Sorry.
Yeah, I saw you, Taz. Just like old times, smashing the bullies at school.
Oh my god.
That sounds what the voice would come out of that guy, right?
All right, let's get the masquerade.
What part of imaginary friend don't you get? And yeah, I saw you, Taz, just like old times, smashing the bullies at school. You can still hold your own. No punk's gonna pick on us now, champ.
Nice.
I got the job. I got the role.
I'll show you guys one more page. I can't remember the beginning, before and after.
Yeah, Phil's saying entire stream.
No. Should we read this? Should we read this scene?
I don't know. We could maybe, but just the quick intro is like we added this side's kind of a lot more character beats of a little like hinting more at what's going on with him with Bruno. But before, I think he was almost doing nothing. He was just in his room, kind of being quiet, and then the next thing happens. But we added this beat, so I'll read it, I guess. So it says, "Thousands have gathered for the tennis Grand Slam tomorrow. Expect heavy traffic throughout the day. Bruno. Got to get used to the new name. I must admit I'm nervous. Should I write a manifesto first? Is that needed for this kind of thing? What would it even say? Knock, knock, knock. The knock and it interrupts him. But he's talking about his manifesto. So you know he's up to something.
Yeah. I'm excited to see all the different characters and all the interesting things that they plan. They have plans for in the hotel. Because the witch has plans, but everyone else probably does too.
Mm-hmm.
I got 3 new matches whilst I was asleep.
Congrats. I've given up on online dating so long ago. That shit's so lame.
I couldn't get
any matches.
That's not what I was gonna say, actually, dickhead.
I bet you could. Don't put yourself down like that, Vaughn.
You asshole! Like, you insult me, and then Vaughn, why would you say that about yourself?
Yeah, come on.
They call that thinking past the sale. That's a funny technique.
So you were saying?
Yeah, what were you saying?
Doesn't matter, man.
Oh,
You broke him.
look what you
Big broke
did.
No, I mean, I got like it's the thing is with me, I feel like I could talk about what I'm into and everything for hours, but I can't fucking write a bio. I can't write a bio.
That's your fucking problem. You're the writer and you can't write a bio.
Well, it's that,
Oh
but
my
it's like
God.
it's
Well,
like
you're
I'm
the best at self inserts too. Come on.
Yeah, but it's like
And that's
I like
that's like the whole
to
aim
go-
of online dating, inserting yourself.
I like to go up and I don't know. I just don't think if I don't know. I'd rather just meet someone like in person or through
Okay,
connection
let's
online
write
or through
Vaughn's
YouTube
bio
videos.
for him. Should we try this? How are we going to do this? You're like,
I
okay.
don't. But the thing is, I
I
don't
was-
want to use it. It's not like I want to use the. I don't want to do this. I mean, you could write it
But
anyway.
Well,
I'm
it would
not
say,
gonna
like-
use it for a bit.
It would
Go
say
ahead.
like, "Hey, Toots, I was struck by lightning while holding a conch shell."
A what? A conch shell?
Yeah.
Why?
What are the important elements that we want to include about Vaughn? So, like, talks a lot.
Okay, that'll really.
If
Talks a
you,
lot.
I
But we need to make
think
this sound good.
on a serious, great
Hate you when your
conversation.
backhand did compliments
Say
me.
aspiring filmmaker and actor, which sounds good. Girls like that, and good
Wow.
conversationalist. You have to frame your
A
ability
woman
to
would
talk for
write this
hours
bio.
on end.
Yeah,
I'm
Where does
telling
he go?
you, I'm trying to help you. Seriously.
Name's Vaughn.
You could
Hair so
really just
curly,
like-
your hand
that
bounces
was
right
like me
on.
jerking myself off.
Or don't listen to me because
No,
I'm
I'm good. No.
clearly terrible at dating. So don't listen to me.
Well, I mean, I'm not dating apps. I don't know. I get bored of them, man. Like I get really bored.
Yeah, it gets
They
really
are
boring if you don't get any match.
No,
What if you?
Jake,
What if you
that
said
wasn't
this
it. It
place
was
is
just the
boring?
scrolling. I was like, because then I'd get to the messages and I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Honestly, I heard you guys were talking earlier about how just fucking everybody's the same, and I was watching Camel and Gundam were streaming the other day. They were talking about, oh my god, hilarious dating stories, and it's like they were saying everyone on dating apps are the same, and they were talking about women, of course, but I've had the same experience with guys, and I'm not trying to sound insulting, but it's just seems like a lot of people are the same. And if you're trying to find somebody that has your same interests and is actually interesting, it's just really hard.
Yep. Oh yeah. Yeah. No. Good luck. It's fine. I mean, even if a girl is like into comics and stuff, they're like, "Ha ha ha! You read the new issue where like everyone sucks." Like I remember one time this one girl had messaged me through like an app, like something I did comic related. All right, maybe I shouldn't get into this. But anyway, I'll just say, oh, I know you like X-Men, whatever, and like I'm really excited for the new comic, and I was because I'm very honest. I was like, I fucking hate the new X-Men comics; they suck.
Smooth.
Good
Real
job.
smooth.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys lasted a while.
No, we still. I mean, she still reaches out to me.
I was talking to a girl on an
Anyway.
app once, and I said, like, comics are
Fucking
great. It's like the best way to tell a story. And then she said, what did she say? She said, like, I don't know, it depends. And then I never spoke to her again. Didn't reply.
I get so many, I don't know, so many, well, can you draw me? It was literally coming back from Thanksgiving, this guy at the airport was hitting on me, and I was like, well, telling him what I do, and he's like, oh, you're an artist, can you draw me? Or can you design my tattoo? Those are like the two number one things. It's so fucking annoying. No,
was this like
I
this?
won't.
Was this the one right after I dropped you off?
No, it was when I arrived back in Atlanta. This guy was like, I was looking for, like, trying to find an Uber area or whatever, but he's working at an airport. And then, obviously started
walking along and was clearly hitting on me, but he was like, "Oh, you're an artist. Well, will you draw me?" And I'm just like, sure.
You said you won't? Wow, dude.
I never get asked to draw the person. Never get asked.
I just no, that was so weird. I remember like I dropped Rini off, and within a minute, she's like, "Everyone here at the airport is a fucking asshole."
Everybody in Jersey is a fucking like pure assholery. It's not even like, because I'm used to New York assholery, but in Jersey it's just like, I think so what was it? I was trying to figure out like, what did they need, my boarding pass or my passport or something? I was trying to like, get in security, and I was like asking, what do you need, this one? And then the guy was like a snarky comment. It was like, yeah, that's how it works, or something like that. I'm like, I'm being totally nice, just asking you like what I need to do to get through security, and everybody's a snarky jackass.
See, I thought that was just in general. I didn't know that was because I don't. I mean, to be fair, that's like the airport I use the most, obviously. But it's like I don't think and remember if they were. Obviously, some airports are better or worse than others, but in general, I feel like they're always like looking for a way to make you look like, oh, you fucking idiot! You didn't know how the security works. Like, no, I don't. I don't, because I don't do this every day.
I mean, I've flown a lot, but it's like, it's just a simple question because every airport is different. Yeah, Atlanta airport is fine, honestly. There is a certain level of Southern hospitality in the South.
I've barely spent any time in the South, and I definitely I want to visit. I mean, I go to Florida, but Florida, even though it's the most southern, they don't really. It's different.
Oh, Florida's its own fucking thing.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Florida's not the South. Florida's Florida. It's fucking
yeah. So I've never really spent time down. I'd consider if there was I mean, I guess the only places apparently. I know Nashville has some stuff, like Georgia I know has, but I don't know what kind of film stuff, what kind of film stuff it is in Atlanta. I don't have any. That's the problem is connections too. Is if I leave, I'm going to have to leave all my New Jersey connections. And they're just doing a lot of New Jersey film stuff. So it's a really weird time for me to want to move because it's literally economically a good idea to stay here. But fuck. I don't know. I've been here so long.
I don't know enough about film to say anything, but so I think it's one of those things. Everywhere has a film industry, and for example, if I wanted to stay in Taiwan, Taiwan has a comic industry, but it's bigger elsewhere. And I was just talking to a friend who's been struggling for 10 years to make it in concept art, and he realized that part of the issue is that he's literally just not in LA. You can fly out as much as you want, you can visit, you can go to conferences, but it's different from living there because despite there being gaming companies in other parts of the country, the fact is if you're in LA, all the casual events, all of the meetups, all the drawing clubs, everybody knows each other, you make friends, and the way you get into a lot of these industries is just by knowing people. So you have to physically be in the best location. And I suspect film is similar, and it's just a fact, the best places for film are still LA, and I mean Georgia a little bit because there's mini Hollywood in Atlanta now, but it's California is still the big thing.
Yep. And I'd consider moving back out to LA, but we'll see. I was there for a little bit when I was in college for a semester. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
Just come to Chicago. Chicago PD.
Look at this for a bio. Second cousin type of guy willing to meet first cousin type of girl.
What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know, but I like it.
Calman Jet has an interesting writing exercise. Write your character's dating profile. Casimir will just be like, fuck you, literally. And that's it.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, it would be his friend making it for him and he being like, stop.
Carnals would just be a bunch of emojis.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Is Carnal what's it called where you can't read or write?
He's illiterate. That would be funny. He's like a an analog for the audience not being able to read the native language that's scrolled all over the signs. He's like, I can't really read this. What does this mean? He learns the language. Deplorian. It would have to be Deplorian, and like half of the letters would have to have like boobs in them.
Oh, are you going to make up a fantasy language that's
Do you want to help me make up Deplorian?
Yes, I would be happy to. Oh my god, yes, let's do it.
Let's do it. Then I can put it all over signage all over the place. People are like, what the fuck? And I can
like,
write all of the sound effects in Deplorian.
Yes, wait. So the writing would all be like stylized sexual positions and
Yes.
like, boobs and genitals, and like the noises will all sound like moans.
Yes. Okay. See, look, you're already doing it for me. I'll pay you $10.
Cool. That's good enough.
Invent a whole language.
Yeah, that's totally my actual fee for inventing a fucking language.
Yeah, making all the
I would
sounds
love
sound like
to.
moaning. So when everyone everyone in Deploria, like they're just walking around going like like it's like a Dutch or German.
German. Oh,
yippee yippee. Guten Tag. That's funny.
Oh, Angela Curry, I look forward to the day when people start speaking my language. Or I've had it a couple of times where, so during the Fiendish 2 fan art contest, some people integrated Nanarsa into their art pieces, and I cannot tell you how happy it made me. I'm like, it's just like a magical fucking thing. Like when people draw your characters and when they integrate your actual story elements and stuff like a language, so you know people actually read the books.
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of people, I mean, I appreciate all the support, but I do want the books to be read, and it just makes me so happy when that happens. Spend a lot of time on Nanarsa, guys.
I'm as soon as I mean, because I know that fan art.
Years does your guy fight what he stops a nuclear reactor deal?
Sorry, what?
Tries to. In your story, your guy like goes to a nuclear reactor.
A little bit, yeah. This one
He
there
fights
is
a nuclear reactor.
but you'll see. And that's one of the things. Like I hope.
Guys, 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left.
Action,
but I was just gonna say, Vaughn, you should have him motorboat the nuclear reactor. That'll be like the achievement unlocked.
You're gonna find that he is very amateur.
Go tell
in how he
everybody.
fights, and he's gonna have a lot more to learn in the story. And I actually find that that's very good, is giving your character almost like putting him at a distance with his goal and then forcing him to kind of drag through it. You know, I think
that's
very good.
Cool. 10 minutes.
10
Go tell
minutes!
everybody you know. There's 10 minutes left to Bank Hotel Story.
If anybody hasn't backed it yet, now is the time.
It's gone up, I think, $2,000 in the last 24 hours, which is really nice.
Nice.
Really great last day. Yeah, and we'll see if we get a few more backers in here before it ends. But yeah.
Cool. 10 minutes, 10 minutes. Dun, 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 dun.
Is there not an alien language in Earthbound that you write on stuff, or is it all in English?
I think it's just all in English.
I'm going to drop the link in Well-Read's chat.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm getting the language building itch again. I'd like to build another one.
Deplorian! Come on, you got to do it.
No, I will. I'm talking about like 4
Deja vu going on here?
How much was it to build a language, though? That's crazy.
What do you mean, how much?
Like, how much work?
How much money?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know because I just did it slowly over like the past 6 years.
Okay.
It's a slow process. It's interesting because, well, at least the way I worked for Nanarsa, I started out with a couple of real world ancient languages, but I think the next one I do, I don't like. I want to start just from complete scratch. But yeah, it's cool when the all the sound of the language starts forming itself, and it stops sounding like any real language. It takes on a life of its own. It's almost like writing a story when it takes shape and it starts writing itself. I think that's really cool.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to build some more. And what I find interesting is I think in Western fantasy there's a lot of constructed languages, right? But no one has really done it in a way that's like a lot of all the constructed languages like Tolkien's languages and even stuff like Klingon and Dothraki are really based on Western languages, but language works in many different ways. It's not just Indo-European languages. So I'd like to make things that are just like completely nothing like Indo-European Western languages.
If you could try out something really out there for Deplorian just because it won't matter as much. Like, because you'd probably want to really overthink and make your stuff match in the Fiendish world. But if there was a crazy concept you wanted to try out, you could go for that.
Yeah. That would be interesting. Well, there's a lot of stuff to consider. If you're serious, we can definitely talk about it. I think that'll be fun.
I am serious. It'd be great.
Yeah. It's like you have to think about stuff like, well, what are the literacy levels? Writing usually starts from logographic writing and works, and phonetic writing comes after logographic writing. So here's a fun fact about the English alphabet, which is derived from Latin alphabet and goes all the way back to Phoenician alphabet. English writing is descended from Egyptian hieroglyphics. So hieroglyphics and characters like Chinese characters are logographic writing, and that always comes first. They're essentially pictographs, like, Rongo script and all that kind of stuff. That's pictographic writing. Is always invented first, as far as I know. Might be wrong. So that's a more base form. You draw pictures of shit. And it'll be fun to kind of think of, well, different versions of it. How the Blorks speak versus how royalty speak. It has to be different.
Oh yeah.
Probably best to keep it simple though, because like
I feel it.
Like, do you want a million different forms of words like Indo-European languages? Because that'll be a pain in the ass.
Hey, we're getting a few last-second backers here. Phil, I saw you pimping in Wellreds. Thanks for that, too.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
5 minutes!
I'll go over and throw it in Lord Cecil's chat, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's see. But yeah, this is cool. Getting.
All right, last minute, 5-minute pitch.
Fraudin. Yeah, for this one thing is the pitch is cool because it's like literally one sentence. Which isn't always the case. Sometimes it's hard to do that. But witch casts a mass sacrifice spell from the top floor suite of Hotel Constantinople. And that's the story.
I like the tagline too: a night of smoke and mirrors and blood at Hotel Constantinople.
Yeah.
Trying to work on my tagline.
711.
Yours is
really
good.
Alex BRB always comes up with good taglines for me, and one of them he came up with calling Salome and I can fix her archetype, which and I forget what else he says. He goes, a hotel bathed in blood, a night of smoke and mirrors. Hotel bathed.
Yeah. That's a great tagline. Good job. If anyone is watching, you want to back it just scroll all the way down to the tier where you can get Obol and the comic and Hotel Story and also the making of book. It's like $70 or something. It's a real simple book focused campaign.
Yeah, I got it all,
back
baby.
It now, back it now.
Yeah, they're all 3 perfect bound books. You can get pretty good deal to get all 3 of them. Hotel Story and the Obol are fiction, and then with the one nonfiction, the making of. The Obol too. I never fully pitched it, but that one's just awesome. So we'll see. That one, I'm not sure how many copies we sold. At least 2. It's like it's 321 backers so far. I think we sold at least 200 of the Obol. So I'm glad a lot of people are going to get to read that too, because that is one I really like a lot.
Yeah, I got the package with all 3 books, so I am looking forward to that.
Nice.
Yeah, I got it. I got it with all 3 as well. I'm excited for it. You guys don't want to
Thank
miss
you.
out on this. Let's make sure you get it. Let's try and we're so close to 19,000. I hate when it's close to.
I know, oh my god, it's only $300. God, some like Grace investor come in and or whatever the fuck you call it, just throw $300 on Narwhal right now.
Yeah. This is when we get accused of backing our own book campaigns or whatever.
Right? Yeah.
Dude, I updated it and it didn't go up. I accidentally killed 1 angel. Sorry, but we'll resurrect them later on the next campaign.
What have you done?
Anytime it cracks any 1,000, then angels are saved. So close.
So close. If only you had some bigger tiers.
Yeah, that is like a strategy I need to look at. That the average backing for this one's pretty good though, I think too, with hitting 18,000 with 320 backers or whatever. A lot of people did get multiple books.
That's good. And it's also a relatively short campaign. You launch in like October, so that's really good for like 4 months.
Yeah, and I think part 2 will do a little bit better. I hope. We'll see, but we're looking forward to getting part 2 out, finishing the story. Lots of awesome stuff happens in part 2 also. So
yeah, 1 minute, guys.
Come on, guys, let's get this.
1 minute, come on, get your last minute backings in. Literally, it's about to shut down for good.
1 minute. Is he gonna one last backer sneaking in?
I
The
threw it
last
over
backer
there
was
on
at 11:55.
I'm gonna assuage our anxiety and make it at least 18800. This is gonna drive me fucking crazy if it's not like an even number.
The rounder to swoop in.
Yes, the rounder. Where's the rounder? We have a rounder around here, right? A serious figure.
Here we go.
Oh, that's midnight.
7, 6. Hey, we did it!
Yay! You started a little
Yay!
late.
one for the money. We'll see. So yeah, I think this is. So
3, 2, 1. It's an odd number.
Yeah. I'm gonna end the stream in a second here, and then I'm gonna close this campaign down. So it's still up actually technically, but we're gonna close it in a little bit.
Okay.
And yeah.
Oh, so you're doing
SDA
it
says grats,
manually?
Narwhal. Thanks, SDA. Yeah, I just opt out manually or whatever.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me for this whole closeout.
Yeah, congratulations.
Least I could do, man. Least I could do. You're a great guy and you're a good friend, and you deserve this.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I want to do it for you guys too. I want to help you guys.
Fuck yeah.
Close.
Oh, yeah,
or open.
Open, yeah.
It was cool to meet Jared as well. Great stream. Lots of fun.
I hope everybody understands formulas and how seemingly everything is one of them.
We beat that into the ground deliberately.
Thoroughly.
Who's next week's show?
I don't know.
Does it actually go to me? Or did we?
Yeah, maybe
swap?
do a real one now because you did a
Okay,
filler.
yeah, I think it'll be me. I'm gonna do time travel. It's gonna be fucking sick.
That'll be cool.
So next week on my channel, we're gonna do time travel. I'm basically gonna be talking about how time travel is lame as fuck, and people don't do it right, and how you could do it right, and then maybe add time travel elements in a way that's actually interesting and not like a snore fest. I guess.
Wait, didn't we just have that? We had the discussion.
Me and you,
stream.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we
cool.
did it.
I'm looking forward to it. It was a good discussion.
Me and Irene did like a whole episode of Creative Block just us on our own.
Right, it was like in the back rooms. We're like, shit, we should actually do this on air.
Yeah, but the reason why we were talking about that was because of this like planned time travel episode. So
cool.
Angela says, "Will we talk about Dark?" I don't know what that is, but if it's time travel related, I guess I have to
Dark
look
Matter?
into it.
No, that's a German show that was on Netflix. That was pretty popular when it came out. It's all about time travel. Well, it's like a weird loophole. I don't know. I never watched it, but I heard.
Well, if anyone has poignant time travel media suggestions, then tweet them at me. If you want me to include them, because I probably won't include them. So, like, what the examples would be like: Back to the Future, a couple of Futurama episodes.
Yeah. Do they do time travel on Red Dwarf?
Yes, they do. You know what? And it does tie into the point I want to make. Basically there's like there's one point that I can make over and over again in the presentation. But yeah, it's gonna be about like how time travel actually has felt meaningful, and it gets used a lot in ways that are less interesting, implicitly less interesting, just because people focus more on the time travel than the effects of the travel. That's what I'll say. But yeah, so next week.
I like that. Yeah,
time traveling is next week.
Yeah.
Very tired.
All right,
So where are we? What's happening?
I might click the button. So it ends the stream.
Bye,
thanks for hanging out, you guys. Rule.
I'll be on the others to watch
Yeah.
the-
All right, I can close this out with a
Watch Phil's Zaid Bros show tomorrow. The Diaz Brothers tomorrow. Check it out. Fridays every week. Head over to Phil's channel. Good night, everyone.
I have a drop stream on Sunday. Go by my channel for a drop stream. Thank you, bye.
I don't stream.
He doesn't.
shout out to Angela Curry, Kalma Jed, SDA, Henry Bemis.
Yes,
all you guys. Thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out.
Plan on coming back to streaming soon. Subscribe to my channel if you haven't already.
Yeah, draw stream on Rini's channel on Sunday. Come and check it out.
Oh yeah, that'd be sweet.
Hey, what time on Sunday?